Chapter 1351. Give it to them if they want it. The Calamity Grade bullet sounded, as Zhou Wen dodged it without any suspense. Just like last time, none of the bullets could touch Zhou Wen's body. The 7 sure kill bullet could only fly around him. When Zhou Wen dodged the first round of bullets, and Jing didn't immediately rush out. An ancient bow appeared in her hand as she aimed at one of the doors. The arrow that shot out was actually connected to a thin thread. The other end of the thread was in Jing's hand. After the arrow flew out, it immediately pulled Jing's body out as she instantly disappeared through the door. The arrow's speed had almost reached the limits of the mythical stage. It was even close to the terror grade. What was even stranger was that the arrow could actually turn by itself. It flew through the maze-like passage like lightning, but it did not touch any walls. Only one sure kill bullet appeared around Zhou Wen. Just as the second round sure kill bullet was about to be fired, and Jing had already arrived in front of the Golden Palace. Landing in front of the Golden Palace, and Jing exerted force with her fingers, and the bow returned to her hand. The Golden Palace's door opened as a metal ball flew out and landed in Jing's hand. The scene switched back to the rankings. The name of Sunset Army appeared on the rankings. Just like the Federation Suicide Squad, it had 3 stars. However, despite having the same 3 stars, the Sunset Army was actually ranked ahead of the Federation Suicide Squad. It was obvious that the cube's main evaluation criterion was still Zhou Wen. However, Jing's performance also played a significant supporting role. Therefore, they were awarded 3 stars overall, but their ranking was ahead of the Federation Suicide Squad. Ordinary people weren't in the mood to care about this. They only felt that Zhou Wen had crossed the line. He was even worse than Deceit King. At least Deceit King put in some effort to snatch the loot. However, Zhou Wen only needed to take 1 trip to reach the rankings. Not only did he obtain a Venusian companion egg, but he could also receive a private carry fee. It was like doing a zero capital business to the extreme. When the various factions saw Zhou Wen pull off this stunt, they were envious and depressed. Investigate. We have to investigate how Zhou Wen dodged the Calamity Grade bullet. It must be a special companion beast's ability. An old woman from the Cape family stared at the screen and repeatedly watched the video of Zhou Wen dodging the Calamity Grade bullet. We have to figure out what companion beast Zhou Wen's clothes are. A similar order sounded in the family clan of gods. It wasn't just the 6 families. Even the League of Guardians was studying what companion beasts Zhou Wen had on him to achieve such an effect. They could tell that Zhou Wen's ability was definitely related to the clothes. However, no one knew what kind of companion beast the clothes were. Few people had been to Netherworld City, and even fewer could enter the 6 realms. Apart from Zhou Wen and company, only Xiao and the other 2 saints had entered. However, they had not entered the Devis realm and had not obtained the heavenly robe. After this battle, Luoyang became even more chaotic. All kinds of methods, both done in the open and in the dark, kept Overseer Manor busy. Thankfully, Tianzhua had already done a purge before he left. It wasn't easy to find new spies to infiltrate the Overseer Manor. Most people could only think of solutions from the periphery. How many has it been today? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the intruder he had just captured. It's the 11th one. From the looks of it, they are determined. No matter what, they have to figure out your mojo, young master. And Shun said, it appears we need to have a solution. Otherwise, trouble will keep coming. Zhou Wen said after some thought. If it's Overseer, he will teach them a lesson they will remember, and make them not dare to be so brazen. And Shun said, unfortunately, I'm not in Tianzhua. How about this? Spread the word that I want to sell the heavenly robe companion beast that can dodge the Calamity Grade bullets. Zhou Wen said after some thought. Are you really selling it? And Shun was somewhat surprised. After all, with such a companion beast in hand, no one would be willing to sell it. The benefits involved were too great. That's right. Since they want it so much, I'll give it to them. I don't want them to keep bothering me. Zhou Wen smiled and continued. However, I still need you to do this. You have to make them beg to buy it. You can't drop the price. And Shun understood and asked softly. Young Master One, is there something wrong with the heavenly robe? Would I sell it to them if there was no problem? Zhou Wen told Shun that the heavenly robe needed to synergize with a luck companion beast. Although luck companion beasts are very rare, those large factions can still obtain some. What if? And Shun was somewhat worried. Don't worry. They definitely won't be able to gather luck companion beasts that allow a 100% evasion rate. Zhou Wen knew very well that without Wang Lu's invincible lucky star, there was no 100% chance. It was useless even if one obtained more ordinary lucky companion beasts. No matter how high the chance was, it wasn't 100%. One had to use the invincible lucky star's life providence, life soul, wheel of destiny, and terror transformation to achieve a 100% evasion rate. Zhou Wen had tried it in-game. If he didn't activate its terror transformation, or if he didn't use its life soul or wheel of destiny, there would be flaws. There was also a chance of dodging the calamity grade bullet, but even if he dodged the 7th sure kill bullet at the beginning, there was still a chance of being hit later. It wouldn't keep circling around, and it was only a matter of time before the target was hit. Even if they could gather a high luck companion beast, it was impossible for them to constantly dodge the sure kill bullets. Young master, it's good that you're confident. Leave this to me. And Sheng's lips curled up slightly, as though he was a devil who had found his prey. While Sheng was handling this matter, Zhou Wen took the time to visit the Wang family to return the invincible lucky star to Wang Lu. Sweetie had been following Zhou Wen all this while, hoping to find an opportunity to figure out where Zhou Wen's candy box had come from. However, after Zhou Wen returned to the Overseer Manor, there were many people following him. Sweetie failed to find an opportunity to approach him. Finally, when Zhou Wen came out of the Overseer Manor alone, Sweetie immediately followed him, as she planned on how to approach him. It wasn't difficult for Sweetie to kill Zhou Wen. The difficult part was getting the answer she wanted. Zhou Wen carried out instant transmission constantly. As he wanted to rush back to the Yin family as soon as possible, he didn't rest at all. Sweetie failed to find an opportunity as a result. When he arrived at the Wang family residence, Zhou Wen teleported to Wang Lu's building. Wang Lu, who had already received Zhou Wen's message, opened the door and let Zhou Wen enter before closing it. What's he doing? Sweetie followed curiously. Like a ghost, she passed through the wall and arrived beside Zhou Wen and Wang Lu. Chapter 1352 One takes on the color of one's company. This fellow, Zhou Wen, is extremely bad. He wanted to use the heavenly robe to scam others, and now, he has secretly run into a woman's room. What does he want to do? Sweetie walked through the building and couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw Zhou Wen and Wang Lu sitting at a table and talking. Their clothes were still intact. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen. I'm here to return the companion beast, Zhou Wen said. You don't plan on entering the Venusian dimensional zone again? Wang Lu asked in surprise. She knew how great of a benefit it was for Zhou Wen to be able to carry people up the rankings. Just doing so led to plenty of resources that couldn't be bought with money. In the future, even if I want to get on the rankings, I want to use my own abilities. I don't need the lucky companion beasts. Zhou Wen extended his hand in front of Wang Lu. Give me your hand. This isn't the tone a gentleman should use when speaking to a girl. Wang Lu smiled and placed her finger on Zhou Wen's palm. Zhou Wen held Wang Lu's finger and immediately circulated the sky-stealing sun-swapping art, transferring 5 companion beasts to her. Other than the invincible lucky star, there was also the heavenly robe, the Lady Luck necklace, the lucky stone sprite, and the lucky clover king. Zhou Wen transferred all his mythical luck companion beasts to Wang Lu. Without the invincible luck star, lucky dodge was already useless. It was useless keeping so many luck companion beasts. However, in Wang Lu's hands, they could play a huge role. Of course, luck companion beasts could still increase his drop rate. If not for the fact that he wanted to return Wang Lu's favor, Zhou Wen wouldn't have handed them to her so easily. Is this what you call a 5-fold return? After Wang Lu received the companion beasts, she sensed the information from them. Her expression suddenly changed. If you give me the heavenly robe, what about you? You have the invincible lucky star, so the effects of the heavenly robe can be maximized. It's not very useful for me to keep it. Besides, I have more than one heavenly robe. Zhou Wen paused and exhorted. However, don't let anyone know that you have the heavenly robe and luck companion beasts for the time being. You want to sell the heavenly robe? Wang Lu was extremely smart and immediately figured out what Zhou Wen wanted to do. Smart, Zhou Wen praised. In that case, I can take the opportunity to make a killing, said Wang Lu. You want to sell some luck companion beasts? Zhou Wen also guessed what Wang Lu wanted to do. After the heavenly robe was sold, the person who obtained it would definitely want to exploit it to its fullest. They would go around collecting luck companion beasts, like Zhou Wen had done in the past. When the time came, the price of luck companion beasts would definitely skyrocket. Zhou Wen prepared to sell the low-level luck companion beasts he kept when that happened. In any case, without the invincible lucky star, there wasn't much use in keeping so many luck companion beasts. Just as Sheng had said, there was actually an upper limit to the luck attribute. It meant that the luck attribute wouldn't stack indefinitely if one brought more luck companion beasts. I've collected quite a number of luck companion eggs in the past, but because they are duplicates and don't add much luck, I haven't hatched them. I only keep them as backup. I can use this opportunity to sell them at a high price. I might be able to earn tens or hundreds of times more, Wang Lu said with a smile. Then I'll congratulate you in advance for making a killing, Zhou Wen said as he raised his teacup. To us, for the killing we will make together. Wang Lu also raised her teacup. What a shameless couple. Sweetie understood their conversation. She originally thought that Wang Lu was quite pure and pretty, but she never expected her to be so nasty. She couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the two of them smiling at each other, Sweetie felt as if her soul had been corrupted. No, I have to think of a way to find out the origins of the candy box as soon as possible. Sweetie felt that her heart wouldn't be pure anymore if she continued following Zhou Wen. After some thought, she felt that it was impossible to approach Zhou Wen under normal circumstances. There's no need to worry so much when dealing with such despicable villains. I should fight fire with fire, and use some extreme methods. It was a pity that Sweetie didn't understand the principle of taking the color of one's company. Once she was tainted by the color, it would be difficult for her to revert. When a person used the same method to take revenge on a bad person, she could no longer revert to a pure slate. Moreover, Sweetie's previous living environment was too clean. It was so clean that she was like a piece of white paper, and white paper was the easiest to dye with color. After Zhou Wen left the Wang family, he spent the entire night traveling, hoping to return to Luoyang as soon as possible. And Tianzhou wasn't in Luoyang, so he couldn't stay outside for long. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to deal with it in time. It was a dark night with strong winds. Zhou Wen was instant transmitting when he suddenly saw a blonde girl in white standing at the edge of the forest in front of him. However, on a careful look, the blonde girl had vanished like a ghost. Zhou Wen almost imagined that he was seeing things. Just as he was about to rub his eyes, he suddenly saw the blonde girl appear in front of him again. She was so close that he could see her eyelashes clearly. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale. She was as terrifying as a malicious ghost. Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he immediately instant transmitted in retreat. He kept doing so in an attempt to escape as he muttered inwardly, "Why is that blonde girl chasing after me again? How did she find me? Could she be a ghost?" Just as Zhou Wen finished instant transmission, he realized that the blonde girl was in front of him. He was immediately alarmed as he teleported in another direction. But no matter where he instant transmitted to, the blonde girl would be standing there, looking at him expressionlessly like a ghost. After his instant transmission failed to evade her, Zhou Wen teleported to Venus. However, when he stood on Venus, he realized that the blonde girl was still standing in front of him, staring at him like a vengeful ghost. Zhou Wen had goosebumps as he looked at the blonde girl and forced a smile. He coughed lightly and said, We don't seem to have any grudges, right? Why are you chasing me? My death was so unjust. You caused my death. I want you to go to hell with me, the blonde girl said with a voice that sounded like a malicious spirit. When did I cause your death? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he asked the blonde girl. Back at the chocolate shop, you could have saved me. It was because you left me in the lurch that I died. Now, I want you to die with me. As the blonde girl spoke, her figure constantly flashed around Zhou Wen. It was impossible for Zhou Wen to determine her location. Zhou Wen didn't even notice the blonde girl standing behind him. Could there really be ghosts in this world? Zhou Wen's legs turned to jelly. He could only be considered half an atheist because he had heard too many ghost stories from his grandfather when he was young. Therefore, although he knew logically that there were no ghosts in the world, and that they were at most dimensional creatures, he still felt fear sometimes. Furthermore, with the hearing that Truth Listener had provided him, it was impossible for him not to sense any movement even if it was a calamity grade. It was even more impossible for him not to notice someone standing behind him. This blonde girl really did seem like a ghost. Chapter 1353 I'm Not Sweetie. I died so tragically. I died so tragically. The blonde girl's hair was disheveled as she floated towards Zhou Wen and let out a terrifying cry. She looked like a haunting ghost. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't think of where to run. Since the other party could keep up with his interstellar teleportation ability, it didn't seem like there was anywhere he could run. When a person was forced into a corner, they would not know how to be afraid. Or rather, they would be numb with fear. Zhou Wen was just about to go all out when the blonde girl floated over like a ghost. Perhaps it was because she was too excited, or perhaps it was because she had failed to notice her surroundings after successfully frightening Zhou Wen. As she flew in the air, she didn't notice that her blonde hair had been caught by a sharp rock protruding from the side. When she charged forward, her hair was yanked back, and she immediately fell to the ground in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at the blonde girl who had fallen to the ground. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Swoosh! The blonde girl seemed to instant transmit back into the air, as though nothing had happened. She continued floating towards Zhou Wen and once again shouted, I died so tragically. I died so tragically. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen no longer had any fear. He looked at the blonde girl and felt like laughing. The blonde girl was clearly still terrifying, and Zhou Wen was definitely no match for her. but he couldn't feel the same fear as before. Furthermore, Zhou could tell that the blonde girl seemed to have some concerns. She only circled around him to scare him, and didn't really attack. Otherwise, with the strength the blonde girl had just displayed, she could have attacked him from behind without him noticing. There was no need for her to go through all this trouble. Zhou stood motionless, and all the blonde girl did was appear and disappear around him, as she let out terrifying cries. Apart from that, she didn't do anything else. Then what should I do to let you die in peace? Zhou felt that he should give her a way out. After all, she was a big shot. If she really didn't have an out, she might really kill him out of embarrassment. When the blonde girl heard Zhou, she immediately stopped and pointed at the candy box in his pocket. Without any hesitation, she said, "Tell me, where did you get your candy box from?" The blonde girl was just too inexperienced. She immediately revealed her goal. Zhou was slightly taken aback as he sized up the blonde girl. He seemed to realize something and blurted out, "You are Sweetie, right? How do you know? I'm not the beautiful and cute Sweetie. You've got the wrong person." The blonde girl waved her hand in a hurry to draw a line. "That's a pity. I picked up this candy box in Sweetie's hut and thought that it should be Sweetie's. I kept thinking of returning it to the beautiful and cute Sweetie, but I couldn't find her." Zhou took out the candy box and held it in his hand. "Which hut did you find it in?" Sweetie hurriedly asked. "On a doll in the Chaos Hut." Zhou had already guessed that the blonde girl was most likely Sweetie. Thinking back to what the woman in the wooden hut had said, Zhou roughly knew that the blonde girl was probably the terrifying existence the woman had mentioned. "You're lying! How could my doll steal the candy box?" Sweetie said in disbelief. "That terrifying doll is just her toy doll. What's the origin of this, Sweetie?" "A dimensional zone like the Time Hut is actually named after her," as Zhou thought, he said. "Why would I lie? You won't be able to verify it even if I randomly said that I picked it up from a table. Besides, if I didn't find it on a doll, how would I know that there was a doll?" Sweetie was stunned by the question. She thought carefully and realized that it was true. "Give me the candy box," said Sweetie. "I can't give you the candy box," Zhou said as he retracted the candy box and shook his head. "Why can't you give it to me?" "It's not yours," said Sweetie. "It's not mine, but it's not yours either. This is the beautiful, kind, and cute Sweetie's candy box. I was in danger back in the Chaos Hut. I nearly fell into a hopeless situation. When I was about to give up, it was this candy box that gave me hope. It allowed me to have the courage to continue forging forward. Only then did I come out alive. I have to personally return it to the gentle and kind Sweetie. Even if you want to kill me, I won't give it to you." Zhou had been with Li Xian and the antelope for a long time, so he had clearly been led astray by them. Sweetie's face flushed red. Her oppressive aura seemed to dissipate instantly. "Did you eat the lemon candy inside?" Sweetie pretended to be fine as she asked Zhou. "What lemon candy? I just got an empty box." Zhou shook his head. "That's strange. Although the lemon candy has the ability to break one's order in life, it should be useless for the doll." Sweetie frowned in thought. She originally imagined that the candy box had been lost in the past hut, resulting in her inability to find it. It turned out to be in the Chaos Hut, and it was in the hands of her doll. It meant that things weren't as simple as just losing it. There was no reason why she couldn't find it in the Chaos Hut. There was only one possibility for not finding the candy box back then. Someone had hidden it. Back then, the only people in the Time Hut were her, Little Chrysanthemum, Yana, Spacetime Piglet, and the doll. Spacetime Piglet and the doll were Sweetie's toys. The lemon candy was useless to them. Little Chrysanthemum was a loyal servant. It was impossible for her to steal the candy box and lemon candy. Even if she wanted them, she only needed to ask. There was no need to steal them. "It can't be Yana." Although Sweetie thought of the most likely conclusion, she was unwilling to believe it. "Is Yana a rather beautiful woman who can grow 6 wings?" Zhou described Yana. "Did you kill Yana?" Sweetie bit her lip and asked Zhou. "If the Yana you mentioned is that woman, I killed her," Zhou admitted readily. "Why did you kill her?" Sweetie asked with a complicated expression. "Because she's evil. If I didn't kill her, she would have killed me," Zhou said solemnly. "Why would she kill you?" Sweetie didn't believe that Yana was such a person. "How would I know? She was completely unreasonable. She wanted me dead the moment we met. However, now that I think about it, it might have been because she knew that the candy box was with me and wanted to snatch it away." Zhou connected the dots, but he deliberately skipped on some of the details. Chapter 1354 I Don't Want to Eat It. Sweetie was hesitant. She treated Yana as a friend, so it was unlikely that she would steal her candy box. However, Zhou's sincere expression didn't seem like he was lying. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'm still in a hurry to find the gentle and beautiful Sweetie." I need to return the candy box to its rightful owner, Joe said as he turned around and left. Wait a moment. Sweetie stopped Joe and walked towards him. Joe felt stifled, but he could only stop and ask Sweetie, anything else? If what you said is true, can you? Sweetie extended her hand, as though she wanted Joe to shake it. However, Sweetie seemed to realize something and quickly retracted her hand. What is it? Joe looked at Sweetie in puzzlement, unsure what she meant. It's nothing. Sweetie and I are good friends. In order to prevent you from secretly taking the candy box, I've decided to follow you until we find Sweetie and return the candy box to its rightful owner. Sweetie said it very naturally. She didn't realize that she seemed to be getting better at lying. Even her face didn't blush. But you are a ghost? How can you follow me? Joe felt his head ache. If he really kept such a time bomb by his side, who knew when she would explode? Why not? Of course. From now on, I'll follow you closely. If I discover that you lied to me, I'll take you to hell with me, Sweetie said, acting all fierce. All right. Joe thought for a moment. Since he couldn't beat her, he had to think of a way to let her leave on her own accord. Thankfully, Sweetie looked like a gullible girl. It shouldn't be difficult to fool her. Joe turned around and continued on his way. With Sweetie's abilities, he didn't have much room to resist if she really wanted him dead. It was useless to be afraid, so he decided to do whatever he needed to do. Sweetie followed behind Joe. No matter how fast Joe was, be it instant transmission or earth escape, he couldn't shake her off. Every time he turned his head, he would see Sweetie standing silently behind him like a ghost. As Joe walked, he thought to himself, Sweetie said that the lemon candy has the effect of breaking one's order in life. I wonder what this order in life refers to. Is it the level? Will eating that thing advance me from the mythical stage to the terror grade? Joe had the urge to take out the lemon candy to give it a try, but with Sweetie by his side, taking it out now was equivalent to having a death wish. Joe naturally wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Sweetie followed Joe like a haunting ghost. She didn't say a word and just followed. Her thoughts were a mystery. Sweetie actually didn't believe Joe's words, but she couldn't find any evidence to prove that Joe was lying. Therefore, she thought of following Joe first. If he was lying, his flaws would show sooner or later. Previously, Sweetie had thought that if Joe had lied, he would immediately turn into gold the moment he touched her. However, when she thought of what Joe had done, Sweetie felt that even if he wasn't lying, he would definitely turn into gold if he touched her. Therefore, that method was useless to test him. Joe would turn into gold regardless. After arriving in a city, Joe planned on resting and getting some food. Of course, eating was secondary. The main reason was that he didn't dare take Sweetie back to Luoyang. He had to think through it. Joe walked on the streets for a while, before choosing a dessert shop to enter. He also ordered some cake, cookies, and pizza. Sweetie caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance and her eyes widened. The corners of her mouth turned slightly moist. Do you want to eat anything? It's my treat. Joe handed the dessert menu to Sweetie. Don't think that you can bribe me with just this. Oh right, you are a ghost. How can a ghost eat desserts? It's my fault for not being inconsiderate. When I pass by an incense shop, I'll buy you some paper money. Sweetie was already about to reach out to take the dessert menu when Joe retracted it and placed it on the table before he began eating. Sweetie was immediately petrified. When she saw Joe swallow the adorable pudding, her heart ached so much that it almost bled. That's right. Of course I won't eat these things. Of course. I won't. As Sweetie spoke, the corners of her eyes and mouth twitched. Joe pretended not to see Sweetie staring intently at the desserts in front of him. He quickly finished all the desserts. I'll go settle the bill. Wait outside for me, Joe said as he walked over to make payment. Unable to eat despite wanting to, Sweetie felt that she was better off dead. All she wanted was to leave this place quickly and walk out without looking back. Soon, Joe walked out. Sweetie saw that Joe was holding a box in his hand. When she used her penetrative vision, she saw that it was a very beautiful mini cake. Although it was only a small piece, it was layered and looked very beautiful. It even emitted a rich milky fragrance. Didn't you have your fill just now? Why did you get another piece as takeaway? Sweetie wished she could stomp Joe in the face. Not only had he eaten that much, but he had even gotten takeaway while she couldn't even get a single bite. Oh, this piece was an extra. They forgot to serve it. When I made payment, I realized that I had ordered this. I'm stuffed, so I could only do takeaway, Joe said as he suddenly handed the bag to Sweetie. Sweetie was immediately delighted as she thought to herself, is he giving it to me? Should I accept it? How can I accept something given to me by such a bad? However, it doesn't seem appropriate to reject the good intentions of others. Help me throw it away, Joe said indifferently. Sweetie's expression immediately darkened as she stared at Zhou and said, "Isn't it a waste to throw away such nice dessert? There's nothing I can do about it. I can't eat any more. If you find it troublesome and don't wish to help me, I'll throw it away myself," Zhou said as he retracted his hand. However, Sweetie's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly reached out and snatched the bag over. As she turned around and walked to the side, she said, "Let me help you. Don't throw it randomly. It won't be good if you dirty the streets." As she spoke, Sweetie's figure drifted away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After turning a corner, Sweetie sneaked a peek of Zhou. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her and was walking forward slowly, she heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and leaned against the wall. She opened the box in the bag and raised the cake in front of her. "It's not that I want to eat it, but it's a waste to throw it. It will also pollute the environment. I can only force myself for the better good," Sweetie convinced herself. She puffed up her cheeks and bit off a large piece, filling up her cheeks. She was so happy that she was about to cry. Zhou didn't turn his head as the corners of his mouth twitched. He took out his phone and sent several messages. Chapter 1355 Clear Answer. "I've found myself ensnared by a terrifying creature that likes to eat desserts. Help me investigate which powerful mythical existence likes desserts. It should be a mythical creature from the West District." Zhou sent the message out en masse. "Old Zhou, good luck to you," Li Xian replied. "I'll investigate now." "Wait." It was Sheng. "A terrifying creature that likes desserts. Why would a bastard like you be afraid?" Hui Haifeng teased. "An hour." Gu Dian's reply was somewhat reliable. "Other than liking desserts, is there any other information?" Wan Lu also replied. "Do you need my help?" Zhang Yuji's answer was very direct. "Where are you? I'll head over immediately." Feng Qiuyan was very direct. "Coach, wait for me." Ming Xiu also sent a message. Zhou scanned the messages and didn't receive any useful answers. Clearly, no one knew of such a mythical creature. Suddenly, a message popped up in Zhou's eyes. When he saw the shimmering flower avatar, his heart skipped a beat. The person using the flower as an image was naturally the Dharch. Zhou hurriedly opened the message to take a look. "Is it a blonde girl?" Zhou was immediately overjoyed when he saw the Thearka's message. From the looks of it, the Dharch knew about Sweetie. "Yes, do you know her origin?" Zhou hurriedly replied, while Sweetie was still sampling the cake. "Prepare your funeral as soon as possible. If there's anything you want to eat, do so quickly. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, well, I reckon it'll be too late to fulfill them." The Thearka's message left Zhou alarmed. "The Dharch, are you going to tell me that as long as we carry on with our previous deal, I'll be able to live?" Zhou replied. "There's no need for any deal. What deal can you make with a dead person?" The Dharch quickly replied. Zhou really felt that something was amiss. The Dharch didn't think of taking the opportunity to make a deal with him. It seemed a little serious. "What's her background?" Zhou asked directly. The Dharch didn't answer. Instead, she asked Zhou a question. "Are you a believer of any faith?" Zhou was taken aback when he saw this. He didn't know if his beliefs had anything to do with this matter, but he thought carefully and couldn't say for the moment if he had any. When it came to faith, he didn't believe in any religion, nor did he pray to gods. At most, he was a fair-weather atheist who turned to God in a pinch. However, it was actually wrong to say that he had no faith. Although Zhou didn't respect ghosts and gods, he had his own beliefs. He wasn't a complete atheist. "That depends on what you mean by faith. If you mean a particular religion, I don't have any," Zhou answered. "It's good that you don't have one," the Dharch replied ambiguously, making Zhou confused. Thankfully, the Dharch immediately sent another message. "Even if you don't have any faith, you should have heard of the name God, right?" "Of course I've heard of it. I just don't know which church the God you mentioned is from. According to what I know, the God of our East District refers to the God of heaven. As for the God of the West District, he's the omniscient and omnipotent God." Zhou's heart palpitated as he immediately sent another message. "Could that blonde girl be related to God of the West District?" One had to know that God was the ruler of a pantheon, a supreme existence. Tsukuyomi was only a demigod of a pantheon, but she was already that powerful. If the God of the West really existed, his strength was obvious. To be able to be related to him definitely made one an extremely terrifying existence. From the 6-winged seraphim powers that Yana showed and Sweetie's appearance, it was not strange that they had something to do with God. "It does have something to do with it," the Dharch gave an affirmative answer. Zhou thought carefully. With his meager knowledge of West District myths, the women related to God were likely angels. However, it was really difficult to say if angels were considered women. Although many angels were given the appearance of women, angels were actually genderless. After some thought, Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up as he immediately sent a message to the Darch. Could it be that the blonde girl is Eve or her child? He could only think of one woman, and she was the one that resulted in original sin. Your imagination is quite rich, but unfortunately you guessed wrongly. I'll give you 2 more chances. Guess again. The Darch rejected Zhou Wen's guess. I'm stumped. Could she be an angel? Zhou Wen probed. Sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. Can't you see such an obvious answer? The Thearcha's message was filled with mockery. How can I tell? How is there an obvious answer? Zhou Wen asked. His understanding of the West District myths was limited, so it was normal that he couldn't guess it. Beep. Beep. A message was immediately sent. Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that the message that the Darch had sent was a voice message. Zhou Wen clicked on the message and immediately heard a very charming female voice. Upon hearing this voice, it generated images of a charming and powerful mature lady in his mind, or a lofty queen sitting on a throne with crossed legs, one's wrapped in black stockings. However, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to appreciate the voice because the words left him stunned. I've already told you her name, but you ignored it. What a fool. The corners of Zhou Wen's eyes twitched as he stared intently at the phone screen. The Darch had only mentioned one name. God. Are you telling me that God is a blonde girl? And she especially likes desserts? Zhou Wen didn't believe it at all. Otherwise? The Darch mocked. Although I don't know much about West District's God, I also know that God is a Trinity. Holy Father, Holy Son, and Holy Spirit, there's no Holy Lady. How can God be a girl? Zhou Wen felt that the Darch was probably bluffing him. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. As you are doomed, enjoy whatever's left of your life. Also, I'll give you a friendly reminder. Under no circumstances are you to touch her. After the Darch said that, she went offline and her avatar dimmed. God is a blonde girl who likes desserts? Zhou Wen found it a little unreal. No matter how he looked at it, Sweetie didn't look like God. If God is really a naive blonde girl, wouldn't this world be in chaos? Zhou Wen thought. Chapter 1356 Terrifying Sweetie. Just as Zhou Wen was ruminating over the problem, Sweetie walked over from afar. She wore a guilty expression, and he could even see tiny breadcrumbs staining the corner of her mouth. Seeing Zhou Wen look at the corner of her mouth, Sweetie seemed to realize something. She reached out and quickly wiped the corner of her mouth as she said, Why are you looking at me? Nothing. I just found you a little familiar all of a sudden. Zhou Wen compared Sweetie's appearance to the legendary god and really couldn't find any similarities between the two. I've never seen you before, Sweetie said immediately. That's all right. It's time for us to continue on our way. Zhou Wen felt mixed emotions. According to the Darch, as long as he touched Sweetie, there was almost no chance of survival. If he accidentally touched her along the way, wouldn't he be doomed? Thinking of the golden statues that had strangely appeared in the capital, Zhou Wen had already guessed what had happened. The most terrifying thing was that if he took Sweetie back, it would be even more troublesome if the people around him touched her. No, I can't return to Luoyang before resolving this problem. Zhou Wen frowned as he thought to himself. But if I don't return to Luoyang, where can I go? With Sweetie around, it's not safe for me to go anywhere. Wait. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought to himself, the Darch described Sweetie so well. She seems to be afraid of her. What will happen if I take Sweetie to Chess Mountain? He couldn't suppress this thought in his mind once he had it. Zhou Wen didn't know how powerful the Darch was, nor did he know how powerful Sweetie was. He couldn't predict what would happen if the two of them met. As Zhou Wen thought about it, he turned to look at Sweetie with mixed feelings. Sweetie felt a little nervous. She thought that her mouth was still stained with breadcrumbs, so she hurriedly wiped it again. She deliberately turned to Zhou Wen's other side and avoided his gaze. Zhou Wen hesitated when he saw Sweetie's expression. Sweetie really didn't look like God. She was clearly a little girl. I'll figure out if she's God first. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately head for Chess Mountain. By the way, I still don't know your name, Zhou Wen deliberately asked. Sweetie said before pausing. Although her disguise was full of flaws, she didn't think so herself. She believed that she couldn't say that she was Sweetie. Furthermore, she wasn't good at lying. She couldn't think of an answer and was stunned. I know your name, Zhou Wen suddenly said when she didn't answer. What do you know? Sweetie jumped in fright as she looked at Zhou Wen nervously. You're so cute and beautiful like an angel, so your name must be related to an angel, right? Zhou Wen said. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Sweetie immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Angels aren't cute. They have cold faces like puppets. Not entirely. A few of them are rather interesting. Which ones? Zhou Wen continued asking, his heart sinking. Angels were usually considered apostles of God. The more Sweetie knew about angels, the higher the possibility of her being God. Lou! Sweetie had just said a syllable when she suddenly became alarmed. She glared at Joanne and said, "Why should I tell you? Just a casual chat. It's fine if you don't want to say. However, aren't you a ghost? How do you know about angels? Ghosts and angels are natural enemies, right?" Joanne deliberately asked. "Can't I have heard stories about them?" Sweetie didn't know how to lie, but she couldn't tell the truth either. She shouted angrily out of embarrassment. Joanne smiled and didn't say anything else. He kept walking and stopping along the way. It didn't seem like he was traveling, but like he was having a holiday. "I don't like these. Help me throw them away." Every time they ate, Sweetie could only watch from the side. After eating, he would give her some of her favorite food. It was easy to see through Sweetie. Everything she liked and disliked was written all over her face. "It's such a waste. You will go to hell for that." Although Sweetie said that, she was secretly delighted. Thankfully, he's such a wasteful person. Every time Sweetie secretly hid to eat, Joanne would receive a message. Up to now, no one had found any Western mythical figures who liked to eat desserts. There were a few demons, but they weren't at the required levels. It was naturally impossible for them to be Sweetie's true identity. "Young master, the matter with the heavenly robe has been settled. In a few days, it will be time to take action." And Sheng sent a message. "Can you wait a little longer?" Joanne didn't dare take Sweetie back to Luoyang. "This matter has already been set in motion. It won't be easy to stop. I can only give it a try to stall for a few more days." And Sheng replied, "All right, try your best to stall for a few days and maintain contact. If you really can't stall any longer, tell me." Joanne also knew that such matters couldn't be stopped just like that. After discussing with Sheng for a while, Joanne sent messages while paying attention to Sweetie. Although he couldn't precisely sense Sweetie's location, he could determine where she was, and what she was doing through the changes in his surroundings. After all, anyone who saw such a beautiful blonde girl would take a few more glances, allowing Joanne to determine what Sweetie was doing. A youth's eyes lit up when he saw Sweetie by the side of the road. He walked to her and said, "Why is such a beautiful girl squatting by the side and eating alone? Are you homeless? Follow me. I guarantee that you won't have to worry about food and clothes." Sweetie ignored him and turned to leave. When the youth saw that he had been ignored, he was immediately infuriated. He reached out and grabbed Sweetie's shoulder. At the same time, he said coldly, "Who let you leave? In West Song City, no one dares to not give me Shimin Lung." As he spoke, his fingers had already touched the clothes on Sweetie's shoulder. A golden light immediately lit up at his fingertips, like a lit match. Almost instantly, the youth's body turned into gold amidst the golden light. He still maintained the stance of extending his hand and speaking. Joanne stared at this scene and felt his heart turn cold. Although he had already guessed it, he was still extremely shocked to see it with his own eyes. Shimin Lung was likely at the mythical stage after using the mythical serum. He was considered a top-notch expert among humans, but just by touching Sweetie's clothes, he turned into gold. Now, Joanne was very glad that he hadn't touched Sweetie before. Chapter 1357 Soul Mirror. Joanne had second thoughts and felt that Sweetie being so strong wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Sweetie definitely doesn't want me dead now that she wants to figure out the story behind the candy box and lemon candy. Should I take her around those terrifying dimensional zones? Joanne thought to himself. Whether he died or not was a matter of the future. With God by his side, it didn't seem right not to carry out some exploitation. However, where he went was something worth considering. If he went to Chess Mountain, the risk was still too high. The Dharch knew who Sweetie was. It wouldn't be easy to control her. He might even have things backfire. To the Fiend Tomb? Joanne thought for a moment and felt that he should skip it. It wasn't that easy to deal with Drow Demon Fairy. More importantly, Drow Demon Fairy was a guardian. There was no benefit in killing her. I have to think of a way to kill a calamity-grade dimensional creature with Sweetie. If a companion egg drops or something, I'll make a killing. Just as Joanne was pondering about it, he suddenly felt the mysterious phone vibrate. He took it out and realized that the fruit produced by the dead man tree after absorbing unkilling Dugu had ripened. A golden beam tore through the fruit and fused into the blood-colored avatar's body. Joanne opened the blood-colored avatar's companion beast window and saw a new companion beast. What surprised Joanne was that the companion beasts that the dead man tree transformed into after the absorption were related to their owners when they were alive. However, the companion beast transformed by unkilling Dugu wasn't in the form of a human. It had nothing to do with humans. It was a golden mirror. The mirror was oval in shape, and there were hollowed flower patterns on the edge. Its entire body was like colored glass made of gold. However, the mirror may look smooth, one would realize that although it was flat, it had the feeling of a multifaceted surface like a diamond. It seemed to have been cut from different angles. When one stood in front of the mirror, the figure inside appeared disjointed and distorted. It was impossible to tell that it was a person. Soul mirror, mortal, evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence energy 11. Talent skill, soul washing divine light. Companion form, mirror. Zhou was first taken aback before he was delighted. Although he didn't know what abilities the soul mirror had after obtaining a life providence, life soul, and wheel of destiny. He didn't know if they were very strong, just the soul washing divine light was worth nurturing. Zhou had previously heard from Unkilling Dugu that this skill was an ability that could directly attack the soul and cleanse human souls. The so-called cleansing wasn't to purify the heart and make people change for the better. It was to wash away memories and make them forget the past. There was an even higher level soul extinguishing divine light. It was an ability that could completely eliminate one's soul. If one was hit by the soul extinguishing divine light, they would either become an idiot or a vegetable. Zhou didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining the soul extinguishing divine light. Just the soul washing divine light was enough. This skill was already powerful enough. An archenemy would suddenly have his memories wiped after using the soul washing divine light. When the time came, it might even fool the opponent into thinking that he was one's son. How sick was this skill? It was practically a brainwashing skill. Zhou thought for a moment and glanced at Sweetie. It would be great if he could brainwash her. He could make her forget about avenging Yana, and all the problems would be resolved. Of course, Zhou knew very well that it was impossible. Now, the soul-washing divine light was still at the mortal stage. It was probably not of much use. Even if it could advance to the terror grade, it was still unknown if it could be effective against a big shot like Sweetie. However, that spelled some hope. It might be useful if he slowly raised its level in the future. The evil spirit king he had previously reared had only reached the mythical stage. He hadn't found a way to advance it to the terror grade. Evil spirit king, mythical, evolvable. Life providence, spirit thought body. Life soul, evil spirit king. Wheel of destiny, evil king's kill. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Constitution, 81. Essence energy, 81. Talent skill, spirit devouring, inferior. Companion form, soul. Spirit devouring had helped the evil spirit king plunder many essence energy skills from other dimensional creatures. The evil spirit king had more essence energy skills than Zhou, making him an all-round fighter. Unfortunately, his level was a little low. The mythical stage wasn't very useful for the present Zhou. If he could advance to the terror grade, he would become an extremely powerful addition to Zhou's combat strength. As it had absorbed all sorts of different skills, the evil spirit king could almost deal with most situations. The spirit thought body life providence had also allowed the evil spirit king to enter a spirit thought body state. Typical attacks were useless against the evil spirit king in its spirit thought body state. Only psyche or soul type attacks could injure the evil spirit king in its spirit thought body form. The life soul, evil spirit king, was an extremely powerful self-strengthening ability. It was equivalent to entering a super state. Under the super evil spirit king state, not only would its various stats increase, but the evil spirit king's spirit devouring skill could even devour creatures that exceeded its level and plunder the skills of high-level creatures. However, the success rate wasn't high. Zhou had previously attempted to beat a terror-grade creature to its last breath and let the evil spirit king absorb it, but after dozens of attempts, he only succeeded in absorbing the precision shooting of the terror-grade golden battle god. The evil spirit king didn't have a gun. What was the use of precision shooting? From then on, Zhou lost his enthusiasm. He let it absorb skills if there was a chance. It was fine if there wasn't a chance, nor did he deliberately let him absorb all sorts of higher-level skills. I wonder what companion beast that Metal Flower will give birth to? Zhou was rather expectant of the Metal Flower. After all, it was the first creature to be absorbed. It was a creature other than humans. Unfortunately, the Metal Flower's fruit had only just appeared. It looked like there was still some time before it ripened. Just as Zhou was thinking about it, his phone suddenly rang. This time, it wasn't a message, but a phone call. He picked up his phone and took a look. He realized that it was Sheng. Zhou immediately felt that something was amiss. If it wasn't urgent, and Sheng wouldn't call him, knowing that Sweetie was very likely beside him. "What's the matter?" Zhou asked directly after the call connected. He was still thinking? Did something happen with the sale of the heavenly robe? "Young master, there's trouble. Our Luoyang seems to be producing a calamity-grade creature," and Sheng said with a bitter smile. Zhou was taken aback when he heard that. Then, his expression changed drastically as he said, "I'll rush back immediately. How's the situation now?" Zhou Wen knew very well what it meant for a calamity-grade creature to appear. It would bring about a large-scale calamity. It was impossible for an ordinary person to withstand such a calamity. It was very likely that it would cause a large number of casualties. If things weren't handled properly, the entire Luoyang would become a dead city. It was no longer up to him to delay his return. Chapter 1358 Military Disaster. The situation wasn't as bad as Zhou Wen imagined. This was because Luoyang's defenses and emergency response were very well planned. Furthermore, it was only the precursor to a calamity. The true calamity hadn't descended, so the losses weren't too great. Some ordinary citizens had been injured, although the number of deaths was still within single digits. This was also thanks to the rapid deployment of the Sunset Army. The precursor to the calamity didn't come from Dragon Gate Grotto, but from Luoyang City itself. Recently, ancient soldiers had often appeared in the ancient city ruins. At first, people thought that they had broken out from one of the dimensional zones. It was later discovered that the ancient soldiers had crawled out from beneath the ancient city like ghosts. Their ever-increasing numbers made people realize that something was amiss. After Ensheng, Qin Wufu, and company's investigations, they confirmed that it was a sign that a calamity-grade creature was about to appear. However, up to now, they had yet to determine what kind of calamity creature would appear. They didn't know which dimensional zone it was from. Luoyang had been known as the ancient capital for 13 generations. There were multiple ancient cities in the underground ruins. No one knew how many soldiers and imperial generals were buried there. The spectral soldiers that appeared all wore different clothes. They came from all ages. It was difficult to determine who had triggered their appearance. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the emperors and generals in ancient times were, they only had powers of the human world. They weren't even mythical, much less calamity. However, everything indicated that a calamity-grade creature related to ancient soldiers was about to appear. Ensheng and company perused through historical data, but they didn't find out who the calamity-grade existence was. This was because the spectral soldiers that appeared hadn't reached a very high level. Some spectral generals were only at the epic stage. Occasionally, a mythical general would appear. The Sunset Army could still keep the situation under control, but as time passed, under the influence of the calamity-grade creature, the spectral soldiers and generals' levels would become higher and higher until the calamity-grade appeared and formed a terrifying military disaster. When that happened, it would probably be difficult to defend Luoyang. Zhou Wen wasn't confident that he could defeat a calamity-grade, but when he thought of Sweetie beside him, he felt that there was still a chance. Even God is by my side. I don't believe that I can't deal with a mere calamity. Zhou Wen didn't continue wandering around, as he headed straight for Luoyang with Sweetie. He couldn't be bothered anymore. Sweetie had been following Zhou Wen all this time, hoping to discover his flaws and find the truth about the candy box, so she naturally didn't give up. Before Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang, he saw a group of armored soldiers with spears wandering in the forest. The soldiers' armor was tattered, and their bodies looked like zombies. They were ugly with many rotting spots. However, they weren't as stiff as zombies. Not only were they able to move freely, but they were also very agile. When the soldiers saw Zhou Wen, they immediately charged forward. Zhou Wen slapped them in the air, immediately dismembering them and causing their flesh to fall to the ground. However, one of the ancient soldiers, who had his lower body severed and only had its upper body left, was still crawling towards Zhou Wen with both hands. It looked extremely strange. Zhou Wen struck again and blasted the ancient soldier's body apart before killing him. This place is still dozens of kilometers away from Luoyang City. Even soldiers have appeared here. From the looks of it, the calamity is approaching. Zhou Wen continued towards Luoyang City. Along the way, he saw more and more ancient soldiers. When the numbers increased to the point of him not being able to quickly dispatch them, Zhou Wen decided to ignore them and continuously instant transmitted towards the city. The vicinity of Luoyang had turned into an ancient battlefield. There were ancient soldiers everywhere. The closer they were to the city, the more ancient soldiers there were. Zhou Wen saw from afar that the Sunset Army was relying on defensive fortifications to engage the soldiers in an intense battle. Gunshots sounded incessantly. The bullets made of essence gold constantly shot into the ancient soldiers' bodies, but the ancient soldiers continued charging at them crazily. Many bullets were needed to knock them to the ground. Even if their heads exploded, the headless ancient soldiers would still charge over crazily. The best way to kill them was to penetrate their hearts. As long as their hearts exploded, the ancient soldiers would fall to the ground and never get up again. However, the ancient soldiers weren't slow. It wasn't easy to strike the heart. Bullets whistled through the air, and shells exploded from time to time. There were also companion beasts that charged into the battlefield and fought the ancient soldiers under the command of their owners. Although there weren't any human casualties, it was already rather tragic. From time to time, companion beasts would fall from their injuries or be summoned back by their owners. Sweetie followed Zhou Wen, and couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. She seemed extremely uncomfortable. Zhou Wen returned to Overseer Manor, and Sheng was already waiting for him at the entrance, so he asked, "Ah Sheng, have you found the source of the Calamity Grade existence?" And Sheng shook his head. "As we can't find out which Calamity Grade creature it is, it's very difficult to determine which dimensional zone it's coming from. All we know now is that it's definitely a dimensional zone in the dungeon. Deputy Governor Qin and I studied it, and found 4 dimensional zones in the dungeon to be the most suspicious. We've already sent investigators out. We're hoping for good news." The two of them chatted as they walked. Zhou Wen naturally knew that it was best to nip a Calamity Grade creature in the bud. If they didn't allow it to appear, the damage it caused would naturally be minimized. However, now that they didn't even know which dimensional zone it came from, they clearly couldn't count on this plan. The Sunset Army was actually already prepared to deal with the Calamity. The only thing he was afraid of was that the Calamity creature would stay on Earth for too long. If they couldn't hold out until it left Earth, Luoyang would be doomed. Some even suggested that they temporarily evacuate Luoyang. It may be easy for the Sunset Army and Zhou Wen to evacuate, but it wasn't easy to evacuate the ordinary citizens. It wasn't that they couldn't leave, but how could ordinary citizens survive outside without the city's protection? Now that there were breakout creatures everywhere outside, ordinary citizens had no chance of survival. Furthermore, the military couldn't safely evacuate so many citizens. "There's another thorny problem. Due to the Calamity, we have no choice but to distribute our manpower. The Overseer Manor's defense is much weaker. The fellows who wanted to get your help previously are now stirring. The Overseer Manor isn't safe anymore." And Sheng's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Chapter 1359 Capital of the Gods. "Those aren't problems. Tell me, which are the 4 possible dimensional zones?" Zhou Wen knew a little about the dungeon, but because there were too many dimensional zones there, he couldn't guess which was a viable candidate. And Sheng said, "After a discussion between a few mythical scholars and historians, we believe that there are 4 dimensional zones which are most likely. The first is Liyue City. This city is deep in the underground dungeon. Up to now, we haven't been able to completely explore it. The area that humans have explored is only its periphery." Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, "King Wu's expedition against Zhou. After King Wu destroyed the Shan dynasty, he established a city here named Liyue. In West Zhou, a one-country, two-capital system was enacted. Liyue City had a total of 10 emperors for West Zhou, while East Zhou had 25 emperors. That era was the period closest to the mythical era. If there's an emperor or general in the human world that can trigger a calamity, I'm afraid it's only from that era." And Sheng nodded. "That's what we thought too. The second dimensional zone is called Yang City. It's the lowest level dimensional zone in the known dungeon. Legend has it that the founding monarch of the Xia dynasty, Yu the Great, settled in Luoyang City. Back then, it was called Yang City. However, we have all heard of the legend of Yu the Great's controlling of waters. It happened around the end of the mythical era. No one has been able to enter Yang City to date. It's also a suspicious candidate." Zhou Wen nodded. It was the dungeon at the bottom. Now that there were ancient soldiers from all dynasties, this meant that every part of the dungeon was affected. The lower dimensional zones were a greater suspicion. The third dimensional zone is called the Capital of the Gods. During the reign of the only empress in history, she changed the name of Luoyang to Capital of the Gods. It's also the only place with the official name, Capital of the Gods, in history. It has the meaning of being the capital under the heavens." And Sheng stopped here, but he didn't explain why the historian and the theologian had listed it as a candidate. After a pause, and Sheng continued, "We were very suspicious of the 4th dimensional zone, but the people who went to investigate have already returned. It's rather stable. It shouldn't be the birthplace of the calamity. In that case, the most likely place is Liyue City, Yang City, or the Capital of the Gods," Zhou Wen said after some thought. "The people we sent to the 3 places to investigate haven't returned. There's been no news." And Sheng answered, "You'll guard Luoyang. I'll visit the 3 dungeons," Zhou Wen said. "You can't. There's very little information about those 3-dimensional zones to begin with. In this situation, I won't be able to answer Madame Mon and Uncle Zhou if anything happens." And Sheng stopped him. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. Give me your hand," Zhou Wen said to Sheng. "What for?" And Sheng extended his hand in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen extended his hand and pressed it on Sheng's palm. Immediately, golden streams of light entered Sheng's palm. "Golden battle gods. 5 of them. Young master, what are you doing?" And Sheng asked Zhou Wen in surprise. "Luoyang must hold before I return. This is just a precaution." Having failed to obtain the last golden battle god, Zhou Wen couldn't fuse them. He didn't usually use such companion beasts to begin with, so he temporarily gave them to Ensheng to protect himself. If something really happened, Ensheng would have the ability to adapt and handle the situation with 5 Terror-grade golden battle gods in hand. Young master, don't worry. As long as I'm still around, I won't let anyone trample over Luoyang, Ensheng said solemnly. I'm not in Tianzhua. Why are you telling me this? Don't force things. If things go south, run. Take Sis Lan and my father with you. Luoyang isn't that important to me, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Okay, I understand. Ensheng nodded. Time was of the essence. They had to figure out the origins of the calamity creature as soon as possible to make targeted preparations. Only then could they stand a chance of surviving the calamity. Zhou Wen left Overseer Manor with Sweetie and took a detour to the dungeon. In a yard outside Luoyang City, Hermit was leisurely drinking tea. I've already checked. As you said, the origin of the calamity is the capital of the gods, Cave Era said with a look of delight when she returned. Hermit smiled and said, Speaking of which, it was all thanks to luck. Back then, I accidentally entered the capital of the gods and saw something unbelievable. I had an inkling that something had happened in the capital of the gods recently, but I never really expected it to be the case, Cave Era said. With the information we have on hand, it won't be difficult for us to make a deal with the Yin family or Zhou Wen. This information is enough for the Yin family to survive the calamity. I believe they will be tempted. So what if I make a deal with them? Can we get that heavenly robe? If the Yin family is destroyed, won't the effect be better than obtaining the heavenly robe? Hermit's eyes shimmered with a strange glint. Cave Era was slightly taken aback as she looked at Hermit and said, Even if the information is accurate, it will at most deal a heavy blow to Luoyang. It probably won't be that easy to destroy the Yin family and Sunset College's Lung Zongjin, right? What if we secretly give it a push? Hermit said with narrowed eyes. Cave Era fell into deep thought as she considered the feasibility of this matter. Think about it. As long as the Yin family falls, we don't have to worry about the threat of that cannon. We can also finish off troublesome fellows like Lung Zongjing and Zhou Wen. Furthermore, we don't have to do all of this ourselves. All we need to do is secretly push for it to happen. Is there a better chance than this? It's not too much to say that it's a rare opportunity, Hermit persuaded. To guide a calamity-grade creature to destroy Luoyang, he still needed to use the temporal powers of Cave Era. Are you confident? Cave Era was somewhat tempted. I need your help. I also need another person. Hermit seemed to have thought it through. Who? Cave Era was somewhat curious. If it was a member of the League of Guardians, Hermit would have directly taken the person with him. From his tone, he wasn't a member of the League of Guardians. The Special Investigation Bureau's Director General, Hermit said. Cave Era was slightly taken aback. Wei Ge. He's only at the epic stage. The Guardian he contracted is only at the mythical stage, and one that was teleported over using the Skysplit Tower. What can he do that the members of our League of Guardians can't? Hermit explained. Wei Ge is a very utilitarian person. He has been unscrupulous in his climb up the ranks. In the past few years, our League of Guardians has been able to firmly control the Federation Senate. This person's ruthlessness was indispensable. Furthermore, he has one ability that others don't. What ability? Cave Era was somewhat puzzled. She didn't remember what special abilities the Guardian that Wei Ge had contracted had. It was only a very ordinary Fire Elemental Guardian. Back then, the Fire Elemental Guardian had been given to him by the League of Guardians to win Wei Ge over. Cave Era knew very well what abilities it had. Chapter 1360 The Monarch Be a People. He knows how to use people, Hermit said. How so? Cave Era knew that using people sounded simple, but it depended on how they were used and who was used. He has a nickname, Monarch Bee. Do you know what that nickname means? Hermit asked. Isn't his intelligence network as dense as a bee's hive? Cave Era had also heard of Wei Ji's nickname. That's only a part of it. In fact, the reason he has the nickname of Monarch Bee wasn't because of his intelligence network, but because of his ability to control his subordinates. Hermit looked at a honeybee that flew into flower shrubs at the corner of the yard and said meaningfully, With the existence of the Monarch Bee, all the bees will offer everything they have to the Monarch Bee. They will not betray him even if they die. Cave Era traced Hermit's gaze and looked at the bee. For some reason, she felt a chill. There was only one queen bee in a hive. Be it the soldier or worker bees, they only served the queen bee. They were willing to give up everything, even their lives. They didn't have a life of their own at all, as though they were born to serve the queen bee. However, humans weren't bees. They had their own desires and selfishness, but for there to be people who treated Wei Ge as a monarch bee, just the thought of it made one's heart turn cold. It was difficult to imagine what methods Wei Ge had employed to make his subordinates offer up so much that it seemed against humanity. Before Wei Ge, there were many spies for the various families in the Bureau, but ever since Wei Ge became Director General, the spies of the various families came under his employ. The entire bureau slowly became Wei Ji's hive. Hermit's words were filled with admiration. How did he do it? Cave Era hadn't paid much attention to the bureau. From her point of view, the bureau was just a tool. Just like a police hound, they could be replaced. However, after hearing Hermit's words, Cave Era felt for the first time that Director General Wei was really a capable fellow. A fellow who had only contracted a mythical guardian was actually able to firmly hold the bureau in his grasp. Even the 6 families, who had treated the bureau as their eyes and ears, could no longer extend their tentacles into the bureau. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. That's because everyone has a weakness and has something they are afraid of. No one is better at using others' weaknesses than Wei Ge. If there's really a devil in this world, Wei Ge will definitely be the most vicious one. Hermit continued. Previously, Lord Immortal gave Wei Ge 2 choices. One was to contract the Terror Grade Guardian, Ice Demon, while the other was to contract the mythical Balrog. Although Ice Demon was at the Terror Grade, that was the limit to his potential. He couldn't advance any further. As for Balrog, although it was only at the mythical stage, there was a possibility of advancing further. The Terror Grade isn't the end. Although the chances of advancing are very low, Wei Ge still chose to contract Balrog. From this, one can tell how ambitious this person is. Unfortunately, he still fell into Lord Immortal's scheme. Balrog does have a possibility of advancing further, but he has a flaw that's not considered a flaw. Ignoring advancing to the Calamity Grade, even advancing to the Terror Grade is extremely difficult. It's almost impossible for him to advance to the Terror Grade on Earth. That's also the reason Wei Ji's Balrog hasn't advanced to the Terror Grade yet. Cave Era nodded. I know about that. Lord Immortal felt that this person was too vicious, and was afraid that he would have ulterior motives, so he used such a blatant scheme. Wei Ge naturally knows that it won't be easy for Balrog to advance to the Calamity Grade, but his greed made him make such a choice. It's not anyone's fault. Wei Ge hasn't advanced to the Terror Grade, but some of his subordinates have already obtained Terror Grade Guardians. There are even some who advanced to the Terror Grade through the mythical serum. However, the Director General of the Bureau is still Wei Ge, not the Terror Grade ones whose strength is above him. What do you think? Hermit said. This person really can't be underestimated. Cave Era agreed with Hermit. To lure a Calamity Grade creature to appear and destroy Luoyang, I need the help of a Terror Grade from the Bureau. And that person only obeys Wei Ji's orders, so I need Wei Ge. Of course, he doesn't only have one subordinate. And we also need some cannon fodder. If we use them as cannon fodder, there's no need to use our own people. Isn't it better to use the people from the Bureau? Hermit said. Would a person like him be willing to do something so damaging to himself? Cave Era frowned. A person like him would sacrifice everything for himself. If I tell him that I can help him advance Balrog to the Terror Grade, he would probably even sell his father to me, much less his subordinates. Hermit said with a smile. If I remember correctly, Wei Ge also came from Sunset College. Aren't you afraid that there's something wrong with him? Cave Era asked. Over the past few years, this Director General Wei's hands have been stained with the blood of the Sunset Army. He was the one who personally wiped out the Infamily's intelligence network in Holy City. The Infamily hates him to the core. Of course, it's not just the Infamily. In fact, other than our League of Guardians, the 6 families and many wealthy families wish to rip him to pieces. He has no way out and can only be our dog, Hermit said. In that case, call him over. Cave Era nodded slightly. In fact, although she wasn't in charge of such matters, she had heard of Director Wei's style of doing things. She didn't find it problematic. He won't work for us so easily. I still have to make a trip personally and let him see hope. As Hermit spoke, he stood up and extended his hand to suck the bee into his palm. He crushed it to dust and scattered it in the wind. Jowen rushed to the dungeon with Sweetie. However, there were too many dungeons, and not all the entrances were in one place. After some thought, he decided to visit Louis City. It was the dimensional zone that was closest to the mythical era period-wise. If there was no problem there, he could head to the nearest Yang City. As for the capital of the gods, there didn't seem to be any existences that could become Calamity Grade existences in that era. As for the first Empress, she probably hadn't reached that level. Louis City was ancient and eerie, like the Shinra Temple in Hell. Zhou Wen had never been here before. He had only heard from Ensheng that many humans, who had come here to explore, had failed to return alive. Those who fortunately escaped only saw the periphery of the city. They said that there was a terrifying, invisible force in the city that killed many of their companions. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely an existence above the Terror Grade, but he didn't know what level it was. However, with Sweetie by his side, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of a Calamity Grade creature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly come here. When he was outside the city gates, Zhou Wen first searched to see if there was a tiny palm symbol that allowed him to download the dungeon. However, after circling the area, he didn't find one. "What are you looking for?" Sweetie asked in puzzlement when she saw Zhou Wen wandering around the city gates without entering. Chapter 1361 Lady in the City. "To see if there are any baddies," Zhou Wen said. "Aren't you a baddie?" Sweetie looked at Zhou Wen and asked in puzzlement. "To see if there's anyone worse than me," Zhou Wen explained casually before walking towards the gates of Lui City. "Probably not," Sweetie muttered. Zhou Wen didn't say a word. When he looked up at the city gates, he suddenly saw a woman standing on them. The woman was staring at him expressionlessly. She looked extremely beautiful, but her coldness was terrifying. Zhou Wen was alarmed. He had just looked at the city gates moments ago and hadn't discovered anyone. Now that a woman had suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but focus his gaze on her. However, he realized that the woman standing on the city gate had vanished. Zhou Wen thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. There was indeed nothing on the city gates. "Did you see a person?" Zhou Wen asked Sweetie. "I didn't see a person," Sweetie answered. Could it be that I was seeing things? Just as Zhou Wen was feeling puzzled, he heard Sweetie continue. "I only saw a beautiful dimensional creature." The corners of Zhou Wen's eyes twitched as he held back the urge to lash out at her. "That dimensional creature looks like a woman and is wearing strange clothes." After Sweetie listened attentively, she nodded and said, "It's her. You saw her too. Why are you asking me? Did you see where she went?" Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. "She went down the city gate from that spot," Sweetie answered. "That woman's speed is so fast that I can't see her trajectory. Could she be a calamity?" Zhou Wen thought. Thankfully, Sweetie could see her. This meant that the other party's ability didn't exceed Sweetie's. This relieved Zhou Wen. Could the calamity that's about to appear be that woman? Zhou Wen thought as he pushed open the gates and walked into Lui City. The scene in the city left him alarmed. There was a straight main street leading from the city gate, but there were no living creatures on the street. The only things he could see were many soldier corpses and destroyed buildings. The already ghastly Lui City looked more like a Shinra ghost domain. The soldiers had died in very different ways. Some had sabers plunged into them, sticking them to the walls, some had their heads chopped off, and some had been crushed to death by wheels. The entire city was filled with dead soldiers. Although he hadn't experienced the battle, he could imagine how tragic the battle had been just from the scene of the aftermath. Not far from Zhou Wen were two standing ancient soldiers. One of them had stabbed the other through the throat, while the other soldier's sword had penetrated his heart. The two of them provided each one support as they stood there, dead. Zhou Wen scanned his surroundings the entire time, but he didn't find any traces of the woman. All he could do was ask Sweetie again. "Over there!" Sweetie pointed deep into the ancient city, where he could vaguely see the palace-like buildings. Zhou Wen blinked, and in a few flashes, he was close. He saw a long stone staircase that led to the entrance of the palace-like hall. Only then did Zhou Wen see a woman advancing on the stone steps. As he could only see her back and robe, Zhou Wen wasn't sure if this woman was the woman he had seen on the city gate tower. However, the situation in Lui City was different from the information Sheng had obtained. Zhou Wen was already beginning to suspect that the calamity-grade dimensional creature that was about to appear was in Lui City. Furthermore, it was very likely the woman in front of him. The woman on the steps walked very slowly. Her long robe was dragged over the steps. Her back was beautiful. Thinking of her face, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although she's very beautiful, she's just too cold. It makes it difficult for people to get close to her. The woman didn't seem to know of Zhou Wen's arrival as she slowly walked towards the palace. The flight of stairs was long. She walked up step by step, like an ordinary person. It would probably take her quite some time to reach the palace. "Aren't you curious what she's doing?" Zhou Wen turned around and asked Sweetie, hoping that she could go over and see what was going on. "Isn't she just heading back to her room to get some rest? What's there to be curious about?" Sweetie asked in puzzlement. Zhou Wen was rendered speechless. All he could do was stand at the bottom of the steps and watch the woman slowly walk up. He didn't dare rashly head up. After walking for a while, the woman finally reached the top of the stairs and arrived in front of the palace. She stood at the top of the steps and slowly turned around. Zhou Wen immediately felt his eyes light up. It was an extremely beautiful face. Indeed, it was the person he had seen on the city gate tower. Apart from her cold expression, she was indeed a peerless beauty. The moment she stood on the steps, shouts suddenly shook the firmaments from the originally silent Lui City. The soldier corpses everywhere in the city seemed to revive as they stood up. They held their weapons and looked at Zhou Wen with dull eyes. "Charge!" Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. Before he could think carefully, he heard shouts and killing intent. Then, he saw the ancient soldiers rush towards him from all directions. Seeing the ancient soldiers reaching him, Zhou Wen waved his hand and immediately reduced the group of ancient soldiers to dust. These ancient soldiers' levels weren't high. Most of them were at the legendary stage. Occasionally, some generals would be at the epic stage. Such a level was nothing in front of Zhou Wen. He could kill a row of them with a finger. However, the ancient soldiers charged forward fearlessly. No matter how many Zhou Wen killed, there were more ancient soldiers that replaced their fallen ranks. As he had killed so many ancient soldiers, a large number of dimensional crystals and companion eggs dropped to the ground. However, their levels were too low for Zhou Wen to bother picking them up. Why are the levels of the ancient soldiers here so low? If this is really the birthplace of calamity-grade creatures, shouldn't there be many mythical and even terror-grade creatures appearing? These are all at the legendary and epic stage, other than their huge numbers. It doesn't look like the scene predating a calamity-grade creature's appearance. Zhou Wen was puzzled. "You're indeed a big baddie. Why did you kill them for no reason?" Sweetie suddenly said unhappily. "If they want to kill me, why can't I kill them?" Zhou Wen asked. "But they don't want to kill you," Sweetie said with a frown. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback, as he suddenly recalled a feeling that something was amiss. He stopped attacking. The moment Zhou Wen stopped, the soldiers immediately charged forward like a tidal wave. They quickly rushed in front of him, but they didn't attack him. They ignored him and charged past him like rapids. Zhou Wen immediately realized that their target wasn't him, but the peerless beauty standing at the top of the stone steps. Chapter 1362 Mud City. The horde of ancient soldiers resembling ants rushed up the steps, towards the beauty standing at the end of the stairs. It was as if the beauty had an endless grudge with them. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. It wasn't like he had never seen dimensional creatures fight dimensional creatures before, but to ignore humans, who had killed many of their kind and risked their lives to kill another dimensional creature was a first for Zhou Wen. As there were too many soldiers charging at him, Zhou Wen had no choice but to fly into the air and watch them swarm forward. The few generals who were leading the charge were about to reach the top of the steps. They looked eager to leap up and stab the beautiful woman with all sorts of weapons. The beautiful woman didn't dodge despite facing the legion. She only looked at the soldiers indifferently, as though all of this had nothing to do with her. Just as the swords, sabers, spears, and halberds were about to stab the beauty, the door to the palace behind her suddenly opened. A bright divine light shot out from inside. The ancient soldiers immediately disintegrated when they came into contact with the divine light. The beauty remained motionless. Her back was facing the divine light, like a fairy bathed in the morning light. The ant-like ancient soldiers were akin to ghosts encountering light as they screamed and turned to dust. Instantly, gray smoke rose everywhere in Liyue City. The scene was eerie, bizarre, and spectacular. Zhou Wen gathered his strength to resist the dazzling divine light, but he realized that the divine light didn't affect him at all. Sweetie stood there without any intention of resisting the divine light. Similarly, she was fine. The woman bathed in divine light glanced at Zhou Wen and Sweetie before turning to walk into the palace. "Are you about to be unleashed onto the world?" Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and asked. With Sweetie by his side, if he didn't ask her now, it would be useless asking her alone in the future. The woman stopped, but she didn't turn around. She only stood in the brilliant divine light and said, "If I were to be unleashed, it wouldn't just be such a scene." With that said, the woman walked through the door. The door creaked and automatically closed, cutting off the world inside the palace from the outside. Without the light, Liyue City immediately became eerie and terrifying. The ancient soldiers in the distance, that weren't illuminated by the divine light, seemed to finally regain their rationality. After discovering Zhou Wen, they roared and charged forward. The ordinary ancient soldiers were at most at the mythical stage, so Zhou Wen didn't take them to heart. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced the approaching ancient soldiers to dust. Many dimensional crystals dropped. What does that woman mean? If she were to be unleashed, it wouldn't be such a scene? From what she's saying, it doesn't seem like she's going to be released. However, there's something very problematic with what she's saying. Does she mean that if she were to appear, the disaster would be even more terrifying? Zhou Wen couldn't help but worry. The birth of a calamity had already plunged Luoyang into a deep abyss. If another one were to appear, Zhou Wen felt that his days would really be numbered. There's not much to say about Luoyang. There are too many legends and too many dangers, Zhou Wen thought to himself as he glanced at Sweetie. Seeing that she was indifferent, there was nothing he could do. He wanted Sweetie to help him kill the woman, and even rush into the palace to purge all the dimensional creatures inside, so as to eliminate this future threat. However, Sweetie wasn't at his beck and call. She even had a grudge with him. Zhou Wen could only sigh helplessly. "From the looks of it, the dimensional zone where the calamity creature will be unleashed isn't this," Sweetie said. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he heard Sweetie. "If we find the released calamity creature, will you help me eliminate it?" "Of course not. Sweetie immediately answered with certainty, and without any hesitation. You are so kind. Can you bear to see the calamity creature appear and cause suffering and misery? Jowen asked. This is a natural law. Don't you humans brutally kill many dimensional creatures? You even have to eat large numbers of creature corpses every day. According to your logic, I should kill all of you humans first to prevent any suffering and misery, Sweetie said seriously. Jowen was momentarily rendered speechless. After some thought, he realized that she wasn't wrong. If humans could hunt other creatures, why couldn't dimensional creatures hunt humans? After taking a deep look at the tightly shut door of the palace, Jowen turned around and walked out of Luoyi City. He knew very well what was happening. If he wanted to stay in Luoyang in the future, he would probably have to face the horror and the woman in Luoyi City sooner or later. After leaving Luoyi City, Jowen went to Yang City, that was relatively close. Yang City was at the bottom of the dungeon. None of the known dungeons were deeper than Yang City. Legend had it that Yang City had once been the capital of Yu the Great. Instead of saying that Yu the Great was human, it was more accurate to say that it was a myth or legend. The legend of Yu the Great's control of waters was known by everyone in the East District. Jowen had naturally heard the stories from his grandfather when he was young. Jowen even guessed that Yu the Great's control of waters was likely related to the prehistoric flood. According to the information Jowen now had, the continent was a hole back then. In order to find Earth's strongest companion beast, a dimensional ship had torn through the air and plunged through the continent to enter the depths of Earth. As for the continent, it had been torn apart due to the heavy damage, forming the 4 major districts. The 4 districts all had legends of a prehistoric flood. Jowen felt that it wasn't a coincidence. Sometimes, Jowen wondered if the flood regarding Yu the Great was really related to that flood. If it were true, things wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. The battles of Zhuolu and the investiture of the gods were indeed the most famous legendary battles in the East District. However, if one thought about it carefully, it seemed to be a very well-concealed legendary war. For some reason, the details hadn't been passed down. During Yu the Great's control of the water, he led the human clans, splitting mountains and rivers along the way, slaying countless terrifying creatures. If the legend was true, where did those terrifying creatures come from? Why did Yu the Great have the ability to kill them? In the myth that Jowen knew, the godly sea-steadying needle used by the Monkey King was a tool that Yu the Great had used to measure the water's depth. The legendary godly sea-steadying needle weighed 13,500 Jin. It was impossible for an ordinary person to lift it, much less use it to measure the depth of the water. It was an unsettling thought. Jowen felt even more reverent towards the Yang City dimensional zone. If Sweetie hadn't been with him, he wouldn't have dared enter regardless. He arrived at the deepest dungeon in Yang City. It was somewhat different from what Jowen had imagined. This city wasn't built with bricks or rock, but a mud city. Chapter 1363 Unable to snap photos. The city walls of Yang City were basically made of clay bricks, but they looked extremely hard. The red-yellow clay bricks seemed rather hard. Although they had been through the ravages of time, they only appeared mottled. The entire structure looked extremely strong, giving it a simple and grand aura. There's something iffy about this place, Sweetie suddenly said before Jowen could approach the Yang City gates. Jowen was slightly taken aback as he turned to look at Sweetie. He saw her staring at the Yang City door with a look of disgust. How so? Is there danger inside? Jowen was secretly alarmed. Sweetie was God. If even God felt that it was dangerous, then Yang City was probably even more terrifying than he imagined. No, I just sense an irritating aura, Sweetie said after some thought. An irritating aura? What do you mean? As Jowen spoke, he carefully sized up Yang City. The architectural style of Yang City could be considered crude and Spartan from a modern perspective. A large number of buildings were made of clay. From the outside, one could vaguely see the roofs of some wooden buildings, but they didn't look exquisite. Most of them were ancient and simple. Truth listener's ability couldn't extend into Yang City. All it could do was observe its external appearance. There was redness in the clay bricks and a faint fragrance. Jowen sniffed carefully and confirmed that the very faint fragrance was coming from the clay bricks and not the wood. Are you talking about the smell in the mud city walls? Jowen asked Sweetie. He also felt a little uneasy, but if the calamity creature was really born in Yang City, he could only enter to take a look. Of course, that was under the premise that Sweetie was willing to enter. If she wasn't willing to enter, Jowen planned on returning. In a land that even God wasn't willing to step into, Jowen wasn't so fearless as to sacrifice himself. No, there's something in the city that I hate, said Sweetie. What is it? A creature or something? Jowen continued asking. I don't know. Anyway, I don't like it. Sweetie looked at Yang City in disgust. She didn't seem to want to look at it a second time. Sweetie only said that she didn't like it, making Jowen feel a little more at ease. Although Sweetie didn't like looking at Yang City, he carefully sized it up again and again. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. In front of the Mud City gate was an erected log. He originally imagined that it was a flagpole. On closer inspection, he realized that there was a tiny palm symbol engraved on the log. "I've finally found it." Zhou Wen didn't wish to enter Yang City to begin with. Now that he had found the tiny palm symbol, there was no need for him to take the risk. He could download Yang City and slowly grind when he returned. "Stand over there," Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the log. "What for?" Sweetie looked over. There was only a log, nothing else. "I'll take a picture for you as a commemoration." Zhou Wen picked up his ordinary phone and took a picture of Sweetie. "What's taking pictures?" Sweetie asked in puzzlement. "It's leaving your appearance on the phone." Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, he realized that he couldn't continue because he couldn't snap a picture of Sweetie on his phone. "You use your terror form?" Zhou Wen asked Sweetie. "No." Sweetie shook her head. "That's strange. Why can't I take a picture of you?" Zhou Wen attempted to take another picture, but the outcome was the same. It was as though Sweetie didn't exist. Apart from Sweetie, there was everything else in the picture. "Why do you take photos?" Sweetie looked at the photo taken on Zhou Wen's phone and roughly understood what a photo was. "There are many reasons. Most of them are for the sake of retaining beautiful scenes. For example, when one encounters a beautiful scene, he wants to take a picture to let himself see it in the future. Or perhaps it's something that's very meaningful. For example, when a child is young, his parents would take pictures of him. When he grows up, he can still see his childhood. Or perhaps it's a couple taking pictures of each other. When they have no choice but to separate, they can take a look at each other's pictures when they miss each other." Zhou Wen explained. "I see. Then take another picture for me." Sweetie's interest seemed piqued. Zhou Wen took a few more photos of Sweetie, but the outcome was the same. No matter how many photos he took, Sweetie couldn't be captured. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to snap a picture of the tiny palm symbol with his mysterious phone before putting it away to slowly download the dungeon. Sweetie seemed to be trying as well. She tried to let herself be captured, but it was completely impossible. Even if she restrained her strength, she still couldn't be captured. "I remember now. Ghosts can't be captured by cameras." Sweetie wanted to continue trying, but Zhou Wen was tired of taking pictures. He hadn't wanted to take pictures of Sweetie to begin with. He was just afraid that Sweetie would be interested in his snapping of the tiny palm symbol. He just wanted to mislead her. "No, I have to take a picture." Sweetie was pumped. She wanted Zhou Wen to give her the phone so that she could take a picture herself. Zhou Wen thought to himself, "Thankfully, I was afraid that my phone would be damaged, so I stocked up quite a number of phones in the chaos space." He handed a phone to Sweetie. While watching Zhou Wen operate it, she had already learned how to take pictures. She let the phone hang in the air as she took pictures of herself. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. There's a front-facing camera installed in your phone. You just need to switch to the selfie mode." Zhou Wen walked over and taught Sweetie how to take selfies on her phone. Sweetie naturally learned it quickly, but the photos she took didn't show her body. Zhou Wen waited for a while. Seeing that the dungeon hadn't been downloaded, he planned on returning. He still had some places he hadn't been to. Before he could persuade Sweetie, he saw a figure rushing over. "Thank heavens I've finally found you, young Master Wen. Adjutant and told me to find you and tell you to return immediately." The person was an officer traveling at extremely fast speeds. Beneath the military cap was a pair of wolf ears. He had probably advanced to the mythical stage using a wolf-type mythical serum. "Something happened in Luoyang?" Zhou Wen was alarmed. "No, Adjutant and told me to tell you not to worry. It's fine at home, but you have to return immediately. He has something important to discuss with you," the officer said as he panted. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen turned around and left. And Sheng knew the reason for him being here, but he was in such a rush to send someone to him. Clearly, it was an emergency. When Zhou Wen got back, Hermit, Cave Era, and company were already in the dimensional zone in the capital of the gods. Furthermore, they had ventured rather deep. "Director General Wei, it's up to your bureau next," Hermit said to Wei Gu, who was standing beside him in front of a strange building that was as huge as a tower. Chapter 1364 Evil is one thought away from good. "Follow the plan," Wei Gu ordered expressionlessly. "Yes." A few sensors from the bureau carefully walked towards the tower. Hermit and Cave Era watched from the side. Only after the sensors entered the tower did Cave Era look at Wei Gu and say, "Director General Wei, those are likely the capable generals of the bureau, right? If they were to die here, the bureau would probably suffer heavy losses." Wei Gu said respectfully. "Your Excellency, you are reading too much into it. As a censor, they understand the Federation's need for sacrifices. Furthermore, I'm very confident in my subordinates. They will definitely return safely." Cave Era and Hermit exchanged looks and didn't say anything else. In fact, they knew very well that it was impossible for the censors to return. They were offerings to begin with. Only with their sacrifices could the plan continue. Wei Gu knew this very well, but in order to advance his guardian, he would rather have his subordinates die. Furthermore, he didn't even blink. It was as though the deaths of his subordinates were no different from the death of an ant. Cave Era found it difficult to understand how such a cold, selfish, and cruel fellow could make all the inspectors follow him loyally. Furthermore, they obeyed his orders wholeheartedly. Not long after, they heard tragic cries coming from the tower. A strange light lit up at the top of the strange tower. "It's finally here!" Hermit looked at the light at the top of the tower as excitement flashed in his eyes. "Is that the legendary heaven?" Wei Gu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gradually glowing tower and muttered to himself. Hermit nodded and said, "That's right. That place is indeed heaven. The Empress used devas to sense the land where Buddha is worshipped. It's known as the place closest to heaven. There are also people who call him the Sky-Split Buddha." Wei Gu stared at heaven and continued asking, "According to what I know, that Empress is only an ordinary human. No matter how honorable her status was back then, she shouldn't have become in existence like an immortal or Buddha, right? An Empress of the human world really doesn't have the right to become a mythical, much less be in existence, that can reach the calamity grade after death." Hermit paused and said, "But the one in heaven isn't that Empress." "Not the Empress?" Wei Gu was slightly taken aback, his face filled with puzzlement. Be it capital of the gods or heaven, they were both unique to the Empress. It was hard to believe that the owner of this place wasn't her. Apart from her, who else had the right to claim sovereignty in the capital of the gods and occupy heaven? As the two of them spoke, the light in heaven intensified, almost enveloping the huge tower like heaven. Hermit was in a good mood as he stared at heaven and explained, "No matter how strong a human is, they are at most legendary or epic. It's impossible for them to advance to the mythical stage. That Empress is also a human, so she naturally won't be an exception. Furthermore, even if she becomes a mythical, it's impossible for her to live to this day, much less advance to the calamity grade." When Wei Gu heard Hermit's words, he looked at the light around heaven. It seemed to stir something in him, but he had no intention of saying it. Hermit saw Wei Ji's expression and knew that he had guessed something. Therefore he said, "Since you have already thought of something, say it out and let me see if you are right." Wei Gu pondered for a moment before saying, "I heard that there's a Buddha statue in Dragon Gate Grotto named Lakana Buddha. It's carved with the likeness of the Empress." Hermit immediately laughed when he heard Wei Gu say that. "You are indeed a smart person. Lasana means shining light, and the name that the Empress gave herself has the word Zhao. It basically has the same meaning as Lakana. So there's really a Lakana Buddha in heaven?" Wei Ji's expression changed slightly. If the person in heaven was really Lakana Buddha, it would be terrifying. Buddha had 3 bodies, and Lakana Buddha was one of them. It was known as Reward Body Buddha, and it was an intelligent Buddha that signified absolute truth. To put it in layman's terms, the Lakana Buddha and the famous Gautama Buddha were 2 of the 3 Buddhas in one body. They could be considered one of the top Buddhas in Buddhism. Buddha has a benevolent heart. If it's really Lakana Buddha, why would he need to use living people as a sacrifice? Wei Gu felt that Hermit's words were somewhat flawed. "Director General Wei, have you never heard of the saying that Buddha comes from the heart?" Hermit continued. "The so-called Buddha is a mirror, but this Buddha mirror reflects not a person, but the heart. If you are kind-hearted, Buddha is good. If you are evil-hearted, Buddha is 100 times more evil than you. Evil is just one thought away from good," Wei Gu said as though he had figured something out. "Therefore, if this calamity creature were to appear peacefully, he might be a kind Buddha that won't cause too much of a disaster?" "That's right," Hermit said with a smile. "That's naturally not what I want to see. Therefore, I got you to bring someone here to prevent him from becoming a kind Buddha. I need him to become a terrifying devil." As the two of them spoke, the Buddhistic glow in heaven was so intense that it was unbearable to look at. There was a door opening, as though someone had walked out of heaven. Wei Gu focused his gaze. The person he discovered was a bhikkhuni wearing a white monk robe. She walked over step by step, as though cleansed the pure moonlight. She didn't look like the devil Hermit had mentioned. "She doesn't look like a devil," Wei Gu said as he looked at the bhikkhuni. "Of course not. If she's already a devil, we won't be able to escape death," Hermit said indifferently. "However, after she leaves the capital of the gods, she will definitely become a devil." "Why?" Wei Gu was even more puzzled. "Because you are here," Hermit laughed. "Me?" Wei Gu was slightly taken aback. Hermit looked at Wei Gu and said, "Yes, it's you. If your heart is like Buddha, Buddha will be here. If your heart is like a devil, the devil will naturally descend into this world. If a person with a devil's heart like Director General Wei were to have an affinity with that bhikkhuni, she would definitely become a devil. What do you need me to do? Wei Gu asked. Nothing at all. All you need to do is wait for her to leave the capital of the gods and let her see you. Seeing Wei Ji's confused expression, Hermit said with a smile. You don't understand? Then don't bother thinking about it. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Let's wait for her outside the capital of the gods. Cave Era had already activated her temporal powers to take Wei Gu and Hermit out of the capital of the gods. As for the Bikuni, she continued walking forward slowly. Wherever she passed, the ghost-like ancient soldiers turned back to dust as though they had been liberated. Chapter 1365 Two Birds with One Stone. Director General Wei Gu. As long as you are in Luoyang, Luoyang will become a dead city. No one will be able to escape. Everyone will sense the brilliance of Buddha and be sent to paradise. Hermit said to Wei Gu as he looked at the ancient soldiers crawling out of the ground. Although I'm very willing to sacrifice my life for the Federation, I still wish to remain useful and dedicate my life to the Federation and you. Therefore, I still wish to return alive. Wei Gu didn't budge his feet at all. Hermit knew that it was impossible to get Wei Gu to take such a risk if he couldn't convince him. Therefore, he explained, the censors who sacrificed themselves to Buddha are all your men. You were also the one who gave the order to let them enter heaven. By using them as sacrifices, the Bikuni, who has awakened, is already tainted by their obsession. Although they haven't reached the point of becoming devils, a sliver of a catalyst has been planted. As for you, you are the person who can spark off the catalyst because of that obsession. Therefore, as long as you are in Luoyang City, the Bikuni will definitely go to Luoyang City. Once she sees you and senses you, a person ridden with sin, becoming a devil is inevitable. Of course, you don't have to worry. I've already prepared a path of retreat for you. When the Bikuni becomes a devil, it will be time for you to retreat with your job done. Hermit said as he looked at Cave Era. Cave Era took out a pocket watch and handed it to Wei Gu. This is a temporal pocket watch I made. After Bikuni becomes a devil, you can use it to return to a designated time and place I set, the headquarters of our League of Guardians. Thank you, Your Excellency Cave Era. Wei Gu solemnly put away the pocket watch. Go. When I return to the headquarters, I'll help your Balrog advance to the Terror grade. Your future achievements will be limitless. Hermit said. I still have to thank the two of you for your help. I'll go now. Wei Gu took a few steps and suddenly turned his head. Your Excellency, is there any taboo when using this temporal watch? I'm afraid I'll use it wrongly later. If you are worried, you can give it a try. Cave Era said indifferently. Please enlighten me. Wei Gu was very careful. How could he be careless in matters that determine life and death? Cave Era gave him the usage details. Wei Gu pressed it, and his body immediately vanished. After a few seconds, his figure appeared again. Your Excellency's temporal powers are indeed divine. You can travel great distances in an instant. It's like a god's help. Praised Wei Gu. If there's no problem, go quickly. The Bikuni is about to come out. Cave Era said with a cold expression, as though she was very unhappy that Wei Gu hadn't trusted her. Wei Gu knew that she was unhappy, so he didn't ask for a snub. He bowed and headed for Luoyang City. After Wei Gu vanished into Luoyang City, Cave Era said, You were right. This person is too cautious. Thankfully, the temporal pocket watch I gave him was real, or it would have been troublesome. There's nothing wrong with the temporal pocket watch, right? Hermit asked. No problem. Everything is under my control. Without my power to activate it, the temporal pocket watch is useless. It's useless even if he has it. Furthermore, he can let me know his location. Cave Era hesitated for a moment before saying, Why must he die? Although such a person is very annoying, he's indeed very useful. If he doesn't die at the hands of the Bikuni, how can she truly become a devil? Hermit said indifferently. He's just a dog. As long as we are willing, there will be more people willing to work for us at any time. Furthermore, he's too ambitious. It's not suitable for such a person to stay in this position for long. Otherwise, the Bureau will become his private property. Must we go through him when we use the Bureau in the future? Cave Era thought that it made sense. From this operation, it could be seen that Wei Ji's title of Monarch B was definitely not groundless. The censors were almost subservient to Wei Gu. They even went against their orders. Without Wei Ji's orders, it would probably be difficult for them to do anything. This time, we can deal with the Yin family in Luoyang and reshuffle the Bureau. It will be killing two birds with one stone. We should celebrate later, Hermit said with a smile. As the two of them spoke, the Bikuni had already walked out of the dungeon. At the instant she walked out, a large number of the undead crawled out of the ground in Luoyang. Luoyang City was immediately thrown into pandemonium. The ancient soldiers outside could still withstand the attacks, but at their feet, many ancient soldiers suddenly crawled out. It immediately threw the Sunset Army into disarray. They began engaging in melee combat, and the battle situation became extremely tragic. Just as Hermit had expected, the Bikuni headed for Luoyang City, as though she was pursuing Wei Gu. Wherever she passed, the dead people who crawled out of the ground transformed into a Buddhistic glow that rose into the sky. Their faces revealed looks of relief, as though they had been liberated. As for the living people near her, they weren't affected. When they saw the scene, the soldiers and experts guarding the city were overjoyed. They imagined that rescue had arrived. The present Bikuni will only redeem the dead, but after she becomes a devil, she will redeem the living as well. I hope they can still smile when that happens, Hermit said indifferently. If Entienzo wasn't so overbearing and domineering and ignorant of the times, he wouldn't have implicated everyone in this city, said Cave Era with a sigh. The success of a general is built up of 10,000 bones. Fate has never been one's. If anything is to be blamed, blame them for following the wrong person, Hermit said coldly and mercilessly. The Bikuni walked towards Luoyang step by step. Large swaths of ancient soldiers were being sent to their deaths. When she arrived outside Luoyang City, people imagined that their savior had arrived. They opened the gates to welcome the Bikuni in. Humans are just that ignorant, Hermit said with an odd expression. After the Bikuni entered the city, the large number of undead that had crawled out of the ground was redeemed by her strength as they ascended to heaven. The pressure on them immediately decreased. Although the power of the dead wasn't enough to destroy Luoyang, they were everywhere. They could appear from anywhere, causing a huge impact on ordinary people. Even someone as strong as Li Xian couldn't ensure the safety of the entire Li family. Many dead people crawled out from the ground. He couldn't flatten the Li family's residence with a single punch after all. Furthermore, many people from the Li family were fighting the dead. The Bikuni's power ignored everything and purified the dead, sending them to heaven. As for the living, they weren't injured at all. Stay happy. The happier you are now, the more miserable you will cry in a while. Hermit snorted coldly and asked Cave Era. Where's Wei Gu? Somewhere closer to the back. Cave Era sensed the location of the pocket watch. Why did he run so far? Hermit frowned slightly. He probably doesn't dare to approach Overseer Manor too closely for fear of being discovered. It's good to be careful to prevent him from being discovered and chased out, said Cave Era. The two of them could only watch Bikuni walk across the streets and redeem large swaths of the undead. She walked faster and faster, and her strength increased. She was almost completely transformed. Chapter 1366 The Devil, Who Wants to Annihilate the Devil. With the Bikuni making the trip, most of the undead in Luoyang City had been cleared. The remaining few who were relatively far away and hadn't been cleared didn't pose much of a threat. He's almost there, Cave Era said to Hermit as she sensed the location of the temporal pocket watch. Hermit's eyes were filled with excitement, as though he was looking forward to seeing the process of the Bikuni becoming a devil. Just as the Bikuni was about to reach Wei Gu, she suddenly stopped. Here it comes! Hermit's heart raced as adrenaline involuntarily pumped through his veins. His palms turned moist from excitement. Suddenly, the Bikuni turned around without any warning and walked back the way she came. What's going on? Isn't Wei Gu there? Hermit was slightly taken aback as he hurriedly asked Cave Era. He should be there. The temporal pocket watch is there. Cave Era felt that something was amiss. No, he's not there, Hermit said with certainty. He kept looking around, but he didn't discover anything. As for the Bikuni, she was getting faster and faster. She had already rushed out of Luoyang and was heading straight for them. Wei Gu, come out! I know you are here, Hermit shouted with a frown. Since you know where I am, come over yourself. Wei Ji's voice came from behind them. Hermit's body was like a phantom as he shot out a cold beam. The cold beam shattered the forest, but Wei Gu was nowhere to be seen. Your Excellency Hermit, that's not right of you. You actually treat one of your own like this. From the looks of it, I should let you have my title of Monarch B. Wei Ji's voice came from another spot. This time, Cave Era used time acceleration to reach the spot, but she still didn't see anyone. Hermit and Cave Era exchanged looks and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was impossible for Wei Gu to have such abilities. The guardian, Balrog, he had contracted was fire elemental. Its explosive strength was very potent, but it shouldn't be good at speed. Balrog, come out! Hermit shouted coldly. Balrog was a guardian who came from the League of Guardians. He was a member of the League of Guardians to begin with. Even if Wei Gu wanted to betray him, Balrog would still accept the order. Without Balrog, Wei Gu was nothing. Are you looking for it? Wei Ji's voice sounded again, but this time, he walked out from behind a boulder. He extended one hand and pointed his fingers at the sky. In his palm was a dancing, mysterious flame. The flame looked like an enchanting woman dancing. It exuded danger and mystery. Terra Grade! Hermit and Cave Era's expressions changed when they saw the flames. Wei Gu had actually advanced Balrog to the Terra Grade. This was originally impossible. Balrog's weakness didn't seem to be resolvable to date. Balrog, what are you doing? Immediately terminate the contract with Wei Ge. Cave Era still wanted to order Balrog, but Balrog didn't react at all. It continued dancing in Wei Ji's palm. There's no need to say another word. Why do you think I chose the mythical Balrog? It's not because she will be strong in the future, but because only then will I have a chance of controlling her. I like to be in control of everything, Wei Ge said calmly. A pity. You did something dangerous that you can't control, Hermit said, as a collapsible fan appeared in his hand. With a move of the fan, a fan-shaped beam shot at Wei Ge. Wei Ge retracted his fingers as the flames in his palm shattered, turning into purple flames that enveloped his body. At that moment, the beam had already arrived in front of him. Beams of light shot into the purple flames, boring open huge holes through the humanoid figure inside, but there weren't any of Wei Ji's tragic cries. Soon, the purple flames returned to their humanoid form. They appeared like a fluid purple flamed robe that Wei Ge donned. The first impression flames give is heat and explosion, but that's not all of it. Flames also have a gentle side. As Wei Ge spoke, Cave Era had already used time acceleration to appear in front of him. With her hands and feet, she struck Wei Ge repeatedly with terror great power. Wei Ji's body swayed like flames as he dodged Cave Era's extremely fast attack. The attack that he couldn't dodge struck Wei Ge, but it only shook the flames and quickly returned to its original state. Wei Ge seemed to be dancing a gorgeous tango amidst the flames. Hermit and Cave Era's combined attacks failed to injure him at all. The flames were like nothingness and didn't have any strength. Any force that struck it only made the flames bend around and not injure him. I only extracted the nothingness of fire, not its fiery intensity. I do what's unexpected. Even you won't be able to harm me after I turn into nothingness, Wei Ge said calmly. Why have you betrayed us? Hermit knew that he had to finish off Wei Ge before the Bikuni arrived. Otherwise, once she came, she would become a devil upon approaching Wei Ge. When that happened, even they would probably perish. The temporal pocket watch you gave me can't save my life, Wei Ge said. If you betrayed us because of this, we can negotiate nicely. Now that you have the right to negotiate with us, you can naturally receive the treatment you deserve. In the future, the League will still need talent like you, Hermit said. I'm just telling you that I know of this matter, but that isn't the cause. Wei Ge directly denied Hermit. Then what's the reason? Cave Era couldn't help but ask. She originally imagined that Wei Ge had betrayed them because he knew of their plan. Wei Ge looked up at the starry sky and said, Because from the beginning, I was just a devil who wanted to destroy devils. Haha, what a joke. Are your hands stained with human blood? Are you going to tell me that you are actually a good person? Hermit laughed. Wei Ge said indifferently, I've never been a good person. I'm just a devil who likes to play games with devils. Now, it's time to end this game. You're right. It's time to end this game. Hermit took a step forward. The surrounding mountain ranges, forests, and rivers suddenly lit up. The matter in the natural world, mountains, rivers, wind, and fire, actually formed a formation similar to the 8 trigrams. Do you think I came to Luoyang without making any preparations? I originally left a backup plan to deal with in Tianzhua and Zhouwen, but now, I'll use it on you. Wind, fire, and everything in the world are in my myriad form 8 trigrams array. Even if you turn into nothingness, flames need a medium. A flame wisp like yours won't be able to escape my myriad form 8 trigrams array. It will only lead to destruction. Accompanying Hermit's voice, the surrounding mountains and rivers lit up. The power formed by everything surrounded Wei Ge from all directions. Have you ever heard of a single spark wrecking a plane? The flaming muslin over Wei Ji's body fluttered like the purple flames of a bonfire that surged into the sky. It was beautiful and dangerous. Chapter 1367 Becoming a Devil or Buddha. The flames on the muslin robe turned into butterflies that flew out. Everything that touched the flames burned. The surroundings instantly turned into a purple flaming world. Flaming forest, flaming rivers, flaming mountains, everything was ignited. The original myriad form 8 trigrams array had turned into a pure flaming array. Hermit's expression changed drastically as he attempted to stop the myriad form 8 trigrams array from circulating, but he realized that it was completely useless. It brought with it endless energy, making it unstoppable. Seeing that the Bikuni was already approaching, Hermit and Cave Era attempted to rush out, but they realized that they were trapped in the myriad form 8 trigrams array. Unable to rush out, they were truly trapped. Didn't you just say that the myriad form 8 trigrams array contains all matter in the world? Your strength is naturally included, so you can't leave either. Don't you remember what you said? Wei Ge said with a smile. Wei Ge, why aren't you uncasting your fire powers to escape? After the Bikuni becomes a devil, the first person to be killed will be you, Hermit said. Have you seen a devil who's afraid of death? To have two of you die with me is considered a blessing for me, Wei Ge said indifferently. The Bikuni was close. Hermit and Cave Era couldn't afford to waste any more time. They attacked Wei Ge with all their might, hoping to break through the array and escape. However, Wei Ji's Nihility Fire didn't focus on powerful explosive strength. Instead, it focused on burning and nothingness. It took an unorthodox path and reached an extreme effect. If it was a fair battle, Wei Ge might not be able to defeat Cave Era, but it wouldn't be easy for them to injure Wei Ge. Furthermore, they didn't have the time. Cave Era and Hermit were alarmed and furious as they shouted, "Wei Ge, why aren't you uncasting the array? Do you really want to die together? What benefits will mutual destruction bring you? I'll tell you a secret regarding Balrog, allowing your Balrog to really have a chance of advancing to the Calamity grade. Open!" The veins on Hermit's forehead protruded as he roared. However, Wei Ge remained unmoved. He danced in the flaming world like a flaming butterfly. No matter how terrifying Hermit and Cave Era's attacks were, they couldn't injure him at all. At that moment, the Bikuni finally walked into the array, but the flames of the array were surprisingly unable to touch her robes. She walked all the way as though she was untainted by the mortal world. It's over. Hermit and Cave Era's hearts turned cold. However, Wei Ge remained calm as before. He transformed into flames and arrived near the Bikuni. Come! It's extremely comforting to know that I'm lucky enough to let a Buddha degenerate into a devil. Wei Ge spread open his hands and waited for the Bikuni to become a devil, like a devil lord who nurtured devils with blood. Hermit and Cave Era were alarmed. Even they couldn't completely suppress their fear of death. The Bikuni was a calamity-grade existence. If she became a devil here, all of them would die. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. However, in the next second, the Bikuni's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Wei Ge froze. The Bikuni looked at Wei Ge and calmly sat down. She slowly closed her eyes as her body emitted a Buddhistic glow. Her body gradually changed into the appearance of Buddha. The Buddhistic glow illuminated everything. Everything that encountered the Buddhistic glow returned to its original natural state. The flames extinguished as the trees bloomed and the river flowed. Greenery spread over the mountains as flowers bloomed everywhere. She is about to become a Buddha. Hermit was indescribably shocked. He really couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. A person like Wei Ge who had his hands stained with blood had actually made her become a Buddha instead of a devil when facing him. No! Impossible. Wei Ge was dumbfounded as well. How could a person like him be someone who could make the Bikuni Buddha? Even he didn't believe that he was a good person. More importantly, once the Bikuni became a Buddha, she would be harmless and wouldn't harm anyone. It was very likely that she would tear through the air and leave Earth immediately. Without the help of the Bikuni, Wei Ge was no match for Cave Era and Hermit. All his plans were in vain. Wei Ge gritted his teeth and rushed forward to use his flames to burn the Bikuni, hoping to use violence to degenerate her into a devil. However, when his flames burned on the Bikuni, her Buddhistic glow intensified as her body rapidly transformed into a Buddha. King become a devil! Wei Ge angrily threw a punch at the Bikuni's face, but his fist was blocked by the Buddhistic glow over the Bikuni's body. The Bikuni had already transformed into Buddha. She nodded at Wei Ge with a smile before slowly rising into the void under the Buddhistic glow. She tore out of Earth and vanished. The scene of calamity that accompanied her vanished. The feeling in Wei Ji's heart was indescribable. He mechanically turned to look at Cave Era and Hermit, only to see them looking at him with killing intent written all over their faces. Furthermore, they had already surrounded him. Will you believe me if I say that this is all a misunderstanding? Wei Ge said wryly. Yes? Hermit stared coldly at Wei Ge and blocked his escape. Cave Era stood in front of Wei Ge with a nasty expression. If not for the accident, their lives would have been ended by Wei Ge. Director General Wei, I've really underestimated you. However, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely do my best to send you to the place you wish to go. Hermit's expression was sinister, as a strange light swirled around his body. The power of his terror transformation had already been pushed to its limits. Wei Ge cursed inwardly. The heavens really want me dead. To think that I wanted a close victory, but I lost before I could even start. There's no need to trouble the two of you about sending him where he wants to go. A figure appeared beside Wei Ge. Zhou Wen. Hermit and Cave Era's expressions changed. What a coincidence. I thought you wouldn't make it. Wei Ge finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Wen. As Wei Ge had received the news too late and couldn't contact Zhou Wen, he had no choice but to think of a way to take the risk to send the news to Ansheng. It was unknown if Ansheng believed him, the monarch bee. It was also a question if he could contact Zhou Wen and get him to return. He originally didn't have much hope, but he never expected Zhou Wen to really rush back. I've been back for quite some time. I couldn't bear to disturb you when I saw how engrossed you were in your performance, so I watched for a while. Zhou Wen answered. Wei Gu looked at Zhou Wen in a daze. Now, he had the urge to get the female Buddha to take Zhou Wen away. One each. You get first dibs. Zhou Wen gripped his bamboo blade tightly, and looked at Cave Era and Hermit. I'm not a particular person, nor am I a gentleman. Leave hitting women to me, Wei Gu said as he looked at Cave Era. Alright, this is mine. Zhou Wen walked towards Cave Era. Chapter 1368 Battling Hermit. Let's go, Hermit said before turning into a beam of light to escape. Did I say that you can leave? Zhou Wen didn't chase after him, as he said coldly. Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Hermit stopped. Hermit floated in midair with a look of horror. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, as blood spewed out from his stump. When the severed arm fell from the sky, it was like tofu that had landed on invisible blades. When it landed on the ground, it had already turned into a pile of fragments. The reason Zhou Wen didn't appear immediately wasn't that he wanted to watch Wei Ji's performance. During that period of time, he had already used the invisible sword aura to set up the minor heavenly cycle stellar array and seal off the area. Thankfully, Hermit was lucky. His arm was the first thing that slammed into it. If his head had hit it, he would have been split into two. He wouldn't even have the chance to react. Hermit didn't dare move, because he didn't know where the motionless invisible sword beams were. Rashly charging over was no different from courting death. Cave Era's figure flashed as she attempted to approach Hermit. She wanted to take him back to the headquarters of the League of Guardians with her temporal powers. I'm your opponent! Purple flames danced like butterflies that filled the sky, sealing Cave Era's path. Wei Ji's flaming figure appeared behind her. Previously, because he knew that he wasn't a match for Cave Era and Hermit's combined forces, Wei Gu had only dodged and had never taken the initiative to attack. Cave Era counterattacked. Under the effects of time acceleration, the palm was unbelievably fast. When it struck Wei Gu, it immediately penetrated a hole in his body. However, Wei Gu only smiled. Instead of retreating, he advanced as though he didn't feel any pain. He came in front of Cave Era and reached out to grab her face. As for Cave Era's entire arm, it penetrated Wei Ji's body. Alarmed, Cave Era quickly retreated, causing Wei Ji's extended palm to miss. Wei Ji's body was like flames. After Cave Era's arm retreated, his body was automatically restored as one. The flames flickered as Wei Gu seemed to really transform into flames. Wherever the fire butterfly appeared, he could instantly reach it like a ghost. Unfortunately, Cave Era's temporal powers couldn't be underestimated. Although Wei Ji's attacks were strange, he failed to touch Cave Era. Zhou Wen, you have to think it through carefully. Do you really want to become enemies with the League of Guardians? Do you know how many Guardians there are in the entire Federation? Do you know how many people want to have Guardians? As long as you are willing, you can become one of us and have the best Guardian, Hermit said to Zhou Wen with a changing expression. Guardian? What kind of Guardian can you provide me? Mythical? Terror? Or Calamity? Zhou Wen didn't move, but the minor heavenly cycle stellar sword array formed by invisible sword beams had already begun circulating as it tore through the air and attacked Hermit. The airflow and sonic booms caused by the moving invisible sword beams gave Hermit a way to determine the attacks. As he dodged and blocked the invisible sword beams, he said, A powerhouse like you naturally has to contract with the top terror grade Guardian. It also won't be difficult for you to advance to the Calamity grade in the future. Zhou Wen said indifferently, I didn't even agree to contract a Calamity grade Guardian. Do you think I'll want your terror grade Guardian? Hermit suddenly transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Instantly, he passed through the layers of invisible blades and arrived hundreds of meters away. Zhou Wen, you are still too young. It's the unknown that people fear. You shouldn't have let those invisible sword beams circulate and let me figure out their location. The next time we meet will be your death, Hermit said as he accelerated. Ah! Just as Hermit finished speaking, he let out a tragic cry. His face seemed to slam into an invisible blade as half his facial skin was sliced off. As he couldn't dodge in time, a piece of his shoulder was sliced off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Keep talking, Zhou Wen said to Hermit. Hermit's face was livid. He was already severely injured before Zhou Wen had really struck. His combat strength had been halved. Zhou Wen, don't force me. Hermit knew that he was in a hopeless situation when he saw that Cave Era was held back by Wei Gu and was unable to help him. I've never seen others fight to the death. I just want to see it for myself, Zhou Wen said unhurriedly. With the minor heavenly cycle stellar sword array trapping Hermit, it was impossible for Hermit to escape. Zhou Wen wanted to know how strong the four heavenly kings of the League of Guardians were. Fine! Hermit's eyes turned ferocious as the guardian armor on his body emitted a demonic glow. Behind the armor, arm after arm formed. In the blink of an eye, a wheel made of more than 1,000 arms appeared behind Hermit. The palm on the arm was clenched. When the palm opened, one could see eyes growing in the palm. They looked extremely demonic and terrifying. Why does this fellow's guardian armor look a little like the one in myths and legends? Zhou Wen looked at the thousand-handed, thousand-eyed guardian armor and revealed a thoughtful expression. As for Cave Era, who was fighting elsewhere, she was pleasantly surprised when she saw the changes in Hermit's armor. Hermit has already reached such a stage without anyone noticing. The Guardian has already completely undergone terror transformation. He's just one step away from advancing to the Calamity grade. Such a Hermit gave Cave Era a sliver of hope. If Hermit could defeat Zhou Wen, their plan today wouldn't be considered a complete failure. As Zhou Wen was in thought, Hermit's body emitted a strange glow that condensed into a thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Bodhisattva projection. The figure was hundreds of meters tall, and its glow illuminated 100 kilometers. Even Luoyang City in the distance could clearly see the terrifying figure. What's that? The legendary thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Bodhisattva. Doesn't that mean? Then who's fighting? Everyone discussed spiritedly. The terrifying might emitted by the thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Bodhisattva made one's heart tremble. Should we reinforce young Master One? And Shum couldn't help but worry when he saw that Hermit could produce such terrifying strength. There's no need, Lung Zongjing said indifferently, as he continued sitting in the city. Hermit muttered something as the thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Bodhisattva spoke like it was reading scriptures. It held the sky with its palms, as its eyes emitted divine light. Destruction was left in the wake of the terrifying divine light, as though it wanted to destroy the world. Zhou Wen, go to hell! With Hermit's roar, the thousand hands and thousand eyes aimed at Zhou Wen. Instantly, divine light condensed as a beam that resembled a blazing sun instantly arrived in front of Zhou Wen. The dazzling light seemed to devour everything. Boom! While everyone was reeling in shock, they saw sword beams cascade down like a galaxy. Chapter 1369. The sunlight here is too glaring. Countless sword beams condensed into something corporeal, as if a galaxy was pouring out and colliding with the terrifying beam of light. Clang! 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 The sound of steel nails piercing wooden planks sounded. Countless sword beams tore through the beam of light and surged upward, shattering the beam of light. The noble and terrifying figure, which resembled a thousand-armed and thousand-eyed Bodhisattva, instantly shattered like glass under the countless sword beams' impact. Ah! Under the assault of countless sword beams, Hermit's body was drowned by the sword stream. His tragic scream stopped just as his body and his guardian armor shattered and dissipated in a torrent. The terrifying Bodhisattva's figure vanished. Only the galaxy-like sword stream revolved around Zhou Wen like a dazzling star. Cave Era was horrified. She had never seen such a terrifying attack at the terror level in her life. Even a mortal probably didn't have such terrifying destructive power. Hermit's thousand-handed, thousand-eyed power was considered top-notch destructive power at the terror grade, but it was as weak as tofu around Zhou Wen's sword stream. What terrifying power was this? Without any hesitation, Cave Era used her temporal powers and instantly vanished. She didn't dare stay another second. Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle stellar array had already scared her guts out. Hermit, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is nothing much. Can he last a little longer? Zhou Wen said in disappointment. He said such a thing because he hadn't considered that using the minor heavenly cycle stellar array was no longer a one-on-one battle. It was equivalent to countless terror-grade creatures ganking Hermit. It would be strange if Hermit could withstand them. Wei Gu looked at Zhou Wen and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He thought to himself, I originally thought that I had done extremely well over the years, and might have a chance to compete with this fellow. I never expected this fellow to have already reached this stage. President, I really have to thank you for this. If you hadn't sent the news in time, I probably wouldn't have been able to rush back in time. Without you attracting the Bikuni to finish off the undead in the city, Luoyang would have suffered heavy losses. I wonder how many people would have died. Zhou Wen still used the title he used to address Wei Gu in school instead of using his present official title. There's no need to thank me. I'm just doing what I want to do to satisfy my selfish desires. Saving them was only in passing. Wei Gu looked at Zhou Wen and asked, You should be advancing to the Calamity grade soon, right? Calamity? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback before he shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Let's not even talk about the Calamity grade. I don't even know how to advance to the Terror grade. You are still at the mythical stage? Wei Gu was stunned as he looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. Zhou Wen nodded. I also want to advance to the Terror grade, but I haven't been able to do so. Wei Gu looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression. After a while he sighed and said, You advanced to the mythical stage as a human? Zhou Wen nodded again. Yes, this path is too difficult. I'm still figuring it out. Continue on. I'm beginning to look forward to the day you advance to the Terror grade. With that said, Wei Gu turned around and left. Where are you going? Why don't you stay in Luoyang? Zhou Wen extended an invitation. Wei Gu had helped Luoyang through the calamity, and completely severed ties with the League of Guardians. It was too dangerous for him to return now. The League of Guardians probably wouldn't let him off. Wei Gu looked at the sky and said indifferently, Devils can survive anywhere, even in hell. Besides, I don't like sunlight. The sunlight here is too blinding. Sunlight? Blinding. Zhou Wen looked up at the sky. It seemed to be nighttime, and it was cloudy. There wasn't even a moon. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, Wei Gu vanished into the distance. Only the specks of smoke from his flaming robe hadn't completely dissipated, like fireflies. Zhou Wen shook his head. He had discovered a very serious problem. None of the students from their generation who had graduated from Sunset College seemed to be a sociable bunch. Apart from Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan, who were considered to be close, most of them were from different factions. There was no talk of cooperation. After Luoyang's calamity was over, Zhou Wen returned to Overseer Manor. Sweetie had followed Zhou Wen to Overseer Manor. Zhou Wen had no choice but to get Ansheng to take good care of her, but he definitely couldn't let anyone touch her. However, Ansheng didn't give Sweetie special attention. He treated her like any ordinary guest. He didn't even prepare the desserts that Zhou Wen wanted him to prepare for her. Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled, and when he asked Ansheng why he was doing this, Ansheng only told him, You won't find it sweet if you add too much sugar. Zhou Wen thought for a while before finding Ansheng's words interesting. Why don't I see Ice Maiden and Nether Lotus? Zhou Wen had been somewhat puzzled as to why he hadn't seen them. However, there had been too many things on his plate that he hadn't had the time to ask. They previously helped suppress Chess Mountain, but they recently disappeared. They must have entered Chess Mountain, Ansheng said. They entered after all? Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. Ice Maiden wanted the Demon God Bloodline Catalog, while Nether Lotus wanted to enter to take the strongest companion beast on Earth. It would be strange if they could remain well-behaved. However, with their strength, they couldn't cause much of a stir in Chess Mountain. Now, Zhou Wen was afraid that the two of them would end up in the Thearch's hands. Forget it. Let them be. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered anymore. Now, the most pressing matter for him was the advancement to the Terror grade. He still needed to master the infinite spatial circulation skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the Calamity grade in the Venusian Instance dungeon. Slaughterer, how do you advance? Zhou Wen had killed quite a number of high-level creatures, but he had been unable to trigger Slaughterer growth. This made Zhou Wen suspect that it wasn't as simple as killing to advance Slaughterer to the Terror grade. Since killing doesn't work, I might as well change my train of thought. Zhou Wen felt that he had to find another way out. Sweetie's question gave Zhou Wen a headache. With such a time bomb by his side, no one knew when it would explode. It would be very troublesome when that happened. Should I give it a try and eat that lemon candy? Zhou Wen was already tempted. It was just too difficult for him to advance. If the lemon candy could really advance him, all the difficulties would be resolved. However, after some thought, Zhou Wen gave up on the idea. Firstly, Sweetie had been following him the entire time. If he took out the lemon candy, it was hard to guarantee that Sweetie wouldn't discover it immediately and give him no chance to eat it. Secondly, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that if he couldn't truly understand Slaughterer, it would be a hidden danger even if he advanced to the Terror grade. Young Master One, Chancellor Lung has invited you over. Ansheng knocked on the door and said, Why is Chancellor Lung looking for me? Zhou Wen opened the door and asked in surprise. I don't know. However, Chancellor Lung doesn't like to be disturbed. Even a proud student like Overseer won't have an easy time meeting him. There's no harm in meeting him, Ansheng said. Zhou Wen felt that Ansheng was right, so he followed the address Ansheng had given him to Lung Zongjing's residence. Chapter 1370 Heart Slaying. Although Lung Zongjing had a residence on campus, the place Zhou Wen was heading to wasn't on campus, but in an inconspicuous yard in the old district of Luoyang City. The yard was very ordinary. As it was very humid nearby, moss grew at the base of the walls. There were also many plants that looked like creepers on the walls. Underneath all this, a building was constructed of red bricks that were often seen in the past. Although it was very clean, it couldn't hide the ravages left by time. Some of the bricks on the walls were already showing signs of erosion. Chancellor Lung, it's Zhou Wen. Are you home? Zhou Wen knocked on the door. Come in. Lung Zongjing's voice sounded from the building. When Zhou Wen pushed the door open and entered, Lung Zongjing had brought out a pot of cactus. Chancellor Lung, is this your home? Zhou Wen sized up the room and saw that the various decorations were very outdated, but they weren't considered ancient. They gave off a mediocre and dilapidated feeling. This was very different from the feeling Lung Zongjing gave Zhou Wen. Be it his looks or actions, Lung Zongjing had the demeanor of a nobleman. Furthermore, his life soul was something that looked very grand like the demonic organ throne, so it made one feel that Leng Zongjing was a person who placed great importance on the quality of life and details. He shouldn't be living in such a mediocre home. Zhou Wen didn't see anything special in the yard. No matter how he searched, they were just daily necessities. There were even many items easily obtainable from street stalls. I lived here when I was young. This is my grandfather's old residence. Leng Zongjing placed the cactus by the side and patted the dust off his hands. He continued, in the past, I hated this place. I always felt that I had to stand out and live in a beautiful big house. I had to live like a decent human. However, I didn't know when it started, but I suddenly felt that living here was more comfortable, so I moved back. This is about returning to the basics, right? Zhou Wen said. Leng Zongjing glanced at Zhou Wen and curled his lips. What do you mean by returning to the basics? To put it bluntly, I've had too much braised meat and want to eat some vegetables to get rid of the cloying taste. I haven't reached that stage yet. I haven't tried many good things, and I'm not sick of them. With that said, Leng Zongjing sat down on a wooden stool in the yard. As he basked in the sun, he continued, I've also considered why I wanted to move back. In terms of comfort, this place definitely can't compare to any place I've lived in. In terms of convenience, it's not convenient here either. If you want to say that it has a nice environment and that it's quiet enough, this place is far inferior to the villa I bought in the past. To say that I have good neighbors and how conducive it is to stay here, it's not the case either. No one stays here anymore. The old neighbors have long vanished. Even if they are still here, I don't have a good impression of them. I never really liked them. Then why do you like living here? Zhou Wen asked curiously. I've thought about this question for a long time. Later, I confirmed that the reason I like living here is that I'm afraid, Leng Zongjing said. Afraid? Zhou Wen was even more puzzled. In terms of safety, this place was far inferior to the college. There were no defensive measures. It was just a dilapidated old city district. Any terror grade could reduce this place to ruins with one swoop. Yes, afraid, Leng Zongjing said. People are afraid of death to varying degrees. Some people put the fear of death first, while others put the fear of death behind some other things. Therefore, when they encounter certain things, they appear to be unafraid of death. However, no one is unafraid of death. It's just that he has encountered something that terrifies him more than death, making death pale in comparison. As Leng Zongjing spoke, he took out a lighter and cigarette box and flicked out a cigarette with great familiarity. He held it in his mouth and lit it up. Then, he took a drag and closed his eyes, as though he was enjoying it. Zhou Wen looked at Leng Zongjing in a daze. This was very different from the impression Leng Zongjing usually gave him. If he didn't know that this was Leng Zongjing, he would have imagined him to be a decadent middle-aged man who liked to gamble and drink. After a while, Leng Zongjing closed his eyes. Basking in the sun, he continued. Later on, I thought carefully. My fear of death should be ranked third. There are two things that rank before death. If I were to encounter those two things, I would rather choose death. Are you here because you are afraid of those two things happening? Zhou Wen asked. To his surprise, Leng Zongjing shook his head and said, No, those two things have already happened. Zhou Wen looked at Leng Zongjing in a daze, unsure what he was getting at. Leng Zongjing continued. In the past, I was very afraid that I would become someone like my parents, but now, I'm fundamentally no different from them. In the past, I was very afraid that Grandpa would leave me. That way, I would be alone in this world, but that day still came. I live here because I'm afraid of loneliness, but in fact, I've always been alone. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. He had occasionally had some thoughts about what Leng Zongjing had said, but he didn't think them through as clearly as Leng Zongjing. However, looking at Leng Zongjing, Zhou Wen felt that Chancellor Leng wasn't as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. Leng Zongjing took another drag of his cigarette and pressed the remaining half of it on the cement flower bed beside him. He extinguished the cigarette, and reached out to flick it into the trash can. Living here gives me an inexplicable sense of security. I feel that this is my tiny world. As long as I hide here, I don't have to worry about anything, nor do I have to worry about anything. As long as I sleep, it's as though anything bad will disappear. With that said, Leng Zongjing laughed self-deprecatingly. But in fact, nothing is resolved. I'm just fooling myself. You can't say that. Humans need a place for their hearts to seek refuge. A place that allows their minds to recover and be nurtured. Perhaps this place doesn't provide you with any substantial help in resolving problems, but it can calm your mind and allow you to face those problems with a calm mind. That is very important, Zhou Wen said solemnly. You're right, Leng Zongjing said, as he suddenly extended his palm and pressed it on the wall beside him. The entire yard and house instantly shattered, turning into fragments that rose up. What are you doing? Standing in the ruins, the rubble around him kept rising. Zhou Wen looked at Leng Zongjing in a daze, unsure why he was doing this. Amidst the shattered and rising fragments, Leng Zongjing turned around and left. As he walked, he said, "Just as you said, everyone has a place they seek refuge with. It's a place of terror that's closer to the heart than death. If you encounter an enemy that doesn't rank the terror of death first one day, you should think about how to find that place that belongs to him. Killing someone is about slaying the heart. Sometimes, the slaying of the heart is even more terrifying than death. You are overall good, but you are too kind. Sometimes, kindness is a sin. Killing someone is the slaying of the heart." Zhou Wen stood in the ruins and looked at Leng Zongjing's departing figure as emotion stirred in his heart. Chapter 1371 There's no what-ifs. Zhou Wen's talent was having focus. It gave him extraordinary focus. However, there were pros and cons to everything. Zhou Wen could quickly devote himself to everything he did. This made him learn everything faster than the average person. It wasn't easy for him to be distracted, so he was very difficult to obstruct. On the contrary, due to his focus, Zhou Wen wasn't a person with a repertoire of feelings like the average person. He wasn't that sensitive, so it was very difficult for him to notice things regarding emotion. To Zhou Wen's knowledge, defeating an enemy was similar to adding and subtracting. He would only consider the losses between him and his opponent. In his calculations, killing his opponent was already the enemy's greatest loss. However, Leng Zongjing's words opened up a new world to Zhou Wen. Killing an opponent wasn't the greatest loss to the opponent. Of course, this theory was only effective on some people. Or rather, it was effective at a particular point in time, not an eternal, immutable condition. Heart slaying? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. He actually felt the slaughterer in his body vaguely respond, as though it was telling him that he had found the right path. Zhou Wen looked in the direction Leng Zongjing had left with a complicated expression. Leng Zongjing had clearly noticed his problem in his battle with Hermit. He had called him over to make him understand this reason. Although it was enlightening, Leng Zongjing's words came from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stirred Zhou Wen so much. When he destroyed the yard before he left, it was obvious that Leng Zongjing wasn't telling a story, but something that had really happened to him. It was because of this that he wanted to destroy the yard. Since he had said it, this weakness would be known sooner or later. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave it behind. With this in mind, Zhou Wen couldn't help but bow in the direction Leng Zongjing had left. The yard was Leng Zongjing's last hope of kinship. It had been destroyed because of Zhou Wen. It left him at a loss on how to return the favor. All Zhou Wen could do now was advance to the terror grade as soon as possible. How can I achieve heart slaying? How can I know what's more important to the enemy than life? As Zhou Wen walked back, he thought about this problem. Hermit is dead? In the League of Guardians, Immortal looked down at Cave Era and asked, "I was incompetent. Please mete out your punishment." Cave Era lowered her head. "Your Excellency, this matter can't be blamed on Cave Era and Hermit. Who would have expected that the monarch Wei Gu, whose hands are covered in blood and almost despised by the entire Federation, is actually a man who can make Pecunia Buddha?" said Blood Shaman. "Hermit has only himself to blame for not utilizing people properly," Yusuji now said. Blood Shaman frowned slightly, and was about to say something when Cave Era beat him to it. "This battle was indeed my oversight. A loss is a loss. There's no excuse. I'll take responsibility." Immortal just sat there without moving from beginning to end, like a lifeless statue. After everyone quieted down, Immortal slowly said, "How's the reconstruction of Sky Split Tower going?" Yusuji now answered, "As too many resources are needed, and there aren't any excess reserves due to previous expenditure, the progress is very slow now. We can only wait for most of the materials. It's estimated to take another 4 months or so to recover to its previous progress." "How long would it take to only build the Heavenly Ascension platform?" Immortal asked again. "As we were preparing to build the Heavenly Ascension platform previously, the materials are still in the warehouse. They aren't damaged. If we start building it now, we can build the Heavenly Ascension platform in about 2 years. However, without the main body of the Sky Split Tower, and only the Heavenly Ascension platform, we won't be able to connect to the dimension. It's useless even if we have the Heavenly Ascension platform, right?" Yusuji now said after some thought. "I want to see a complete Heavenly Ascension platform in a month," Immortal said. Yusuji now immediately felt stumped, but Immortal's words probably didn't allow her to refute. Therefore she said, "If that's the case, I need the full support of the Federation. Cave Era, Blood Shaman, from now on, all of you will help now build the Heavenly Ascension platform. Now has priority with all the resources in the Alliance," Immortal said. "Yes, Your Excellency." Cave Era and Blood Shaman answered at the same time. "Your Excellency, Do you want to use the Heavenly Ascension platform to connect to the dimension to think of a way to deal with Zhou Wen and the Yin family? Blood Shaman asked. Immortal said indifferently. In this era, all kinds of heroes have risen. The 6 families are definitely not weak. There's the Hui family in the Federation, and the Holy Spirit Association beyond. Human Sovereign, Deceit King, and Luoyanzhen family are all our greatest problems. However, these aren't important. What's really important is the Venusian Dimensional Zone. As long as we get first place on the rankings and obtain the Venusian Companion Beast, these threats won't be considered much. Your Excellency, do you mean that you want to borrow the dimensional forces to enter the Venusian Dimensional Zone again? Blood Shaman immediately understood that Immortal's attention was never focused on Zhou Wen or Luoyanzhen family. He thought further. Since you want to succeed, you have to pay a price. Be it on Earth or in the dimension, it's the same principle, Immortal said indifferently. In a month, you have to build the Heavenly Ascension platform. Yes, Your Excellency, Yusuji Now and company answered. Zhou Wen, what are you doing sitting there? Sweetie was feeling uncomfortable. She hadn't had desserts for days. Zhou Wen often got people to buy desserts in the past, so she could enjoy the remaining desserts. However, over the past few days, Zhou Wen had been sitting there in a daze. He didn't even eat, much less get someone to buy desserts for him. I'm thinking about something, Zhou Wen answered. What's on your mind? Sweetie pressed. You ghosts don't understand these things, Zhou Wen said. How do you know that I don't understand? Let me tell you, there's nothing I don't understand, Sweetie said angrily. Zhou Wen ignored her. He couldn't tell Sweetie that he was thinking about how to kill someone, right? Sweetie was God. To tell God to her face that he wanted to kill someone and wanted to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death would mean that Zhou Wen was crazy. I don't care. I want to eat cake, I want pudding, I want milk tea. It wasn't the first time Sweetie had been exposed. She had already given up. Zhou Wen looked at the exasperated Sweetie and seemed to think of something. His eyes gradually lit up as he sized her up. What are you trying to do? Sweetie was a little frightened by Zhou Wen's gaze. She took 2 steps back and asked Zhou Wen warily. If you have an illness that kills you as long as you take 1 mouthful of something sweet, would you still want something like a cake? Zhou Wen asked Sweetie. I won't get sick, Sweetie said. I'm saying if. Even so, I still wouldn't get sick. That's just an analogy. If you get this illness, there's no what ifs. It's impossible for me to get sick. Zhou Wen felt a little uncomfortable being rendered speechless by Sweetie. He couldn't say his original thoughts. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, something he couldn't swallow or spit out. Chapter 1372 Yang City. This discomfort gave Zhou Wen new ideas. That's right. The so-called heart slaying doesn't necessarily have to make the other party wish they were dead. From a broader picture, it's to make one wish they were dead. But drilling down, as long as it can make the enemy feel uncomfortable, it can also be said to be a destruction of heart. The so-called heart slaying is actually pointing at the weakness of the other party's humanity. In other words, what I need to do is to see through the other party's weaknesses in human nature. It's easy to find flaws in a move because the move is right there. I can study ways to crack it at any time, but how can I figure out the weakness in human nature of an enemy I'm not familiar with? Zhou Wen fell into deep thought again. Seeing that Zhou Wen was in a daze again, Sweetie lowered her head in a daze. Her eyes were focused elsewhere as she gloomily turned around and left the yard. She had the urge to head out to have some desserts. Young Master Wen specially told me to buy this for you. Eat it while it's hot. Just as Sweetie stepped out, she saw Ansheng walk over with a box in his hand. This is the plum blossom cake from Yun's. Sweetie's eyes lit up when she saw the box. She nearly drooled. The last time she ate with Zhou Wen and Madame Mon, she had seen Zhou Wen eat such a plum blossom cake. Back then, her appetite had been whet, but Zhou Wen hadn't left any for her. It left Sweetie depressed the entire day. Why would I want his things? Sweetie turned her head to the side, as though it was beneath her, but she couldn't help but glance at the box of plum blossom cake. Young Master Wen said that you like it, so he got me to specially buy it for you. Since you don't like it, I'll throw it away. And Sheng turned around and left. Don't. It's a waste to throw it away. Although I really don't like plum blossom cake. I can't waste food. I'll just accept it, Sweetie said with a red face. Then I'll leave it to you. And Sheng handed the box to Sweetie before turning to leave. After Ansheng left, Sweetie found an empty garden. She opened the box and leaned in to take a sniff. The sweet smell immediately made her face beam with happiness. Soon, Sweetie's mouth was filled with plum blossom cake. Her cheeks were full, and the corners of her mouth were stained with red bean stuffing. As she ate, she muttered to herself. That baddie, Zhou Wen, isn't too bad at times. He's not hopeless. Nice. Zhou Wen was still pondering over his problems. He wasn't in the mood to instruct Ensheng to prepare those. However, Ensheng had found an opportunity to prepare the plum blossom cake for her, when he saw that Sweetie liked it a lot. If it's someone I'm familiar with, I know their temperament and might discover their weakness in human nature. That's not right either. No matter how close a person is to me, they will bury secrets in their hearts. Ordinary people wouldn't show their weakest side to others, much less strangers. Zhou Wen thought hard. Since it's impossible to know the weakness of the other party's human nature from their words, I can only rely on observation. But what kind of observation can point straight at the human heart? Zhou Wen felt that he definitely couldn't figure it out by just thinking about it. He had to personally observe it to discover it. Who should I observe? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Although Sweetie was with him all day, and he could observe her at any time, she was like a blank piece of paper. Everything was written on her face. He didn't need to observe to know what she was thinking. As for people close to them, it didn't seem appropriate to observe the weaknesses in their nature. I have to find an enemy, Zhou Wen muttered to himself before creating a list in his heart. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the League of Guardians. Zhou Wen felt that it was time for him to make a trip to the League of Guardians. Others were afraid of the Terror-Grade Guardians of the League of Guardians, but Zhou Wen wasn't afraid at all. With the minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of a siege. As long as he was given enough time in advance to set up the minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, it was useless, no matter how many Terror-Grade Guardians there were unless someone could crack it. Of course, it would be different if a Calamity-Grade creature came. Thankfully, the League of Guardians still didn't have any Calamity-Grade creatures. It was as though the dimension couldn't create a Calamity-Grade Guardian. The Guardians that were teleported to Earth were at most at the Terror Grade. Since they can come to Luoyang, why can't I go to the League of Guardians? Even if I can't defeat them, it's good to see how strong they are. Zhou Wen had no intention of killing anyone on his trip. Firstly, killing people didn't benefit him. It didn't allow Slaughterer to advance. What was key was to figure out a method to discover the weakness of one's human nature. Secondly, with Sweetie by his side, if he really started a massacre, Sweetie wouldn't be able to watch on, and would represent the kind and righteous heaven to destroy him. Zhou Wen wouldn't even have the time to cry. Zhou Wen told Ensheng about his intention to go to the League of Guardians. He originally imagined that Ensheng would persuade him not to take the risk. To his surprise, Ensheng's eyes lit up as he said, "You should have done this a long time ago. Young Master One, I've long wanted to say that you're good at everything, but you're too kind-hearted. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood for blood. If others slap you, you have to slap them back. That's what makes it awesome. You have to continue with the matter of the heavenly robe." Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, "I want to sell the heavenly robe to the League of Guardians. At this stage, is it still possible?" Ensheng felt that it wouldn't be easy to sell the heavenly robe to the League of Guardians. "Where there's a will there is a way. Just continue making preparations. There's no need to deliberately interact with the League of Guardians. Let's first interact with other people who are interested in the heavenly robe. Have the necessary discussions." Zhou Wen already had plans. "Alright, I know what to do." Ensheng understood what Zhou Wen meant. After making arrangements for Luoyang, Zhou Wen set off for the headquarters of the League of Guardians. Sweetie naturally wouldn't let Zhou Wen off. She continued following him, as though she wouldn't stop until she found a reason to kill him. Zhou Wen sat on the Earth Elemental Beast's back and took out his phone. He switched on the downloaded Yang City to see what was inside Yang City that even Sweetie, God, wasn't willing to enter. Yang City was a mud city. The blood-colored avatar pushed open the door and entered. With a turn of the camera, many buildings made of clay bricks and would appeared on the screen. They looked ancient and backward. The city wasn't small. Strangely, Zhou Wen didn't see any living dimensional creature. The whole of Yang City was dead silent, like a ghost city. What's that? Zhou Wen sized up the buildings in Yang City and quickly discovered something strange. Chapter 1373 Blood Bone Temples. Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss with the buildings here, even though they had mud bricks and wooden roofs from the outside. However, Zhou Wen saw a gigantic pillar that resembled a femur in the nearest building. It was definitely not made of wood or mud. Zhou Wen carefully observed the room again and realized that not only were the pillars in the room made of bone, but even the ceiling beam and spine were bones. Or it should be said that the entire roof was a gigantic spine and rib cage. The columns were leg bones. The interior of the room was propped up by the bones of an unknown beast. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he quickly looked at the nearby buildings and realized that it was as he had imagined. He saw the bones of various beasts in buildings of various sizes. Or rather, these buildings were built according to the bones of the beasts. Those with relatively smaller bones had smaller buildings. Some of the small houses were only half the height of a person, looking like models. However, The bones inside were real. The large buildings were like a palace, and the bones inside were astonishingly large. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying a ferocious beast the bones were from when it was still alive. According to the different skeletal structures, each building had a different appearance. Some were long, some were short, and some were tall. They looked very strange. The more Zhou looked at it, the more he felt that something was amiss. This place shouldn't be called a city, but a temple complex. Of course, the temples here didn't worship deities, but the strange beast bones. The inside of the temple is the bones of mutated beasts. Then, these mud walls and wooden roofs, Zhou looked at the yellowish-red mud bricks, and couldn't help but associate them with something. Don't tell me those mud bricks are formed from mixing mutated beast blood? If this Yang city was really built using mutated beast blood mixed with soil, how much blood was needed? There was also something that puzzled Zhou. It was said that no one left Yang city alive. However, he had yet to encounter any danger. Since he was already here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. Zhou summoned Tyrant Behemoth, and made it head for a Blood Bone Temple. He wanted to try destroying the Blood Bone Temple, or see if there was anything hidden inside. Tyrant Behemoth pounced at the small Blood Bone Temple fiercely. The highest point of the building only reached Tyrant Behemoth's waist. Tyrant Behemoth activated its absolute strength and punched down from above, striking the wooden roof of the Blood Bone Temple. Boom! Before Tyrant Behemoth's fist could smash into the wooden roof, an evil glow erupted from the Blood Bone Temple. A black sanguine flame soared into the sky and forcefully blasted Tyrant Behemoth's gigantic body into the air. The blackish-red flames entrenched themselves above the Blood Bone Temple, and actually transformed into a blackish-red blood shadow. It looked like a large tortoise, but its claws were like that of a tiger or wolf. Its head was like a bird's, and its tail was like an alligator's, with a tip resembling a scorpion's stinger. The blood figure looked sinister, evil, and oppressive. Tyrant Behemoth's body was in midair when the blood figure jumped up as if it had disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already grabbed Tyrant Behemoth's body and torn it into two. Terror grade. Zhou was surprised. The Blood Bone Temple he had Tyrant Behemoth attack was already a very inconspicuous one. He didn't expect a terror grade existence to be hidden inside. If this weren't a coincidence, it would be shocking enough with so many Blood Bone Temples in Yang City, even if only half of them were at the terror grade. After the blood figure killed Tyrant Behemoth, it turned its gaze to the blood-colored avatar. Zhou didn't wait for it to launch another attack. He summoned Banana Fairy. Banana Fairy sat on the banana leaf that resembled a small boat. Her muslin clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. She really looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. The blood figure went berserk again, and swept toward Zhou as a bloody beam. Banana Fairy's red lips opened slightly, as she exhaled a gust of supreme wind. The blood figure moved against the wind, and its charging speed became slower and slower. Furthermore, frost formed over its body. Finally, its entire body was wrapped in ice and blown away. Bang! The frozen blood figure slammed into the wall of another Blood Bone Temple, but it failed to break the mud brick wall. Instead, the Blood Bone Temple lit up as a blood figure rushed out. The blood figure that rushed out looked like a large snake, but its body was as large as a dragon's. However, it didn't have claws. Instead, it had a horn on its head. The moment the blood-red snake appeared, it showed its prowess. It opened its mouth and spewed out blood like river water that surged toward Zhou and the others, like a mountain flood. Another terror grade. Zhou was surprised and delighted. Any creature that came out of the Blood Bone Temples looked to be at the terror grade. There were so many Blood Bone Temples here, meaning that there were at least 200 to 300 terror grade creatures. To Zhou, this was a holy land for grinding companion eggs and dimensional crystals. However, it was unlikely that there weren't any Calamity grade creatures in such a terrifying place. If he encountered a Calamity grade creature, Zhou's means of resistance would be very limited without the help of the Heavenly Robe. After the Blood Shadow Beast slammed into the wall, the ice around it shattered. Its body wasn't too affected, but its actions looked a little stiff. It got up from the ground and shook the ice fragments from its body. It opened its beak-like mouth and let out a strange scream, forming an oral ring that quickly spread out. Banana Fairy was clearly a little peeved as she jumped down from the banana leaf and danced in front of Zhou. She fanned the two monsters with the banana fan that was transformed from the banana leaf with one hand. A terrifying supreme wind swept out as the torrent-like blood froze. Even the sound waves were frozen in midair. With Banana Fairy as the origin, a fan-shaped area of ice was instantly formed. The two blood shadow-like terror-grade creatures were frozen into ice sculptures and set flying. Their bodies slammed into the wall of a Blood Bone Temple. This time, they failed to shatter the ice around them, but they also failed to destroy the temple. Boom! Boom! Due to Banana Fairy's fanning, the 100+ blood bone temples in the frozen area emitted terrifying black sanguine flames. Terrifying black and red blood shadows rushed out of the temples. Every black and red blood shadow emitted a terrifying aura. Without a doubt, they were definitely at the terror grade. Zhou Wen looked around and didn't see a single creature below the terror grade. He was alarmed. What's going on in Yang City? Why are there so many terror grade creatures? Chapter 1374 Classic of Mountains and Seas Mutated Beasts. More than 100 devil-like terror grade creatures swept over as though they had a blood feud with Zhou Wen. They wished they could chew him up. Zhou Wen summoned the prison dragon armor. He quickly instant transmitted, but he only managed to dodge a portion of the attacks. Many attacks still landed on him. Thankfully, absolute defense was indeed powerful. It fended off many fatal attacks and even reflected damage, sending a few devil-like blood shadows flying. Banana Fairy waved the banana fan in her hand and used chaos wind to form countless tornadoes, sweeping up all the forces and blood shadows that approached her. One of the bird-shaped blood shadows stood out by moving against the wind, unafraid of Banana Fairy's chaos wind. It tore through the tornadoes that filled the sky and arrived near Banana Fairy. It spread its wings and blood beam shot at Banana Fairy like a rain of arrows. Banana Fairy rode the wind and used the banana fan in her hand as a weapon. She blocked all the sanguine light that approached her and fought the blood shadow that resembled a giant bird. However, she had clearly met her nemesis. The giant bird seemed to be born with the ability to fix the wind. Be it the Supreme Yang Wind, Supreme Yin Wind, or Chaos Wind, they would immediately stop the moment they reached the giant bird. Zhou Wen used the Prison Dragon Armor's defense to constantly set up the minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, but before the invisible sword beams he set up could stabilize, they were shattered by the overwhelming power. He was unable to form a sword array. Seeing that setting up the sword array was not going to work, Zhou Wen was just about to go all out when he heard a strange cry that resembled a bull or dragon. Before he could react, the blood-colored avatar's eardrums ruptured before its entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Calamity-grade creature. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. It wasn't unexpected that there was a calamity-grade creature in Yang City. However, he didn't even see what the calamity-grade creature was before he was killed by the sound. He was truly displeased. He wanted to enter again, but the notification indicated that he had to wait 24 hours. Since he couldn't enter, Zhou Wen used his memories to search for information online. Soon, he realized that the blood shadows he saw in Yang City seemed to be extremely similar to some creatures in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Take the blood shadow that appeared in the beginning for instance, it was very similar to the World Turtle in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The other blood shadows also had inklings of the mutated beasts in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Could it be that the blood bone temples in Yang City are built with the bones of the mutated beasts in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Back then, Yu the Great had controlled the waters, splitting mountains and rivers along the way. He had killed countless flood beasts. If there was anyone who was qualified to build such a city, it was probably only Yu the Great. When Zhou Wen thought of this, he was alarmed and delighted. He was delighted that he would definitely gain a lot from grinding terror-grade companion beasts and dimensional crystals in such a treasure land in the future. What was shocking was that if a calamity-grade creature was about to appear in Yang City, it wouldn't be easy to defend Luoyang. Is there no safe place in the world that can let me game in peace? Zhou Wen sighed before throwing himself into grinding work again. Unfortunately, there were many places that Zhou Wen wanted to grind, but he didn't have the ability to clear them. For example, he could grind the first part of the Venusian Instance Dungeon and Chess Mountain, but he would die when he reached the end. Zhou Wen had previously attempted to kill the Ant City Guardian, but ended up being killed. The growth of the Ant City Guardian had probably placed it at the Calamity grade, making it seem to be faster than Zhou Wen. Once, when Zhou Wen really didn't have any dungeons to grind, he ran to Mount Laojun. After entering Mount Laojun's Golden Peak, he saw an immortal crane that ignored him. However, Zhou Wen wasn't there to sightsee, so it was naturally impossible for him to just take a look. He went up to kill the immortal crane, but he was killed on the spot by a single wing. The game screen instantly turned black. This can't continue. I have to think of a way to kill a calamity-grade companion beast. As long as I kill them enough times, a calamity-grade companion beast will drop no matter what. A calamity-grade companion beast makes everything easy. Zhou Wen planned on thinking of a way to kill a calamity grade in-game after this trip to the League of Guardians. From the looks of it, the calamity grade he had highest hopes of killing was the one on Venus. The calamity grade's offensive strength was indeed very strong. The 7th shot was almost a sure kill. However, his weakness was obvious. His offensive abilities were single target. Also, his defense was definitely mediocre, and his melee abilities were lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden the entire time. Up to now, no one had seen what he looked like. As long as one could deal with his bullets, killing him probably wasn't difficult after finding him. Zhou had more or less finished his research on the infinite spatial circulation skill. The progress was very smooth. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could withstand the Calamity-grade bullets. When that happened, he would have the confidence to kill the Calamity creature. Sweetie was rather curious about everything on Earth. She found everything fresh and fun, so she didn't find it boring. Finally, they arrived near the League of Guardians. Zhou tried his best to hide his whereabouts, and planned on secretly approaching the League of Guardians to set up his minor, Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array. However, with Sweetie by his side, it wasn't that easy for him to hide. "Shall we play a game?" Zhou thought for a moment, and said to Sweetie, "I'm not a child. Why are we playing games?" Sweetie immediately followed up with a question. "What game do you have in mind?" "Let's play hide and seek. The two of us will hide ourselves. Whoever gets discovered first loses," Zhou said. Sweetie rolled her eyes at him. "Are you afraid of being discovered when attempting something evil? Wow, you actually saw through me. Alright, I can only tell you the truth. I'm actually here to find treasure," Zhou whispered to Sweetie. "What treasure?" Sweetie's eyes lit up as though she was interested. "In the city over there, there's a group of villains known as the 40 Great Bandits. They pillage everywhere and gather many treasures, hiding them somewhere in the city. I came here this time to find the treasure of the 40 Great Bandits and distribute it to good people who need it," Zhou said in all seriousness. "You want it for yourself, right?" Sweetie seemed to see through Zhou's thoughts. "That's not important. What's important is to punish those bad people." Zhou wore a righteous expression, as though he was a modern version of Justice Bao. Noticing Sweetie's hesitance, Zhou hurriedly added, "With so many treasures, even if most of them are distributed to good people who need them, 1,000th of the remaining can buy a few plum blossom cake shops." Chapter 1375 Clear Plan. Zhou and Sweetie sneaked to the headquarters of the League of Guardians. Under Zhou's persuasion and lies, Sweetie ended up tempted. She hid herself and followed Zhou to the headquarters of the League of Guardians. Zhou still needed to hide along the way, but it was easy for Sweetie. As long as she didn't want anyone to see her, no one could see her. How strange. Why isn't Sweetie's strength suppressed on Earth? Sweetie's potent abilities puzzled Zhou. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been like this. A Calamity grade would be suppressed on Earth. If Sweetie was really an Apocalypse grade big shot, she should be suppressed even more. However, no matter how Zhou looked at it, Sweetie didn't seem to be suppressed by the rules. The headquarters of the League of Guardians was huge. It was already considered a city. Many humans who had contracted guardians could be seen coming and going. Zhou's minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array wasn't strong enough to envelop such a huge city, so he could only enter its core first. He originally wanted to use the invisibility cloak to sneak in, but he felt that it wouldn't work. The invisibility cloak was only at the mythical stage after all. There were many Terra-grade guardians here, so it was difficult to guarantee that no one could see him. After some thought, Zhou summoned Demonic Neonate. Get Grim Demon out." With a thought, Demonic Neonate automatically unsheathed the demonic sword in her arms. Grim Demon also flew out. "Grim Demon, you should be able to transform into a guardian armor and possess me, right?" Zhou looked at Grim Demon and asked with uncertainty. Typical guardians could transform into armor, but Grim Demon had never done so. He was always inside the demonic sword, so Zhou wasn't sure. "Yes, I can, but you haven't contracted with me and can't use my power," Grim Demon said smoothly. "Why? Do you need to use my power having encountered something that can't be resolved? Didn't I tell you so? If you had contracted with me back then, of course, I wouldn't have taken a fancy to you. Cut the crap. Just transform into armor and attach yourself to me." Zhou glared at him. Grim Demon naturally didn't care if Zhou glared at him, but when he turned his head and saw Demonic Neonate glaring at him, he immediately cowered. He smiled apologetically and said, "Of course. I'll do it immediately." With that said, Grim Demon transformed into armor and enveloped Zhou's body. A black armor enveloped Zhou's body, making his slender and muscular body exude strength. It was as though he could shoot out like a cannonball with a single step. Piece of cake. Zhou decided to swagger into the League of Guardians. After unsummoning Demonic Neonate, Zhou led Sweetie to the entrance that resembled a toll booth on a highway. That was the only way to enter the League of Guardians. Unless Zhou forcefully barged in, he had to go through there. As for using instant transmission, Zhou didn't believe that with Cave Era and Zhou around, they would allow anyone to teleport into the headquarters of the League of Guardians. As there were many humans who had contracted guardians entering and exiting, Zhou felt that there shouldn't be too much of a problem, since he was wearing authentic Guardian armor. See that? There are solutions to everything. You don't have to force it. It's not easy for me to sneak in. You still have a lot to learn. Zhou Wen walked among the Guardians, and no one paid attention to him. There were people wearing Guardian armor everywhere. Zhou Wen was inconspicuous, so he happily lectured Sweetie. However, just as he entered, he heard an ear-piercing alarm. Instantly, the Guardians around him looked over. The Guardians in charge of sentry duty also surrounded Zhou Wen. "Where's your pass?" one of the guards asked Zhou Wen with an unfriendly expression. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. He never expected the League of Guardians to have such high-tech stuff. He was secretly depressed. Why are a bunch of Guardians dabbling with high-tech stuff? There's actually such a thing as an entry pass. Sweetie's face turned red from holding back her laughter. However, she ultimately failed to hold it in and laughed out loud. However, no matter how she laughed, no one else reacted other than Zhou Wen. It was as though they couldn't see Sweetie at all. Zhou Wen had no choice. There was no time for him to get the entry card now. Since he had already been exposed, he planned on rushing in. Just as Zhou Wen was about to take action, he heard a person squeeze out from the crowd beside him. As he squeezed over, he said, "Sorry, his entry pass is with me. I was holding it for him. I forgot to return it to him when I returned." As the person spoke, he stuffed a card into Zhou Wen's hand. Zhou Wen caught the card, and the shrill alarm immediately stopped. "Be careful next time. Don't randomly leave the entry pass around. If anything happens, you won't even know how you died." The leading guard saw that the entry passes on Zhou Wen and the person were fine, so all he did was lecture them. "I'm so sorry." The person apologized. "All right, go in. Don't delay others from entering." Only then did the guard let them in. Zhou Wen followed the person in. When they came to an area with fewer people, and no one was paying attention to them, Zhou Wen approached the person and lowered his voice. He asked in puzzlement, "Jiang Yan, why are you here?" The person who helped Zhou Wen out was none other than Jiang Yan, one of Wang Mingyuan's students, when Zhou Wen was learning from him. Jiang Yan said, "I contracted a guardian, so I'm naturally considered a member of the League of Guardians. I'm now doing some idle work in the headquarters. As for you, you are one of the League of Guardians' greatest enemies. Why didn't you stay in Luoyang? Why did you come here yourself? Thankfully you are here. If it wasn't for you, I would be in trouble." Zhou Wen was telling the truth. Although he wasn't afraid of the League of Guardians, and it wasn't difficult for him to escape, he wouldn't be able to set up the minor heavenly cycle stellar array ahead of time if he was discovered ahead of time. It would also make the League of Guardians wary. It wouldn't be easy to attack again. "You're my junior brother after all. I can't just ignore you when I notice that you're in danger." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "No matter what you're doing here, you have to be careful. It's beyond imagination how many Terror Grade Guardians are here. If anything happens, it won't be easy to escape. I didn't plan on fighting those Guardians to the death." Zhou Wen said to Jiang Yan, "What do you do in the League of Guardians? If you encounter an enemy attack, will you fight?" "I'm not a guard. I'm just a clerk. Under normal circumstances, I don't have to fight," Jiang Yan said. "That's good. When I fight them later, don't you come out. Think of a way to leave this place. It's best if you apply for leave in advance," Zhou Wen exhorted. "Don't worry. I'll hide far away. What do you want to do? Don't tell me you really think that you can send shockwaves through the League of Guardians alone?" Jiang Yan asked curiously. "Why not? I want to turn the League of Guardians upside down and smash that so-called Immortal's lair single-handedly," Zhou Wen said with a smile. Chapter 1376 Immortal. "You really have what it takes to do that," Jiang Yan laughed. "However, you still have to be careful. Immortal's strength is extraordinary, and he has so many helpers. He's not easy to deal with. You don't have to worry about that. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run. As for you, you helped me out today. Will they investigate you in the future? Also, will there be a problem with the card you gave me?" Zhou Wen frowned. "Don't worry. That card isn't registered with a name. They won't be able to find me easily. Even if they do, no one can do anything to me without actual evidence. After all, I'm Cave Era's younger brother," Jiang Yan said. "You are Cave Era's younger brother? Blood related?" Zhou Wen widened his eyes. "Yes," Jiang Yan said with a smile. Zhou Wen thought to himself that it was a close call. Thankfully, he hadn't had the chance to kill Cave Era. Otherwise, he would probably have had a death grudge with Jiang Yan. Seeing Zhou Wen's expression, Jiang Yan seemed to guess what he was thinking. He said to Zhou Wen, "She's my sister after all. If there's no deep grudge between the two of you, let her live if you encounter her in the future." After a pause, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't make such a request. However, you're different. You aren't someone who likes to kill, and you have the ability to do so. Alright. Zhou nodded without saying anything else. It's been a long time since we last met. I wanted to chat with you, but the present time and place don't allow for it. Let's chat in the future. Jiang Yan looked up and pointed in a direction. If you encounter a hopeless situation, run in that direction. There might be a way out. What's there? Zhou also looked in that direction, but he didn't see anything there. It wasn't the center of the city. If I tell you what's there, it won't work. If you don't need to take that step, it's useless even if you know. If you need to take that step, you will naturally know when the time comes. With that said, Jiang Yan reached out and pressed his hand on Zhou's shoulder. He said seriously, "You aren't a killer. The past you resembles your true self. I also wish to game in peace every day, but this world doesn't leave me any peace," Zhou said helplessly. "That's true. Life is unpredictable. Who can stay away from that all? I'm leaving. Be careful." Jiang Yan lowered his hand and turned to leave. "I'll later." Zhou wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Jiang Yan. "Don't tell me anything. I don't want to know. At least not now." Jiang Yan left without looking back. Zhou shrugged. He hadn't planned on explaining his plan to begin with. He only wanted to tell Jiang Yan not to get too close to the sword array he would set up. "Where's the treasure you mentioned?" Sweetie couldn't help but ask. She scanned the area for a while, but didn't find any treasure. "If it was that easy to find it, it wouldn't be called a treasure. Follow me." Zhou led Sweetie towards the center of the League of Guardians, as he secretly set up the minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array. After Jiang Yan and Zhou separated, he didn't head to the center of the headquarters. Instead, he left the headquarters and headed for the location of Skysplit Tower. Just as he was about to reach Skysplit Tower, Jiang Yan summoned the Guardian armor and put it on. At the same time, he extended his hand, and a cloak-like robe appeared in it. He draped the robe over his shoulder, and a mask appeared in his other hand at some point in time. Although he was protected by the face armor, Jiang Yan still put the mask on his face, and finally put the hood up. After doing all of this, Jiang Yan walked towards Skysplit Tower. "Lord Immortal!" The guardians guarding the area immediately bowed, and said respectfully when they saw Jiang Yan. Zhou probably never expected Jiang Yan to be immortal. He had even said in front of Jiang Yan that he wanted to destroy Immortal's den. "Where are Yasuji and Cave Era?" Jiang Yan asked. "Lord Immortal, Lord Yasuji, and Cave Era are supervising the 7th floor of Skysplit Tower. Lord Blood Shaman is also here," the guard answered. Jiang Yan nodded slightly before walking into Skysplit Tower. Zhou set up the sword array as he walked through the headquarters of the League of Guardians, but he quickly realized that there weren't as many high-level guardians as he imagined. Although the League of Guardians had suffered heavy losses previously, and had lost the ability to bring guardians to Earth through Skysplit Tower, it wouldn't be the case of him not seeing a single Terror-grade guardian after walking for so long, right? Strange, there doesn't seem to be any ambushes. Why don't I see any high-level guardians? Where did those guardians go? Zhou used Truth Listener to listen carefully for a while, and realized that there weren't any high-level guardians nearby. And this was already the center of the headquarters. Zhou thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. I get it. The League of Guardians must be rebuilding Skysplit Tower. Apart from Skysplit Tower, there shouldn't be any other huge project that can make the League of Guardians mobilize so many high-level guardians. I wonder if Skysplit Tower is still where it used to be? Zhou only knew where its former location was. However, according to Insheng, the compressed and accelerated essence energy bomb, which had wiped out the Infamily's savings, had completely destroyed Skysplit Tower. It was almost impossible to repair it. The construction of Skysplit Tower took several years previously. Considering the many materials needed, it was no longer easy to obtain them. It would probably take at least 8 to 10 years to rebuild Skysplit Tower. If they really went to repair Skysplit Tower, it means that it definitely won't take that long to rebuild it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to invest so much manpower. Zhou knew very well. The League of Guardians needed a large number of people to operate. It was fine to temporarily deploy so many high-level guardians. If they were to spend 8 to 10 years building Skysplit Tower, the League of Guardians would probably be crippled. There was only one possibility for such a situation to happen. Skysplit Tower could be repaired in a short period of time. At the very least, a portion of it could be repaired, allowing Skysplit Tower to play a certain role. This won't do. I have to visit Skysplit Tower. Otherwise, there's no point in destroying their headquarters. Zhou gave up on his previous plans and headed for the old Skysplit Tower. Now, Zhou had only hoped that they were repairing the original Skysplit Tower. If they were to switch locations to repair it, he might not be able to find the new Skysplit Tower. Where are you going? Aren't you looking for treasure here? Sweetie asked in puzzlement when she saw Zhou Wen walking out of the city. I thought of a place. Perhaps those fellows hid the treasure there, Zhou Wen said as he walked towards Skysplit Tower. When Zhou Wen saw the Skysplit Tower, which was being repaired from afar, he knew that his guess was right. Chapter 1377 I Need Help. Your Excellency. Blood Shaman, Yusuji now, and Cave Era immediately bowed when they saw a mortal walking over. Jiang Yan passed by the three of them and walked to the fence. He looked up at a pillar in the middle of Skysplit Tower. The pillar was made of metal and crystal. Although it was erected in the middle of Skysplit Tower, its current height had exceeded the completed 7th floor. Jiang Yan stood by the fence on the 7th floor. He had to look up at the Heavenly Ascension platform to barely see its peak. Your Excellency, it should be completed in 20 days at the current progress, Yusuji now said from behind. That's too late, Jiang Yan muttered to himself. Your Excellency, taking another 20 days makes it only 27 days. It won't even be a month, Yusuji now said in puzzlement. Jiang Yan didn't explain as he said calmly. All of you can leave. Guard Skysplit Tower outside, and don't let anyone approach. The three of them were alarmed as Blood Shaman hurriedly asked. Your Excellency, what happened? Go. Just guard it well, Jiang Yan said indifferently, as he looked at the Heavenly Ascension platform without explaining. Yes. With Jiang Yan saying that, Yusuji now and company didn't dare ask further as they left Skysplit Tower together. Before walking down from the 7th floor, Cave Era looked at Jiang Yan as though she wanted to say something, but she ultimately didn't. She followed Blood Shaman and company down Skysplit Tower. Although Jiang Yan didn't say anything, they knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Immortal wouldn't have said that. Therefore, they immediately gathered all the guardians in Skysplit Tower and began setting up defenses around it. After all the people who had rebuilt Skysplit Tower left, Jiang Yan walked to the bottom of the huge heavenly pillar and climbed the steps that surrounded the stone pillar, walking towards the top of the Heavenly Ascension platform. Now, only a third of the Heavenly Ascension platform had been built. The highest point was still under construction, but when Jiang Yan arrived at the highest point, he could already look down at his surroundings. There's too little time. Although ascending to the heavens in a single step is difficult, I can only give it a try. Jiang Yan looked up into the void, and on the forehead of the guardian armor he wore, there was a crystal that was as mysterious as a vertical eye that emitted a strange light. The crystal that resembled an eye seemed to be an endless abyss. Any ray of light that landed on it would be absorbed. However, it emitted a faint light that resembled tentacles. When the light reached it, it was like hair like tentacles stabbing into the void. The unfinished pillar at Jiang Yan's feet came into contact with the tentacle-like beam. The crystal embedded in the metal that looked like a pattern gradually lit up. As the sky above the Heavenly Ascension platform lit up, the crystal that resembled an eye on Jiang Yan's forehead became darker. As for the tentacle-like rays of light, they increased in number, spreading out like countless transparent strands of hair. They filled the void and spread to unknown areas. The rays of light would flash with strange streams of light from time to time, like cables that transmitted signals. The stronger the light from the Heavenly Ascension platform, the stronger the streams of light. As for Jiang Yan, he seemed to be enduring extreme pain as his body involuntarily trembled slightly. His eyes were bloodshot, and even the capillaries under his skin began to rupture. Blood Shaman and company, who were guarding outside Skysplit Tower, were alarmed when they saw the Heavenly Ascension platform glowing brightly, but the top seemed to be enveloped by darkness. We've only completed a third of the Heavenly Ascension platform, so its effects are greatly discounted. Isn't it too risky for Lord Immortal to use it to contact the dimension? Blood Shaman exclaimed. In order to contact the dimension, one needs to pay a huge price with energy. Skysplit Tower itself is an energy-gathering device, while the Heavenly Ascension platform is like a signal amplifier. Even without the energy-gathering effects of Skysplit Tower, as long as one has enough energy, one can use the Heavenly Ascension platform signal amplification ability to contact the dimension. However, even if there's an amplification effect, one needs extremely potent energy to succeed. Now, there's only a third or even lower magnification effect. It's difficult to say if the signal can be sent to the dimension. If something goes wrong and the energy isn't sent out, Lord Immortal will be in danger if the energy rebounds on him, Yusuji now said worriedly. Cave Era seemed to have already figured out what Jiang Yan was up to. At that moment, she was the calmest person. Since Lord Immortal dares to do so, he naturally has his own plans. Let's guard Skysplit Tower and not let anyone disturb him, lest we fail, bringing everything to naught. Cave Era knew that Jiang Yan's words weren't without reason. Yusuji now and Blood Shaman nodded slightly and increased their vigilance. At the same time, they informed the headquarters to transfer the high-level guardians stationed at the headquarters. Now, even if the headquarters of the League of Guardians was flattened, it wouldn't be a loss. On the Heavenly Ascension platform, cracks began to appear on Jiang Yan's guardian armor. As his body suffered the terrifying power that seeped through the cracks, his skin rapidly turned gray. His originally crystalline skin instantly turned to dust as specks flew out with the spatial fluctuations. The Heavenly Ascension platform hadn't been completed. It wasn't as simple as only having a third of its operational effects. The incomplete Heavenly Ascension platform was extremely harmful to the user. Jiang Yan ignored his body, that was turning gray, as he continued staring at the void that was penetrated by the light. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the crystal on the Guardian's forehead. This was due to the direct impact of the Heavenly Ascension platform's amplification. Please, it'll be done soon. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Yan prayed silently. However, the cracks on the crystal continued to increase. Soon, they filled the entire crystal. The crystal was like a glass ball that had been burned by fire before being soaked in cold water. Countless cracks crisscrossed. With just a little more energy, it would instantly disintegrate. Just a little more. Just a little more. Jiang Yan stared intently into the void. At the spot where his armor had cracked, the exposed parts of his body had already turned gray and revealed white bones, but he still didn't notice anything. Suddenly, a strange light spread out from the spot where the light penetrated, forming a humanoid figure of light. It was as though a god that couldn't be stared at by humans had descended. Jiang Yan, is this the answer you are giving me? The figure looked down from above and coldly stared at the unfinished Sky-Split Tower and Heavenly Ascension platform. I've encountered some trouble and need help, Jiang Yan said. I've given you enough help. If I need to resolve everything myself, what else do I need you for? Are you telling me that I need another representative in the human world? The figure of light said coldly. Chapter 1378 A Human. I believe in your foresight, and know what I can do. Even if you were to change to another representative, they wouldn't do better than me, Jiang Yan said without fear. Ranked second last on the cube, the destruction of Sky-Split Tower. Even the federal government can't be fully controlled. Is this what you can do? The figure of light said disdainfully. What's so important about controlling the federal government? What's the point of me controlling the federal government? Even the Holy Temple hasn't been able to completely control the 6 families that we really need to control after so many years, much less me, who has only controlled the League of Guardians for a few years. After a pause, Jiang Yan continued. The cube's current ranking doesn't mean anything. If I'm willing, I can be ranked in the top 3 now, but so what if I'm in the top 3? My goal is first place, and it's the same for you, isn't that so? Without first place, it's useless no matter how high my ranking is. Therefore, I need more time to observe. Of course, if you are willing to provide me with potent strength, I believe it won't be difficult for me to reach first place now. As for the destruction of Sky-Split Tower, it's indeed my fault. However, from the fact that Sky-Split Tower can be destroyed, you should be able to understand what kind of enemy I'm facing. You should have seen human powerhouses like Human Sovereign and Deceit King through the cube. It's very difficult for Terror-grade powerhouses to fight such a human powerhouse. It's not that I don't want to do anything, but our strength is indeed lacking. What else do you want? A Calamity-grade Guardian? If I can send a Calamity-grade Guardian into Earth, what do I need you for? Even if I were to give you a pig, it could sweep through all of humanity. The figure said coldly. If that's what you think, please wait a moment and decide if you want to change the spokesperson after watching everything. Jiang Yan wasn't affected by the figure of light, still looking indifferent. What do you want me to see? The figure asked with a frown. A human. My opponent. Jiang Yan answered. Human Sovereign or Deceit King? You want me to help you deal with them? That's your job to begin with. Otherwise, what would I need you for? The figure said indifferently. Neither. Jiang Yan cast his gaze outside Sky-Split Tower. At that moment, there seemed to be a strange change happening clandestinely outside Sky-Split Tower. After taking a look, Jiang Yan continued. One strength dictates what they can do. I can deal with a single human sovereign. Even with another Deceit King, I can also think of a solution. But what if there are more and more humans like them? Don't you think that the help you provide isn't as useful as you imagine in front of such humans? Are you joking? How many humans like Human Sovereign and Deceit King can you find? The figure said unhappily. I don't know how many there are, but one has already arrived. Jiang Yan said calmly as he looked into the distance. The figure couldn't help but follow Jiang Yan's gaze, and indeed, he saw something flying over from afar. On careful look, he immediately realized that a banana leaf that resembled a tiny boat was slowly sliding across the sky. The sky resembled water, like a boat cruising across the sky. At the stern of the ship, a beautiful girl dressed in muslin clothes that made her look like a fairy was waving her sleeves like a boatman rowing a boat. A young man stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the unfinished Sky-Split Tower. Isn't that human the one who relied on luck to clear the Venusian dimensional zone? Don't tell me that you can't even deal with such a person, and you want me to help you? If that's the case, your existence has no more value. The figure recognized Zhou Wen and snorted coldly. There's no rush. Keep watching, Jianyan said. Upon realizing Zhou Wen's appearance, Blood Shaman, Cave Era, and Yusuji Nao's hearts tightened. However, when they saw that Zhou Wen was alone, they heaved a sigh of relief. The girl who had carried him over was a companion beast. Zhou Wen, you actually dare come here? Cave Era stared at Zhou Wen and said through gritted teeth. With Hermit killed, Zhou Wen could be considered the archenemy of the League of Guardians. Cave Era yearned to skin him alive. Zhou Wen smiled without a word. He stood on the banana leaf and observed Cave Era's expression, hoping to guess her thoughts. The thoughts Truth Listener could hear needed to be from extremely intense psychological fluctuations. If not for the emotional upheavals, Truth Listener would hardly be able to hear their thoughts. Furthermore, even if he could hear them, it was only an ability. What Zhou Wen needed wasn't just an ability, but innate sharp senses and the ability to manipulate the enemy's state of mind. Just knowing what the enemy was thinking wasn't enough. Therefore, Zhou Wen still needed to rely on himself to reach the realm of heart slaying. As he observed Cave Era's words and actions, and the minute expressions on her face, Zhou Wen realized many things that he hadn't noticed before. It turned out that a person's emotions weren't what he had imagined. Although their facial expressions were the most varied, their body language was richer than their expressions when it came to emotions. Apart from anger, it was difficult to see any other emotions on Cave Era's face. However, from her body language, he could interpret more. For example, Zhou Wen noticed something. Although Cave Era was expressing her anger, her legs were in a posture of retracting. This wasn't a sign of a preparatory attack. At the very least, her posture wasn't beneficial for attacking. From this, it could be inferred that Cave Era was subconsciously afraid of Zhou Wen. Of course, this was something that ordinary people with meticulous sensitivity could tell. It wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen to notice this. It wasn't that easy to improve further by perfectly interpreting one's thoughts through body language. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't know if this was the right path. Regardless, it was a good start. With a goal, no matter if the path was right or wrong, the scenery along the way was a boon. Seeing Zhou Wen remain silent as he stood on the banana leaf that resembled a tiny boat, and looking down at her with a teasing expression, she couldn't help but be enraged. Shoot him down! This place isn't a place for an outsider to act all presumptuous. After the dozens of Terror Grade Guardians gathered nearby received the order, they began gathering their strength to strike Zhou Wen down from the sky. What should I do to make my opponent feel a fear worse than death? Zhou Wen's mind raced as invisible sword beams appeared. They appeared and disappeared like shimmering stars that instantly filled the nearby space, enveloping the entire area near Skysplit Tower. Chapter 1379 Infinite Sword Beams. Getting Zhou Wen to consider how to defeat the enemy, or how to defeat the enemy most effectively, was much easier than letting him consider how to stoke fear in people. In essence, Zhou Wen was a pacifist. If he hadn't been born in such an era, he wouldn't even be willing to kill a chicken, much less kill a human. However, this was how the times were. It brought about heroes. Many times, people who ended up heroes might not be people who wanted to become heroes. Alright, let's start with the basics. Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out how to make the enemy feel a fear worse than death. He decided to start with the simplest solution. With a thought from Zhou Wen, the heavenly cycle stellar array stirred as the star-like invisible sword beams fell crazily. Zhou Wen had arrived late because he had spent a lot of time condensing invisible sword aura to set up the minor, heavenly cycle stellar array. The universe was infinite, same for the stars. It was the same for the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. The more invisible sword beams that formed the minor heavenly cycle stellar array, the stronger it became. There was nothing redundant, nor would it be uncontrollable. However, there was still a flaw between the minor heavenly cycle stellar array and the real major heavenly cycle stellar array. The true major heavenly cycle stellar array could automatically reform. In other words, all the shattered powers in the major heavenly cycle stellar array would automatically reform and be put to combat again. The minor heavenly cycle stellar array didn't work. Once the invisible sword beam was shattered, it couldn't reform itself. Zhou Wen had to condense it himself a second time. In contrast, the minor heavenly cycle stellar array had its advantages. The major heavenly cycle stellar array could absorb all the energy and reform itself, but the minor heavenly cycle stellar array couldn't. As for the minor heavenly cycle stellar array being a protective stellar array, it could absorb large amounts of energy and provide it for Zhou Wen to use. Boom! 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 The dense rain of invisible sword beams constantly descended, attacking all the guardians, including the Skysplit Tower. The invisible sword beams were everywhere. The guardians who were about to attack Zhou Wen suddenly realized that they were facing invisible sword beams that resembled a flood. They couldn't divert their attention. With such a large-scale attack, no one believed that Zhou Wen would be able to last long. They even believed that there would only be one round of invisible sword beams. Such essence energy expenditure was not something a terror grade could withstand. To them, it was already unbelievable that Zhou Wen could release one round of invisible sword beams. Every guardian used all their strength to shatter the invisible sword beams that were rushing at them. With the determination to fight to the death, they wanted to break through the sword array and charge at Zhou Wen. However, they soon realized that they had been too naive. The invisible sword beams constantly fell without any gaps as though they were infinite. Just a few hits by the invisible sword beams left some guardians collapsing. Blood spewed out of their mouths, as the guardian armor on their bodies was penetrated by the invisible sword beams. Once they lost their ability to resist, they were constantly struck by the invisible sword beams and nailed to the ground. Cave Era wanted to penetrate the invisible sword beams to attack Zhou Wen by using her time acceleration ability, but she was alarmed to discover that the invisible sword beams were so dense that it was almost gapless. Even if there was a gap, the narrow gap wasn't enough to fit her body. Helpless, Cave Era could only use all her strength to resist the invisible sword beams. She didn't even have room to dodge. The guardians were like drowning in a torrent, alarmed and helpless. This was under the condition that Zhou Wen didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, more than half of these terror-grade guardians would have been killed. Zhou Wen spared their lives not because of his kindness. He only wanted to observe their emotions and advance slaughterer. Just because he didn't kill didn't mean that he didn't do anything else. As he attacked the guardians, a large number of invisible sword beams struck Skysplit Tower and the Heavenly Ascension platform. In just a moment, the Skysplit Tower that had just been rebuilt to 7 levels was nailed with dense, invisible sword beams. Boom! The 7-story Skysplit Tower finally collapsed under the relentless bombardment of invisible sword beams. The ground quaked as though it was the dawn of the apocalypse. The terror-grade guardians that should have left others terrified were filled with terror. Never had there been a human who was as terrifying as Zhou Wen. He had blasted apart Skysplit Tower with his own strength and suppressed dozens of terror-grade guardians. At that moment, Zhou Wen was no longer human in their eyes. Impossible. That fellow is definitely not a pure human. Blood Shaman's body was covered in injuries, as he was horrified. He could seal companion beasts, but Zhou Wen wasn't using them at all. Just the power of the invisible sword beams gave him an overwhelming advantage. Amidst the invisible sword beams, Blood Shaman felt like a tiny boat rocking in a stormy sea that could shatter at any moment. Is the advancement as a pure human that strong? Yusuji Nao's body was like a phantom. The invisible sword beams passed through her body without injuring her. Great Skyphian's terror transformation gave her the power and ability to ignore the invisible sword beams. However, Yusuji Nao was reeling in shock and didn't dare approach Zhou Wen. More and more guardians fell in the sword array. Skysplit Tower had already mostly collapsed. Even its foundation was about to be flattened. They didn't register any feelings during Skysplit Tower's previous destruction because of the short time span in which it happened. It had been destroyed in one shot. However, this time, it was blasted apart by invisible sword beams. The visual impact and shock of those who witnessed the scene far exceeded the previous time. In their eyes, the present Zhou Wen was like a terrifying devil, nothing like a human. The only thing that wasn't affected by the invisible sword beams was the Heavenly Ascension platform. All the invisible sword beams that struck the Heavenly Ascension platform seemed to collide with a mysterious force. They shattered before they touched its pillars. The figure on the rooftop was also surprised. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array? That's not right. It's a little different. Strange. Without the power of a Calamity Grade Zone, how can one set up the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array at such scale? It's impossible for one's essence energy to keep up with the expenditure. Even dimensional creatures born from essence energy can't have such abundant essence energy. The figure seemed to understand Jiang Yan's words. It wasn't that Jiang Yan was lacking, but that the enemy was too terrifying. Thinking of Human Sovereign, Deceit King, and Zhou Wen, it was indeed not easy for Jiang Yan to last until now with such humans as enemies of the League of Guardians. I think you can understand my predicament, right? I do need support, Jiang Yan said. Calamity Grade Guardians can't enter Earth. Even if they do, their strength will be greatly suppressed. It won't be of any use, the figure said after some thought. If you don't mind, I'm willing to use myself as a container to welcome you into the world and cleanse the filth here. Jiang Yan held his hand to his chest and bowed slightly, as he spoke sincerely. Chapter 1380 Perfect Sword Immortal. Do you know that if I were to descend upon you, your body would definitely be severely damaged or even irreversibly damaged? The figure said as it stared at Jiang Yan. I do. Jiang Yan said calmly. An existence like you has power that far exceeds the limits of Earth's rules. It's naturally not something my body can withstand. It's inevitable that there will be damage. Since you know, why do you want me to use your body to descend? The figure clearly doubted Jiang Yan's request. However, Jiang Yan smiled and said, So what? Compared to this tiny sacrifice, I can obtain more, right? Oh, what do you want to obtain? The figure asked. My guardian, Sky Mortal, is a guardian created by the genes of the immortals, and you are a powerful existence of the immortals. If you were to descend on me, with your strength, you should be able to advance Sky Mortal to the Calamity grade in an extremely short period of time. After you leave, as the contractor of the Sky Mortal, I naturally will have the power of the Calamity grade. In comparison, that tiny injury is nothing, Jiang Yan said calmly. The figure stared at Jiang Yan for a while before saying, As expected of Wang Mingyuan's disciple. You're indeed a smart person. I can help you advance to the Calamity grade, but this is the last time I'll make an exception to help you. If you have any similar problems that can't be resolved in the future, I'll consider changing the representative. If I have the power of a Calamity grade and still can't dominate everything, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll just commit suicide, Jiang Yan said firmly. In that case, I'll use your body to temporarily descend to Earth. Remember, my name is Perfect Sword Immortal. As he spoke, the figure slowly walked towards Jiang Yan, his gaze fixed on him. Perfect Sword Immortal was taking the initiative to use Jiang Yan's body. Theoretically speaking, he had the absolute initiative. Furthermore, with his strength and realm, it was enough to crush Jiang Yan. Even if Jiang Yan had ulterior motives, it would be difficult for him to do anything. However, Perfect Sword Immortal was still very careful. If he discovered anything amiss, he would directly kill Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan didn't do anything abnormal. He spread out his arms, as though he was a fanatic who was wholeheartedly sacrificing himself. He didn't hold back at all, as he completely presented his body in front of Perfect Sword Immortal. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so unreserved, Perfect Sword Immortal felt relieved. The figure formed by light walked in front of Jiang Yan and overlapped with his body. As immortal light flowed, the immortal armor around Jiang Yan's body emitted an immortal aura as it rapidly transformed. Dimensional creatures would be suppressed by the rules of Earth, but humans weren't beholden to the rules. With Jiang Yan's body, Perfect Sword Immortal descended on Earth. Although Jiang Yan's body was too weak, and he couldn't unleash 100% of his combat strength, he could still unleash the combat strength of a Calamity grade through the Sky Mortal armor. Immortal light flowed as sword beams flowed like a river. Jiang Yan's eyes changed. They were completely different from the deep, calm eyes from before. Replacing them was a gaze that was as sharp as a sword. Perfect Sword Immortal extended his palm and clenched his fingers. He muttered to himself, Jiang Yan is a tactful fellow. It's quite rare for him to offer up his body without any reservations. In comparison, his abilities aren't weak. He can be considered a usable person. Human Sovereign, Deceit King, Zhou Wen, and the rest are indeed powerful. I wonder where they came from. Ordinary terror grade creatures can't compare with any of them. It's indeed difficult for Jiang Yan to resolve the problem with such strength. I do need to help him advance to the Calamity grade. Outside Sky Split Tower, Zhou Wen's sword array constantly attacked as guardians were struck down by the invisible sword beams. However, they weren't killed. Their bodies were pierced by the invisible sword beams, and they were nailed to the ground. Only 5 or 6 guardians remained to resist. Blood Shaman was covered in blood as his body was stabbed by many invisible sword beams. His situation was the most tragic. Cave Era relied on the magical powers of time. Although she wasn't injured, her situation wasn't good either. Yusuji now controlled the great Skyfiend armor as her figure passed through the numerous invisible sword beams and circled behind Zhou Wen. Her hand was like a ghastly claw as she stabbed at Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen moved his body and dodged Yusuji Nao's attack. Yusuji Nao followed up with a deluge of attacks after her first strike. Her movement technique made her appear and disappear like a ghost as she constantly appeared around Zhou Wen. Her attacks were unpredictable. However, no matter how her attacks changed, she failed to touch Zhou Wen at all. Upon seeing this scene, the Guardians felt their hearts turn cold. Only then did they recall that Zhou Wen's heavenly robe could even dodge a Calamity grade attack, much less Yusuji Nao, who was only at the Terror grade. In fact, it was purely because Zhou Wen's movement technique was excellent that he dodged all the attacks. It wasn't because of the heavenly robe. Of course, heavenly robe still played a role. However, without the invincible lucky star, the chances of heavenly robe's lucky dodge weren't high. Zhou Wen had to dodge most of it himself. Cave Era and company didn't know this. They only believed that the heavenly robe was still the same as before, capable of dodging Calamity grade attacks. They couldn't help but feel despair. The extremely terrifying destructive invisible sword beams and the heavenly robe which could dodge any attack, and the perfect, strong Zhou Wen left them without any hope. Zhou Wen felt that Slaughterer seemed to tremble because of his actions, but the vibrations weren't too great. It wasn't as intense as the last time Zhou Wen had comprehended the heart-slaying principle. Clearly, this method of intimidation didn't have much effect on Slaughteur's advancement. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how to improve, he suddenly realized that the black hole on the Heaven Ascension platform had vanished. The light on the Heaven Ascension platform dimmed as a figure tore through the air. Zhou Wen took a careful look and realized that the person walking over was wearing a mask and a white robe. His attire was very similar to the League of Guardians Lord Immortal he had seen before. The reason it was only very similar was that the Guardian armor on his body now seemed to be somewhat different. The Guardian armor emitted a golden immortal glow, making him look like an immortal that had walked out of the immortal clouds. This fellow seems a little odd. Why does it feel a little different from before? With a thought, Zhou Wen sent a large number of invisible sword beams sweeping towards Perfect Sword Immortal like a tsunami. Although a lot of the invisible sword beams had been expended, the remaining invisible sword beams were still like a tidal wave. At that moment, they attacked Perfect Sword Immortal at 100% strength. Their might was in no way inferior to a meteorite bombardment. Countless invisible sword beams rushed in front of Perfect Sword Immortal, but in the next second, something shocking happened. A strange force field rose up from Perfect Sword Immortal's body. In the force field, the invisible sword beams remained motionless, as though they had frozen in midair. Chapter 1381 True Sword Beam. Do you think you are worthy of using sword beams with that incomplete heavenly cycle stellar array? Step by step, Perfect Sword Immortal walked towards Zhou Wen. As he moved, the invisible sword beams began moving again. However, this time, the invisible sword beams didn't charge at Perfect Sword Immortal. Instead, their tips spun around and aimed at Zhou Wen. The sword beams that filled the sky surrounded him. Calamity grade. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Without any hesitation, he used Singularity Universe's interstellar teleportation ability, hoping to leave this place first. However, Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that the connection between Singularity Universe and the stars seemed to be blocked. He couldn't sense the location of the stars at all, so he naturally couldn't teleport out. Ignoring you, even if Star Lady Polestar were to come personally, she wouldn't be able to escape my Perfect Sword Immortal domain. Perfect Sword Immortal said coldly, as he saw through Zhou Wen's intentions. Calamity grade? Zhou Wen didn't have the luxury of time to think, because the invisible sword beams had already descended. Although the invisible sword beams were condensed by Zhou Wen himself, he had spent a lot of time condensing them one by one. Now that they had descended together, other Terra-grade creatures couldn't withstand them, and neither could Zhou Wen. Ignoring the fact that the heavenly robe on him no longer had a 100% dodge rate, even if it could, there was no space to dodge amid such dense invisible sword beams. The so-called 100% dodge rate required space to dodge. It wasn't something that allowed him to dodge any attack. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, as he immediately made a decision. At this moment, if he didn't immediately make a decision, death was certain. At the instant the sword beams landed on him, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. He didn't retreat. Instead, he instant transmitted to the back of Perfect Sword Immortal, and pulled out his bamboo blade to stab at his back. After falling into the Calamity Grade zone, if he couldn't use interstellar teleportation to escape, the chances of him escaping were almost zero. It wasn't that he could go from a passive position to an active position. If he could catch his opponent by surprise, and have him reveal a flaw, Zhou Wen could take the opportunity to use Singularity Universe's teleportation to leave during a lapse in the Calamity Zone. Clang! Without looking back, the Perfect Sword Immortal flicked his finger, flicking Bamboo Blade's blade and causing it to bend. The tip of the blade almost ended up stabbing Zhou Wen's arm. Zhou Wen felt as though his palm couldn't grip the hilt of the saber any longer. The force was surprisingly powerful, completely exceeding the power of a Terra-grade entity. Just as Zhou Wen's arm was about to be snapped by the force, Zhou Wen suddenly flung his arm, and went along with the force to spin his arm and body. His body spun like a drill, as the bamboo blade stabbed at Perfect Sword Immortal. Clang! Perfect Sword Immortal flicked the tip of the blade with his finger again, causing Zhou Wen's saber to tremble, as his bones seemed to shake loose. If not for Zhou Wen's understanding of strength and sword art exceeding this level, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the two simple finger flicks. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen spun like a spinning top, and used the momentum to move the saber out. His figure appeared by the side of Perfect Sword Immortal, and slashed at his neck. Clang! 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 Zhou Wen's spinning figure was like a ghost, as he pushed the heart-defying sword art to its limits. He appeared everywhere around Perfect Sword Immortal, and his sword moves were even stranger and unpredictable. However, every strike was easily repelled by Perfect Sword Immortal's casual flick. Not a single strike could touch him. Your sword art isn't bad. You have the right for such pride on earth. Unfortunately, as my enemy, you are far inferior. Perfect Sword Immortal flicked the bamboo blade again. However, this time, a firefly-like light lit up at his fingertip. Clang! When his fingertip collided with the blade, a light wave rapidly spread out like water ripples. After the wave of light, the bamboo blade that had been with Zhou Wen for a long time instantly shattered. Zhou Wen's body flew backward like a cannonball. After slamming into the ground, he left a ravine hundreds of meters long. Zhou Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to the high-speed friction, the heavenly robe produced smoke due to the extremely high temperature. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, lucky dodge. Those are just external forces akin to tricks. It might be a little useful against trash, but it's useless against me. Perfect Sword Immortal wasn't in a rush to immediately finish him off. As he spoke, the invisible sword beams that Zhou Wen condensed were controlled by him again as they swept out like a tidal wave. However, his words embarrassed Cave Era and company. Their expressions didn't look good. If it was still a little useful against trash, wouldn't they be inferior to trash if they were nearly killed by Zhou Wen? Zhou Wen endured the pain from his injuries and leaped up from the ground. However, the sword beams that filled the sky had already arrived, giving him no chance to dodge. He used instant transmission again, but this time, when he appeared, Perfect Sword Immortal seemed to have determined his landing spot. Countless sword beams were already there. At the instant Zhou Wen phased into existence, several invisible sword beams stabbed into his body, immediately dyeing the heavenly robe red with blood. Even more invisible sword beams were already inches away, as they tore towards him from all directions. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg. Instantly, the Chaos Egg was stabbed like a reverse hedgehog. Invisible sword beams constantly stabbed at it, as they collided with each other. Thankfully, the Chaos Egg's defense was good. The Chaos Egg, which could even withstand temporal and spatial powers, managed to withstand the terrifying sword stream's impact. Holy sh*T. Why isn't Sweetie doing a thing at this point in time? Don't tell me she's going to watch me die? Zhou Wen crushed the invisible sword aura that had stabbed him, and swallowed a mythical dragon resurrection pill essence. His injuries immediately healed at a discernible pace. In a moment, his damaged organs recovered and his external injuries were almost healed. You aren't dead yet. After all the invisible sword beams struck the Chaos Egg and exploded, Perfect Sword Immortal couldn't help but be surprised that the strange ball hadn't been pierced through. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. To Perfect Sword Immortal, the invisible sword beams that Zhou Wen condensed were still too weak. They just had the numbers. From the point of view of a terror grade, so many invisible sword beams were terrifying, but they were nothing to Perfect Sword Immortal. Since you aren't dead, I'll let you see what a true sword beam is, said Perfect Sword Immortal as he raised his index and middle fingers together and stabbed at the Chaos Egg. A purple sword beam took form at his fingertip. Like a purple beam of light, it shot at the Chaos Egg and instantly struck it. Boom! The Chaos Egg was forced back by the purple sword beam. After slamming into the ground, the purple sword beam continued its onslaught, slamming the Chaos Egg deep into the ground. The shockwave produced by the sword beam blasted open the ground spanning thousands of meters. Cave Era and the other guardians had no choice but to quickly retreat. After the terrifying purple sword beam completely dissipated, a huge crater thousands of meters in diameter appeared in the ground. Even Cave Era and company felt their hearts tremble when they saw it. Chapter 1382 Battling Perfect Sword Immortal. Zhou Wen's Chaos Egg had been put to the test. It didn't explode back when it was used as a ping-pong ball between calamity-grade existences. However, the sword beam from Perfect Sword Immortal was truly indomitable. The might of the strike caused many solid essence energy crystals to form in the Chaos Egg, but it failed to shatter it. At the bottom of the deep pit, Zhou Wen unsummoned the Chaos Egg and summoned the Earth Elemental Beast. He wanted to use its Earth escape powers to escape. However, the Earth Elemental Beast didn't escape far before it suddenly let out a tragic cry. Its body seemed to have been penetrated by invisible swords. Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he immediately knew that it wasn't safe underground. He was still in the Calamity Zone, so the Earth Elemental Beast probably couldn't escape. However, this allowed Zhou Wen to roughly determine the range of Perfect Sword Immortal's domain and gain some confidence. Since the Earth Elemental Beast was about to die, Zhou Wen could only order it to escape from the soil before immediately unsummoning it. Even so, he failed to keep the Earth Elemental Beast alive. The pattern on Zhou Wen's body gradually faded before disappearing. Zhou Wen couldn't sense its existence. F***CKU. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. Perfect Sword Immortal took a step forward and appeared above Zhou Wen. He looked down at him and said, "You actually survived. You really surprised me. I'll outlive you." Zhou Wen instant transmitted to the back of Perfect Sword Immortal and swung his arm in a slash. However, Just as he raised his arm, Perfect Sword Immortal turned around and kicked him in the abdomen like a phantom, sending him flying. Cough! Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood. The kick had severely injured him, nearly causing his stomach to explode. As it was so fast, Zhou failed to react in time. Like a flash, Perfect Sword Immortal was unbelievably fast. He came in front of Zhou and grabbed his head with his palm before squeezing it. The scene in Perfect Sword Immortal's mind of his head exploding didn't happen. His fingers ended up sinking into white rubber like matter. The fingers that were originally holding Zhou were now holding the Chaos Egg. Perfect Sword Immortal squeezed again, hoping to crush the Chaos Egg. However, he was somewhat surprised to discover that the Chaos Egg was soft and pliable. He failed to crack it, and only managed to distort it greatly. I want to see how strong this ball's defense is. Perfect Sword Immortal exerted strength in his palm, and lifted the Chaos Egg before throwing it into the air. At the instant it was thrown into the air, a purple lotus flower bloomed in Perfect Sword Immortal's hand. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't a lotus flower, but purple sword beams. The lotus flower like purple sword beam stabbed at the Chaos Egg. Sword beams struck the Chaos Egg from different directions. As the sword beams came from different directions, the impact kept the Chaos Egg suspended in midair. The sword beams struck it one after another, as it remained stuck in place. Boom! 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 After being repeatedly struck by several sword beams, the Chaos Egg's form was distorted beyond recognition. It was very worrying that it would explode at any moment. However, no matter how distorted the Chaos Egg was, there were a few times when it was like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle. It seemed to explode, but it ultimately didn't. Cave Era and company were alarmed. In the past, Zhou had relied on his lucky dodge to dodge the calamity-grade bullets and help others enter the rankings. They felt that Zhou was lucky to have such a companion beast. Yet, Zhou was now withstanding a barrage of calamity-grade attacks with his own strength. This wasn't as simple as luck. Cave Era and company asked themselves, if it were them, would they have died on the spot from the sword beams? Back when the Metal Flower fought Yana, Zhou had also used the Chaos Egg. The shockwaves from the battle between the two calamity-grade creatures were too intense, so the satellites failed to capture the Chaos Egg on the battlefield. Therefore, this was the first time Cave Era and company had seen the powerful defense of Chaos. However, Zhou wasn't having it easy either. The sword beams of Perfect Sword Immortal were just too powerful. Sword beams struck the Chaos Egg, making it condense a large number of solid essence energy crystals. If this continued, Zhou would be buried alive by the solid essence energy crystals. No, I can't have this continue. I have to think of a solution. Zhou's mind kept racing, but the solutions he could think of when facing a calamity-grade creature seemed very limited. It wasn't that he didn't have anything that could fight a calamity-grade. Truth Listener and Immortal Culling Sword had the power to fight a calamity-grade. The problem was that he couldn't summon Truth Listener. Using the Immortal Culling Sword required a large amount of essence energy to support it. Every use made Zhou lose his combat strength. As for the strength of Perfect Sword Immortal, it was clearly not a problem that could be resolved with one strike. Furthermore, Zhou had some concerns that prevented him from using the Immortal Culling Sword. Previously, Perfect Sword Immortal had been able to control his invisible sword beams. Clearly, the other party was very proficient in sword-type powers. If the Immortal Culling Sword was controlled by the other party, when he used it, Zhou wouldn't even have the time to cry. What should I do? What should I do? Where did Sweetie go? Is she really going to watch me die? Zhou was at his wit's end as he thought of Sweetie. Zhou found it odd. Logically speaking, Sweetie shouldn't allow him to die before figuring out the true situation of the candy box. However, Sweetie hadn't taken action up to now, as though she had no intention of saving him. Although he didn't know what was happening, Zhou knew very well that he couldn't count on her. At that moment, Sweetie was in the sky with an anxious expression. She was indeed very powerful, and wasn't really restricted while on Earth. However, there were some rules that she had to abide by. She was in a dilemma as to whether she should break the rules to save Zhou. If the rules were broken, the effect on Earth would be unimaginable. Zhou didn't know this, but he was somewhat glad. He was glad that he had discovered that Sweetie wouldn't help him. If he really went to Chess Mountain and realized that Sweetie didn't care about his survival, it would be troublesome. Although Perfect Sword Immortal was terrifying, Zhou didn't find him as terrifying as the Darch. In fact, Zhou had seen a few calamity-grade existences at the level of Perfect Sword Immortal. For example, Tsukuyomi, Drought Demon Fairy, Ant City's Guardian, and so on. They didn't feel any weaker than Perfect Sword Immortal. The difference was that Tsukuyomi hadn't fought Zhou seriously. Drought Demon had held back for some reason. This made them appear less strong than Perfect Sword Immortal. As for the Ant City Guardian, Zhou had never defeated her before. Zhou Wen didn't know how strong she was, or how strong she would become in the future. Quick, think of a solution. I have to think of a solution. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to let his imagination run wild. There were too many solid essence energy crystals, and they were about to fill the Chaos Egg. If this continued, the Chaos Egg would probably explode. It's useless even if I absorb them. Even if my entire body is filled with a sea of energy, how much can I absorb? I'm afraid I'll die from excessive eating before the Chaos Egg cracks. Hold on. Speaking of eating, I seem to have a glutton here. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of Tyrant Behemoth. Chapter 1383 Fight to the Death. There was a very difficult technical problem for Tyrant Behemoth to devour the solid essence energy crystals in the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen had recognized this problem the last time the Chaos Egg was about to explode, but he ultimately chose to use the Immortal Culling Sword. This was because the Chaos Egg was only effective against Zhou Wen. Furthermore, the space was extremely small. Even as Zhou Wen's companion beast, it was impossible for it to enter the Chaos Egg and directly devour the solid crystals inside. In the past, Zhou Wen had always absorbed the essence energy in the Chaos Egg before transferring it to his companion beasts. This problem had never been resolved. However, things were somewhat different now. Although he hadn't succeeded with his research on the infinite spatial circulation skill, the parts regarding spatial swapping and teleportation could resolve the current problem. Zhou Wen only needed to leave a spatial mark in Tyrant Behemoth's mouth. Even if he didn't summon it, he could constantly send solid essence energy crystals into its mouth. The only problem was that Zhou Wen still needed to summon Tyrant Behemoth first before leaving a spatial mark in its mouth. Then, he could constantly teleport solid essence energy crystals in. Of course, this spatial mark couldn't be exchanged with Tyrant Behemoth's body. Thankfully, Zhou Wen's research results had resolved this problem. Zhou Wen could use the mark as the item of exchange instead of the marked item. The sword beams outside shot out one after another. To unsummon the Chaos Egg and summon Tyrant Behemoth at such a time was clearly not an easy task. He had to do so under the risk of dying. Thankfully, Zhou Wen still knew Spacetime Bandit. He could use it to cast the skill before unsummoning the Chaos Egg. If he did it in tandem, he might be able to complete a series of actions at the same time and summon the Chaos Egg out again. This way, he would just be exposed for a short period of time, and the risk would be minimized. Of course, this was only a theory. Whether it could be done perfectly was still a question. I could only take a gamble. Zhou Wen wasn't too confident, but the solid crystals in the Chaos Egg were about to fill up. He had to take a gamble. Thankfully, the Lotus Flower sword beams released by Perfect Sword Immortal were almost depleted. Zhou Wen planned on using the moment when the Lotus Flower sword beams were expended, and before Perfect Sword Immortal released a new skill to carry out his risky operations. Now, Zhou Wen could only silently pray that Perfect Sword Immortal didn't immediately cast other skills. Otherwise, he could only take the blow head-on. Perfect Sword Immortal didn't do anything new. He kept looking at the Chaos Egg. The Lotus Flower sword beams he released were probably something even ordinary Calamity grade entities could hardly withstand. Zhou Wen, who was at the Terror grade, was actually able to last for so long. Although he was using pure defensive powers, it was already extremely shocking. It made him increasingly feel that he had to strengthen Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's opponents were really powerful. Zhou Wen silently waited for the last sword beam to strike the Chaos Egg as his heart involuntarily pounded. There was nervousness and excitement. This extreme challenge in the face of danger made his numbed nerves abnormally active. How fast is a Calamity-grade creature's reaction speed? 100 milliseconds? 10 milliseconds or 1 millisecond? Zhou Wen didn't know how fast Perfect Sword Immortal's reaction was. Perhaps after he came out, he wouldn't have the time to use any skills before he was blasted to death by a sword beam from Perfect Sword Immortal. Therefore, Zhou Wen needed to consider everything and try his best to push each operation to the limit. Boom! The final sword beam struck the Chaos Egg, causing it to distort and shake. It was like a balloon that was filled with water that was being struck by a fist. Thankfully, the Chaos Egg ultimately survived and wasn't blasted apart by the sword beam. Perfect Sword Immortal frowned slightly. Just as he was about to use a stronger attack to blast the Chaos Egg apart, he suddenly saw the Chaos Egg vanish at the moment the sword beam vanished. When Perfect Sword Immortal saw Zhou Wen's figure appear, he prepared to attack and eliminate him. As Jiang Yan was relatively weak, and was only at the epic stage, he couldn't withstand his possession for long. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, even if he won, Jiang Yan's body would be crippled. However, before Perfect Sword Immortal could take action, he heard Zhou Wen's voice almost at the same time the Chaos Egg vanished. Zhou Wen had shouted with a roar. "Come out! Earth's strongest companion beast!" Perfect Sword Immortal wasn't interested in what Zhou Wen had to say. All he wanted to do was kill Zhou Wen immediately. But when he heard Zhou Wen shout out the words, Earth's strongest companion beast. He subconsciously paused. He naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhou Wen to have the strongest companion beast on Earth, but the entire dimension wanted Earth's strongest companion beast. This name made him subconsciously want to see what companion beast Zhou Wen had summoned. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth was summoned by Zhou Wen. Its strong body landed on the ground, causing an earthquake. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw that Perfect Sword Immortal hadn't immediately attacked. He immediately used Sky Stealing Sun Swapping to inject the mark into Tyrant Behemoth's mouth. When Perfect Sword Immortal saw Zhou Wen's actions, he immediately realized that something was amiss. He instantly condensed a sword beam and shot it out. The sword beam flashed and vanished without a trace. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth back almost at the same time and used the Chaos Egg again. Even so, he was still a step too slow. The sword beam from Perfect Sword Immortal stabbed into Zhou Wen's heart before the Chaos Egg appeared. The Chaos Egg enveloped Zhou Wen's body, but his chest was penetrated by the sword beam. The sword beam looked like a purple ancient sword, as Zhou Wen seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Zhou Wen's heart was pierced, but he didn't feel any pain. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt an electric current flow out of the sword beam, causing his entire body to twitch as though he was having a fit. To be fooled by Zhou Wen made Perfect Sword Immortal's expression turn cold. He stared at the Chaos Egg and said coldly, "The sword beam you are struck with is the Heavenly Tribulation Sword. Although it won't kill you immediately, it will release 9 Heavenly Tribulation lightning bolts. The first bolt will destroy your body, the second bolt will slice through your bones, the third bolt will kill you, and the fourth bolt will destroy your soul. Even an Apocalypse grade expert can't withstand the pain of the 9 Heavenly Tribulations. If you come out now, you can die a quick death. If you continue hiding, you will probably wish you were dead. At the very least, I'm not dead," Zhou Wen said through gritted teeth. He had done his best, but had still been injured by Perfect Sword Immortal. This was a difference in strength that was out of Zhou Wen's control. Thankfully, as Perfect Sword Immortal hadn't attacked immediately, he didn't have the time to release his other skills. He only used the fastest Heavenly Tribulation Sword, or Zhou Wen would have already been dead. At the end of the day, Zhou Wen had managed to win himself a chance for survival. Just as he said, he wasn't dead yet. Chapter 1384 9 Swords of Heavenly Tribulation. Zhou Wen's forehead was covered in cold sweat as his face contorted in pain. The lightning that surged out of the Heavenly Tribulation Sword wasn't ordinary lightning. If it were ordinary lightning, it would at most electrocute a person to death. However, this lightning seemed to be able to penetrate deep into his cells, making Zhou Wen feel as though every cell in his body was being stabbed by needles. The pain that seeped into his soul was indescribable. The claim that the first bolt would destroy his body wasn't the destruction of a body in the traditional sense. Instead, it meant that the pain one suffered would make one embark on a path of self-destruction. Ordinary people would probably commit suicide if they were struck by the first bolt. Zhou Wen didn't commit suicide. His body trembled as he gritted his teeth. However, as he continued circulating the Chaos Egg, he circulated the Human Sovereign Sutra and continued using Sky Stealing Sun Swapping to transmit a portion of the solid crystals in the Chaos Egg to Tyrant Behemoth. Perfect Sword Immortal could hear Zhou Wen's tragic cries in the beginning, but he stopped hearing them after some time. He couldn't help but frown slightly. To be able to withstand the pain of the Heavenly Tribulation without screaming, you do have some backbone. Perfect Sword Immortal believed that Zhou Wen was doomed. Even a terror-grade creature with great perseverance could at most hold through the first 3 tribulations. The 4th tribulation spelled almost certain death. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Zhou Wen was lucky enough to survive the 4th tribulation, there were still the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th tribulations ahead. Each tribulation was more terrifying than the last. It was definitely not something humans could withstand. However, every tribulation lasted for a period of time. Since Perfect Sword Immortal had possessed Jiang Yan's body, he naturally couldn't wait that long. Without any hesitation, Perfect Sword Immortal condensed another sword beam. It streaked across the sky like a white beam as it charged at the Chaos Egg. Boom! The Chaos Egg was drowned by the sword beam as though it had melted into it. The column-like sword beam continued without end. As for the Chaos Egg amid the sword beam, it was being penetrated from every angle. From Perfect Sword Immortal's point of view, Zhou Wen was suffering the ravages of the Heavenly Tribulation Sword, so he definitely couldn't put his all into withstanding the sword beam. Furthermore, the sword beam had a very powerful penetrative ability. Even a defensive skill at the Calamity grade couldn't withstand it for long. The Chaos Egg around Zhou Wen would definitely be pierced quickly. When that happened, Zhou Wen would die. However, under the continuous impact of the sword beam, the Chaos Egg remained intact despite being distorted. Inside the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen endured the pain brought by the Heavenly Tribulation and constantly sent solid essence energy crystals to Tyrant Behemoth. A large number of solid essence energy crystals were devoured by Tyrant Behemoth. Of course, there were two preconditions. Firstly, Tyrant Behemoth was Zhou Wen's companion beast. It was equivalent to a part of Zhou Wen's body, so it could devour the solid essence energy crystals condensed from the Chaos Egg. Secondly, although Tyrant Behemoth was in its tattoo form, it was still inside the Chaos Egg. If these two conditions couldn't be satisfied, even if Zhou Wen had the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique, he couldn't move the solid essence energy crystal out. Perfect Sword Immortal's attack made large amounts of solid essence energy condense. Its speed was several times faster than before. If Zhou Wen hadn't teleported a large number of solid essence energy crystals to Tyrant Behemoth, the Chaos Egg would have long exploded. However, Zhou Wen was still very worried. This was because after Tyrant Behemoth devoured a large number of solid essence energy crystals, the tattoo began to glow and burn like a red-hot brand. Hold on. Zhou Wen could only hold on. If he were to leave the Chaos Egg, death was almost certain. However, Tyrant Behemoth was only at the mythical stage after all. It hadn't reached the legendary realm of eating 1,000 mountains daily. And the solid essence energy crystals it ate were not as simple as 1 or 2 mountains in terms of energy. Just as Zhou Wen was worried that Tyrant Behemoth would explode, the Tyrant Behemoth tattoo began to change. This fellow is evolving while eating? Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted to discover that Tyrant Behemoth had begun evolving. Furthermore, it was directly evolving. It didn't have the inoculation process that ordinary companion beasts needed when evolving. As expected of Glutton Behemoth, it evolves as it eats. Awesome. Zhou Wen was delighted as he teleported more solid crystals over. He had no choice. Perfect Sword Immortal's offensive strength was just too potent. If he didn't teleport the solid essence energy crystals out as quickly as possible, the Chaos Egg would explode at any moment. Even with the constant teleportation, the essence energy crystals in the Chaos Egg remained in a state that occupied most of the space. This was because the energy of essence energy crystals was so high level and pure. Tyrant Behemoth, which was only at the mythical stage, completed its evolution because of the high purity and high level essence energy. The Tyrant Behemoth tattoo was a little indiscernible now. It used to be black, but now, it was the color of a black hole that absorbed all light. One's gaze was sucked in upon landing on it, making it impossible to see what the Tyrant Behemoth tattoo looked like. After completing its evolution, Tyrant Behemoth's devouring capability increased greatly. The solid essence energy crystals that Zhou Wen teleported over couldn't make Tyrant Behemoth glow like before. This change made Zhou Wen, who was enduring the pain of the heavenly tribulation, feel much better. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning made him suffer, Zhou Wen's willpower was just too tenacious. Such pain couldn't make him waver. Zhou Wen reached out to pull the heavenly tribulation sword out of his chest, but when his palm touched it, it passed through it as though it didn't exist. Instead, when his palm passed through the heavenly tribulation sword, the pain intensified several times. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen circulated several powers, but failed to produce any alleviating effects. He could only rely on his willpower to resist it. 3 minutes later, the pain of the lightning piercing through his body suddenly vanished. It receded like the tide. Before Zhou Wen could take a deep breath, lightning suddenly surged out of the heavenly tribulation sword. However, this time, it was different from before. The lightning didn't cause Zhou Wen any pain. It didn't even hurt. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen felt something worse than pain. Itchiness. The bone-chilling itch felt as though thousands of ants were crawling under his skin. It made Zhou Wen's body tremble. Sometimes, pain could be endured, but not itchiness. The perfect sword immortal outside was no longer just surprised. His destruction sword Flash, which had the strongest destructive power, still failed to shatter the Chaos Egg. It's already time for the second heavenly tribulation. The present him shouldn't be able to focus. It will be difficult for him to resist the major destruction sword Flash, right? Perfect sword immortal thought. Chapter 1385 Slaying the Human Heart. Yusuji now stood at the top of a mountain and watched the battle from afar with a complicated expression. She had contracted great Sky Fiend to obtain strength. Indeed, she had obtained extremely powerful strength in a short period of time. For a while, Yusuji now even believed that her actions would become mainstream and she, a pioneer of humanity's future. However, things didn't seem to develop in the direction she had expected. Although there were indeed many humans who chose to contract with Guardians and become contractors, Guardians didn't become humanity's mainstream. The Holy Spirit Association advanced with spirit casting, and Hui Haifeng produced mythical serum. There were also humans, like Human Sovereign and Deceit King, who had advanced to the mythical stage using some unknown method. As no one had seen the true faces of Human Sovereign and Deceit King, it was impossible to determine if they had used methods like spirit casting or the mythical serum. All they knew was that they hadn't contracted Guardians. However, The Zhou in front of her most likely didn't use anything like a mythical serum. This was because he didn't have any characteristics of a dimensional creature, nor could any auras other than a human's could be sensed. A human can actually reach such a level, and even fight a calamity-grade powerhouse. This dealt a huge blow to Yasuji Nao's heart. Can the strength of humans really be that strong? Yasuji Nao's firm beliefs wavered slightly. Although she was a very opinionated person, and had always done as she wished, Zhou Wen's performance made Yasuji Nao, who was determined, begin to doubt herself. Even if the 4 heavenly kings attacked together, they probably wouldn't last a minute against such a powerful calamity-grade power. Yet, Zhou Wen had managed to last until now without being completely defeated. Zhou Wen wasn't doing well though. Although the bone-chilling itch didn't affect him much, it was still troublesome. Zhou Wen's focus was unparalleled. If it was just an itch, it wouldn't affect him as long as he didn't think about it. He was only afraid that the calamity-grade power wasn't that simple. If the subsequent heavenly tribulations attacked his body, Zhou Wen's body wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the calamity-grade power, and would be instantly killed. In a battle with a calamity-grade, I can only summon Truth Listener or use the immortal culling sword. Otherwise, there's no chance of victory. I don't even stand a chance at fighting. There might still be a chance if I advance to the terror grade, Zhou Wen thought of Slaughterer. Slaughterer could only advance by making the opponent feel fear, but he was the one being suppressed. The opponent held the absolute advantage. It was impossible to even injure the opponent, much less make him feel fear. 3 minutes quickly passed, but Zhou Wen still failed to think of a solution. As for the heavenly tribulation, it changed again. This time, Zhou Wen no longer felt itchy, but something even more terrifying happened to him. Zhou Wen instantly felt that his various senses were being magnified countless times. They were even sharper than when he used Great Brahma. Ah! Zhou Wen couldn't help but cry out. Pain, numbness, soreness, and itchiness surged at him under the stimulation of the lightning. This stimulation was something Zhou Wen could tolerate. He usually wouldn't even grunt. However, as his perception had been magnified, he became extremely sensitive. The pain was also magnified several times. This stimulation had already reached the limits of human endurance when it came to pain, but once Zhou Wen focused on other things, the pain in his body weakened. It couldn't be said to be weakened. It could only be said that he didn't feel the pain because of his distraction. How can I advance Slaughterer to the terror grade? What should I do? Although Zhou Wen knew that it was difficult, this was the most viable opportunity for him to save himself. Therefore, Zhou Wen was thinking about how to advance Slaughterer. The pain he felt became weaker and weaker. 3 minutes was neither short nor long. The third heavenly tribulation passed. In these 3 minutes, Tyrant Behemoth began glowing and heating up again because it had swallowed too many essence energy crystals. Thankfully, it wasn't as hot as before. It probably wasn't at its limit. The fourth heavenly tribulation lightning surged out. This time, it wasn't as simple as physical pain. It penetrated deep into his soul and affected Zhou Wen's emotions. Typically, the fourth heavenly tribulation would trigger illusions, allowing people to see what they were most afraid of. Many people would die at this stage. This was because humans often didn't lose to powerful enemies, but to themselves. However, this tribulation was easier for Zhou Wen to deal with than the previous ones. As his mind was so focused, the heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't affect his brain or make him hallucinate. Zhou Wen kept thinking about how to advance Slaughterer without realizing the fourth heavenly tribulation. As time ticked by, Zhou Wen still failed to come up with a solution after 3 minutes of the fourth heavenly tribulation. However, at that moment, Zhou Wen felt a reaction from Slaughterer. Furthermore, the reaction was very intense. What's going on? Why would Slaughterer react at such a time? I'm clearly at an absolute disadvantage now. It's impossible for me to cause fear to the enemy. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, but Slaughterer reaction couldn't be faked. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know how shocking it was for Perfect Sword Immortal to see him survive the fourth heavenly tribulation. This time, Slaughterer reaction was stronger than ever before. Zhou Wen could even sense that Slaughterer aura was burgeoning rapidly. Why is this happening? Could it be that my enemy feels fear? But he's clearly at an absolute advantage. Wait. Heart slaying. Having an advantage doesn't mean that he doesn't feel fear. Zhou Wen recalled a story his grandfather had told him when he was young. There was an ancient person who was very worried that the sky would collapse. Every time it rained on a cloudy day, he would try his best to run, afraid that the sky would collapse and kill him. When Zhou Wen thought of this story and connected it to the present situation and Slaughterer reaction, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Humans might be afraid of known dangers, but as they came into contact with them, their fear would gradually decrease. Instead, they were extremely afraid of things that hadn't happened or had no chance of making contact with. For example, when one stood at the edge of a rooftop, even if they were tethered to a rope, Their legs would still go limp despite knowing that they wouldn't fall. Or perhaps many people would be afraid that no one would care for them when they were old. No matter how bad their children were, they would be submissive towards them and not dare disobey them. Heart slaying. So that's how it is. I seem to understand. The slaying of the human heart lies in them doing it themselves. Zhou Wen gained new insights. Many things that clouded him previously cleared up. Chapter 1386 Natural Enemy. It was almost impossible to guess the weakness of a stranger. Every human or creature's weakness was different. Unless God personally came, it was impossible to know what anyone's weakness was. Furthermore, if Sweetie was really God, as God, even she couldn't identify the weakness of one's human nature, much less a mortal. Although it was indeed effective to guess a person's weakness in human nature based on their actions and reactions, it was impossible to have enough opportunities to observe and understand the opponent in a real battle. Not every powerful enemy was like Shangwen Jinhong, a powerful adversary that ended up losing to his weaker opponent, Li Xuanhuan. 1. Zhou Wen had previously wanted to interpret one's weakness in human nature through observation. This path couldn't be said to be wrong, but it was a very long path. He now understood something. Perhaps he didn't need much observation to obtain the desired outcome. All he needed to do was go from a microscopic view to a macroscopic view. For example, rats were afraid of cats. Some plants liked water, while others were afraid of water. Some metals were easily oxidized, while others were difficult to oxidize. Zhou Wen didn't need to understand what a person or creature was afraid of. All he needed to do was grasp what restrained them thanks to nature, making it much easier. This should be called a natural enemy, right? As his insights deepened, Zhou Wen realized that Slaughterer's reaction was even more intense. It was unknown if it was because the enemy outside had produced fear that affected Slaughterer, or if it was the result of his own epiphany. Slaughterer constantly released essence energy. Zhou Wen felt his body being transformed by a strange force, as his flesh and blood gradually changed. Although it was still a body of flesh and blood, the modified part seemed to have been given a new characteristic. Zhou Wen couldn't tell what kind of characteristic it was. His body was still the same, and his appearance hadn't changed, but there was another qualitative change. It was magical and strange. Slaughterer had fused with Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that his transformation was happening at the same time as him. The feeling was indescribable. If he had to describe it, it was like a twin that was telepathically connected. In the past, Zhou Wen's connection with Slaughterer wasn't tight. In the beginning, he couldn't even control Slaughterer because his personality was very different from Slaughterer's. It could be said that they were antitheses to one another and incompatible. Only today did Zhou Wen realize that he was truly one with Slaughterer. You are me and I am you. There was no distinction between them. Zhou Wen only reached the level that ordinary humans could reach today. The reason it was so difficult for Zhou Wen to advance to the Terra grade was not only because the Lost Immortal Sutra was difficult to advance, but also because of the conflict between Slaughterer and his personality. However, at that moment, the two finally found a balance, or rather, a hub that connected them together. Slaughterer finally completely opened itself to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't like killing, but Slaughterer was born from killing. Zhou Wen shouldn't have condensed such a life soul, but did so because of the influence of the Lost Immortal Sutra and the Lost Immortal Sutra's owner. The two constantly fused and adapted to each other until this opportunity appeared. Finally, there was no gap between them. Perfect Sword Immortal was extremely surprised. For a mere human to withstand 5 heavenly tribulations without collapsing was unimaginable. Although Perfect Sword Immortal had exaggerated the claim that the 9 tribulations could destroy Apocalypse-grade powerhouses, very few Calamity-grade creatures could withstand the heavenly tribulation sword. I have to eliminate this fellow. Otherwise, it will definitely be a calamity for our race. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Perfect Sword Immortal, as killing intent subconsciously appeared. Previously, Perfect Sword Immortal had some qualms, and didn't wish to damage Jiang Yan's body too much. However, now that he realized how terrifying Zhou Wen was, he immediately made a decision. I can still find another representative, but I definitely can't have this Zhou Wen stay alive. Sword aura rose from Perfect Sword Immortal's body, as sword beams surged from his hair and skin. His clothes and long hair fluttered. The Sky Mortal armor that had advanced to the Calamity grade constantly emitted sword beams, as terrifying sword intent surged out. Your Excellency! Don't continue! Immortal's body can't hold on much longer. Cave Era kept paying attention to Jiang Yan. She was Jiang Yan's sister, and knew how dangerous it was to be possessed by dimensional creatures. Now, she realized that Immortal's body had already shown signs of producing essence energy crystals. This meant that Jiang Yan's body couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, his body would completely crystallize. Even if he killed Zhou Wen, Jiang Yan would die. However, Perfect Sword Immortal ignored her. Now, Perfect Sword Immortal only wanted Zhou, a thorn in his side, dead. Everything else was secondary. Seeing the sword intent and sword beam over Perfect Sword Immortal rapidly strengthen, Cave Era's heart turned cold. Yusuji now and Blood Shaman wore mixed expressions. Anyone could tell that Perfect Sword Immortal was sacrificing Immortal. If Immortal could be sacrificed, what about them? Cave Era instantly made a decision. Temporal power rapidly condensed over her body as time seemed to freeze.
Cave Era, what are you trying to do?
Yusuji now and Blood Shaman looked at Cave Era in surprise.
Immortal can't die. You can stop me, but today's Immortal might be you tomorrow,
said Cave Era. Blood Shaman exchanged looks with Yusuji now. Blood Shaman said,
Even if we don't stop you, will your guardian help you?
Blood Shaman spoke gloomily. Guardians were created by the dimension after all. Would they become enemies with dimensional powerhouses for humanity? After all, a guardian contract was an equal contract. Guardians could terminate the contract unilaterally at any time. Cave Era extended her palm and looked at her guardian armor as she muttered to herself.
Are you still willing to follow me? This trip might result in death. If you aren't willing, leave. Why fight when you know you'll die?
A voice that sounded ancient sounded from Cave Era.
Because living like this will be more painful than death,
Cave Era answered. After a second of silence, it wasn't just Cave Era. Yusuji now and Blood Shaman also held their breaths nervously as they stared at the guardian armor on Cave Era. The voice that seemed to come from the ashes of history sounded again.
Instead of eternal life and infinite time, why don't you turn eternal for a limited time? Since you want to fight as you wish. Time is infinite.
The sound seemed to break through the sealed door of history. The entire armor began to emit temporal powers, instantly pushing them to their limits. Everything around them seemed to freeze as they went into super slow motion. 1. Characters from the Lily Flying Dagger, novel by Gulong. Chapter 1387 The Traitorous Cave Era.
Thank you.
Cave Era felt the power of infinite time erupt from her body. Although she couldn't reach infinite time in the true sense of the word due to her level, and make time truly stop, such power was already the limit of the Terror Grade. In some aspects, she had even broken through the limits of the Terror Grade. Without any hesitation, Cave Era knew that this was the power produced by the Guardian consuming her body. It wouldn't last long. She could only do something, no matter how negligible, during this period of time. Attack Perfect Sword Immortal? Of course not. Cave Era knew very well that her strength was far inferior. Even if the Guardian consumed her body for power, it wouldn't be enough to leave Perfect Sword Immortal flinching.
Therefore,
Cave Era's eyes flashed as she ran towards Zhou. Under the influence of infinite time, time and the surroundings seemed to come to a standstill. Even the Calamity Grade sword beam didn't appear fast. At the very least, Cave Era could keep up with the speed of the Calamity Grade sword beam. Cave Era's figure shuttled through the sword beam like a ghost in the river of time. She rushed in and landed on the Chaos Egg.
Do you know what the outcome of betrayal will be?
Perfect Sword Immortal stared coldly at Cave Era. The sword intent on his body was still expanding crazily. Jiangyan's body was already half crystallized.
I only know that Immortal is the owner of the League of Guardians.
As Cave Era spoke, she pressed her hands on the Chaos Egg. The condensed temporal powers instantly erupted, causing the surrounding time to distort and change, producing a phenomenon of temporal chaos. Even the Calamity Grade sword beam seemed to be stuck.
Time! Samsara!
Cave Era screamed as though it was the only way to squeeze out the last bit of her strength. She knew that she couldn't injure Perfect Sword Immortal, much less stop him from unleashing his strength. The only thing she could do was take Zhou away. As long as she took Zhou away, there was no reason for Perfect Sword Immortal to continue unleashing his might. Then Jiangyan might be able to live. Time for the Chaos Egg was distorted as Cave Era, and the Chaos Egg vanished into thin air, leaving the range of Perfect Sword Immortal's domain. However, less than 3 kilometers away from Perfect Sword Immortal's domain, the Chaos Egg and Cave Era fell to the ground. The glow over the Guardian armor on Cave Era's body vanished as though it had fossilized. With Terror Grade strength, Cave Era couldn't withstand such expenditure required to continuously use 2 top temporal skills, Infinite Time and Samsara. Zhou saw everything from inside the Chaos Egg. At the instant the Chaos Egg and Cave Era dropped, Zhou rushed out of the Chaos Egg and grabbed the innervated Cave Era. He wanted to use interstellar teleportation and head straight for Venus. However, he soon realized that interstellar teleportation was still unusable. The surroundings lit up as Zhou looked up and saw that the sky was completely enveloped by sword beams. At some point in time, Perfect Sword Immortal was already floating in the sky like a sun. The light emitted from his body was the omnipresent sword beams.
We didn't make it after all?
Cave Era smiled bitterly. She had already tried her best to evacuate Zhou, But the expenditure needed to escape the Calamity Zone was just too great. The spot she had brought Zhou Wen to was still too close. Now that Perfect Sword Immortal's Calamity Zone had expanded, she no longer had the strength to take Zhou Wen out.
Traitor, it's time to atone for your sins.
Perfect Sword Immortal looked down at Zhou Wen in Cave Era like a true immortal from the Nine Heavens. At that moment, his gaze was mostly on Cave Era. At the same time, his body emitted blinding sword beams that illuminated everything like the sun. They were everywhere. Zhou Wen hadn't advanced to the Terror grade and wanted to send Cave Era into the Chaos Bead, but the Chaos Bead required creatures to enter willingly. Cave Era was worried about Jiang Yan and had no intention of escaping, so Zhou Wen wasn't able to send her in. However, the Chaos Egg could only protect Zhou Wen. If he used the Chaos Egg now, he would have to leave Cave Era outside. Zhou Wen wasn't a goody two-shoes, but he wasn't willing to watch Cave Era die. She was, after all, Jiang Yan's sister and had tried to save him.
I'll just make a Hail Mary effort. If it works, you'll live. If it doesn't, I've done my best. Don't blame me for escaping when the time comes.
Zhou Wen grabbed Cave Era and quickly instant transmitted. When they phased into existence, Zhou Wen had already produced the Chaos Egg and shielded Cave Era behind him. The sun-like sword beams were everywhere. They were struck the moment they phased into existence. Thankfully, with the Chaos Egg in front of them, Cave Era wasn't injured. Otherwise, with her present state, she would probably be dead. Boom! The Chaos Egg slammed into Cave Era and flew out like a cannonball. It slammed into a mountain range, snapping a mountain peak and smashing into a valley, thereby creating another huge hole at the bottom. Zhou Wen came out of the Chaos Egg and pulled up Cave Era, who was coughing out blood. When he looked up, he realized that the sun-like Perfect Sword Immortal had already arrived less than 5 meters in front of him. He was staring coldly at them. Jiang Yan, I hope you weren't joking with me. Zhou Wen looked around, but he didn't discover anything special. This was the place where Jiang Yan had pointed out to Zhou Wen. He had tried his best to bring Cave Era here, hoping that there was something special here that he could utilize in his defense. However, no matter how he looked at the area, he couldn't see anything special about it. There wasn't even a dimensional zone, so it was impossible for him to escape into one. Perfect Sword Immortal didn't wish to waste any more time. He once again unleashed a sword beam that resembled the sun, hoping to kill Zhou Wen and Cave Era together. Zhou Wen had already planned on hiding in the Chaos Egg, but he suddenly realized that the sword beam stopped less than a meter away from them. Jiang Yan really didn't lie to me, but what's going on? I didn't discover any special powers nearby. What stopped this sword art? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the sword beam that resembled sunlight. He looked up at Perfect Sword Immortal and saw him pressing his face with one hand, his body trembling slightly, as though he was in a battle with the heavens.
You are too naive to think that you can vie for control of your body from me. Everything that belongs to you already belongs to me. What else can you use to vie with me?
Perfect Sword Immortal seemed to be muttering to himself. His tone was ruthless as he gradually lifted his face. Although one couldn't see his face under the mask, his eyes seemed to be returning to normal. Suddenly, a petal that resembled a rose flew out of the valley. It passed through the layers of sword beams and landed on the forehead of Perfect Sword Immortal. Chapter 1388 Jiang Yan's Plan. The strength of Perfect Sword Immortal was immense. Even the Chaos Egg couldn't withstand the increasingly powerful sword beam. As for the petal that looked extremely weak, it didn't fly very fast. It actually passed through the layers of sword beams and landed on the forehead of Perfect Sword Immortal. This was somewhat unbelievable. What was even more surprising was that, after the petal landed on the forehead of Perfect Sword Immortal, it melted like snowflakes and seeped into his guardian armor. In the next second, purplish-red petals appeared over Perfect Sword Immortal's body. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped his entire body, forming a floral armor. Fairy Burial. Zhou Wen immediately widened his eyes. He never expected Immortal to be Jiang Yan, because Immortal's guardian wasn't Fairy Burial. Previously, he had joined Jiang Yan in his trip to contract his guardian. How could he not be familiar with it? He recognized it at a glance. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Cave Era wanted to save me. She was actually trying to save Jiang Yan. Zhou Wen finally understood. He had been puzzled as to why Cave Era would take such a huge risk to save him. Just because he was her brother's junior didn't seem to make sense.
You actually contracted 2 guardians.
Perfect Sword Immortal already understood what had happened and knew why the sword beam couldn't injure the petal. He used Jiang Yan's body to fight. In essence, the current Perfect Sword Immortal was actually Jiang Yan. As for Fairy Burial, it had a contract with Jiang Yan. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary guardian contract. It was a life and death contract that went one step further. Jiang Yan's injuries were equivalent to Fairy Burial being injured. Likewise for the converse. Therefore, Perfect Sword Immortal couldn't injure Fairy Burial. Otherwise, he would be injuring himself. Unless he abandoned Jiang Yan's body, it was impossible for him to injure Fairy Burial. That's not right. What guardian is this? Perfect Sword Immortal frowned slightly. The floral armor formed by the guardian was actually absorbing and devouring his calamity power. Perfect Sword Immortal naturally sensed that the floral armor was only at the Terra grade, but for some reason, it could absorb his calamity grade power. Although the absorption speed wasn't fast, it was very rare to absorb something at a higher level. Perfect Sword Immortal vaguely felt that the power of the floral armor seemed to restrain him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to control the guardian that Jiang Yan had contracted, since he had already occupied Jiang Yan's body. However, the floral armor rejected him, and refused to be under his control.
Fairy Burial.
Jiang Yan obtained the power of Fairy Burial again, and finally regained some control. However, he could only speak. Control over the rest of his body was still in the hands of Perfect Sword Immortal.
Just this act deserves death. You've been hiding and plotting for so long because you want to use its power to devour me?
Perfect Sword Immortal said coldly.
I pity your ignorance. Although I don't know why this guardian's power has a faint restraining effect on me, it's still too weak. As long as I leave your body, I can easily destroy your body along with it. But do you dare leave my body?
Jiang Yan said indifferently. Perfect Sword Immortal understood what Jiang Yan meant. Without Jiang Yan's body as support, he would be ostracized by Earth's rules. When that happened, his strength would be greatly weakened. With Zhou Wen near him, he would probably die if he was weakened to the Terra grade. It would be useless even if he destroyed Jiang Yan's body.
It doesn't matter. I can kill you after I'm done with him.
Perfect Sword Immortal turned to look at Zhou Wen. Fairy Burial's powers couldn't deal much damage to him in a short period of time. The power it absorbed was only a tiny portion that didn't affect his combat strength much. All Perfect Sword Immortal needed to do was stick to his original plan, and kill Zhou Wen before leaving Jiang Yan's body to kill Jiang Yan and Fairy Burial. However, Perfect Sword Immortal was still somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Yan could contract two guardians. In theory, an individual shouldn't be able to contract two guardians. Furthermore, guardians wouldn't be willing to share their contractors with other guardians. This was because guardians were natural enemies with each other. They had been created to defeat each other. Guardians of different species shouldn't be able to contract with the same person.
Jiang Yan, what other plans do you have? Quick, tell me!
Zhou Wen shouted at Jiang Yan. Since Jiang Yan had set up such a trap, there was likely a way to deal with Perfect Sword Immortal.
My plan was for you to hold him back while I absorb his strength,
Jiang Yan said. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback before he flew into a rage.
F***CKU. Are you human? You call this a F***King plan?
Don't be anxious.
That's just plan A. I still have plan B,
Jiang Yan added.
How can you still be in the mood to joke at a time like this? Quick, tell me.
Zhou Wen felt a little relieved as he retreated with Cave Era.
Plan B is for you to severely injure Perfect Sword Immortal. This way, my absorption will be faster and the danger will be resolved faster,
Jiang Yan said.
Are you really speaking anything human?
Zhou Wen's face darkened.
Don't feel so inferior. You have to have confidence in yourself. I'm very confident in you. Work hard and kill him. Also, protect my sister.
Jiang Yan's tone was very relaxed, as though Perfect Sword Immortal was some random character that could be killed with a single strike.
Are you done?
Perfect Sword Immortal's voice seemed to emit a cold aura. It was obvious how furious he was. Jiang Yan didn't think much of him. He actually said that he wanted Zhou Wen to kill him.
Should I say that you are optimistic or ignorant? Humans can't even leave Earth. From the looks of it, it's not without reason.
As Perfect Sword Immortal spoke, the sword beams on his body erupted like the sun again in a bid to kill Zhou Wen.
Enter this.
Zhou Wen extended his hand and pulled Cave Era. Cave Era didn't resist this time as she was pulled into the Chaos Bead by Zhou Wen. Almost at the same time, the Chaos Egg enveloped Zhou Wen's body. Boom! The omnipresent sword beam struck the Chaos Egg, instantly filling it up. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to transfer it to Tyrant Behemoth as the continuous sword beam stabbed a few spots into the Chaos Egg. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Egg was about to become a porcupine. Inside the Chaos Egg that was riddled with holes, solid essence energy immediately vaporized when it encountered the outside air, turning into white essence energy that spewed out. Zhou Wen saw the sword beams penetrate the Chaos Egg and knew that it was difficult to dodge them. However, he was still a little short of breaking through the final barrier needed to advance to the Terra grade. What am I short of? More and more sword beams appeared in front of Zhou Wen as some of them nearly stabbed him in the face.
Die!
Perfect Sword Immortal squeezed out the last bit of his strength, hoping to kill Zhou Wen as quickly as possible. The blazing sword beam seemed to devour the entire world, destroying everything around it. Even dust particles were sliced apart by the sword beam. Chapter 1389 Terrorgrade. The indestructible sword beams illuminated everything, wiping out everything. The already riddled Chaos Egg immediately shattered, as Zhou Wen was no longer able to hold out. Instant transmission was useless under such circumstances, because the sword beam was everywhere. No matter where Zhou Wen instant transmitted to, he would be killed by the sword beam unless he could leave Perfect Sword Immortal's Calamity Zone. That was naturally impossible. Zhou Wen hadn't advanced to the Terrorgrade, but he had no choice but to make a last-ditch effort. He took out the Immortal Culling Sword, but his heavy heart kept sinking. This was because the Immortal Culling Sword could only be used once. As for his surroundings, they were filled with sword beams. He would be penetrated by the myriad swords after slashing out. What was even worse was that Zhou Wen knew very well that even if he used Immortal Slaying, he wouldn't be able to slay such a powerful Perfect Sword Immortal. His strength was too weak. He was unable to unleash the full might of the Immortal Culling Sword. A full-powered strike was equivalent to a Calamity Grade strike. Such an attack couldn't hit Perfect Sword Immortal. Zhou Wen even realized that the speed at which he could draw out his sword couldn't keep up with his thoughts. The sword beam had already arrived in front of him, before he could pull out the Immortal Culling Sword. Am I just dying like that? Zhou Wen held his sword and looked at the dazzling sword beam that was everywhere. He felt fear and indignation. Although there was no time for him to think too much, the instinctive fear arose spontaneously. Suddenly, the sword beam that could destroy everything stopped in front of Zhou Wen. The tip of the sword beam was almost in contact with Zhou Wen's cornea. To suddenly live in the face of impending death, Zhou Wen couldn't help but tremble. It was as though a gust of cold air instantly rushed to his head from the soles of his feet and spread to his entire body. It made Zhou Wen feel a little hot. His face warmed up as though he had a fever. His legs went limp as his head spun. The feeling of having made a trip to the gates of hell was something that only those involved could understand. As the saying went, there was great horror between life and death, but it was very difficult to experience it. This was because the person would already be dead when they experienced it. It was useless even if they experienced it. Those who could experience the horror of life and death and survive were extremely lucky. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a rebirth. At that instant, Zhou Wen experienced the horror of life and death. His mind immediately became clear as a mirror. Many things that he usually cared about were nothing when he thought about them. It was ridiculous to be sad over them. At the same time, Zhou Wen finally understood why he couldn't take the final step to advance to the Terrorgrade. This was because he had never experienced true fear, so how could he understand the terror of others? Only people who had truly experienced fear understood what fear was.
What are you waiting for? Use your sword to kill him!
Jiang Yan's voice boomed in almost a roar, but he knew that it was already too late when he shouted. Zhou Wen still hadn't reacted. Jiang Yan's heart immediately turned cold. The best he could do was use this split second to use all the power Burial Immortal had gathered and its unique abilities. He could regain control from Perfect Sword Immortal, while his control over the body was weakest during his delivery of a full might attack. He originally imagined that there was this unspoken understanding between him and Zhou Wen. That instant was enough for Zhou Wen to slash out with an earth-shattering strike. The strike that had once killed a dimensional calamity, the strike that belonged to human sovereign. However, Zhou Wen blanked out at such a critical moment and missed that instant.
What a pity! You sure are scheming and resourceful.
Perfect Sword Immortal had already regained control of his body. He too broke out into a cold sweat. He never expected Jiang Yan to be able to regain control of the body. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough to shock him. If Zhou Wen had reacted in time, he might have been severely injured. When he saw the Immortal Culling Sword in Zhou Wen's hand, he recognized Zhou Wen's identity, and knew that Zhou Wen indeed had the ability to severely injure him.
So Zhou Wen is human sovereign. What a pity! Humans are only humans after all. They are ultimately unable to face the extreme fear of death calmly. He missed his only chance and wasted your efforts.
Perfect Sword Immortal said with a sneer.
Jiang Yan, my dear Jiang Yan, you are indeed a talent. However, you chose the wrong person and stood on the wrong side.
Jiang Yan was exhausted from unleashing all his strength. He didn't even have the ability to control the body and make sounds.
Don't make the wrong choice again in your next life.
Perfect Sword Immortal once again controlled his sword beam to shoot out, hoping to kill Zhou Wen. However, when he looked at Zhou Wen, he was surprised to discover that Zhou Wen's body was emitting a strange aura. The aura made him extremely disgusted, and even somewhat afraid. Terror transformation? Wasn't that ball his terror transformation power? Perfect Sword Immortal sized up Zhou Wen suspiciously, having originally believed that the Chaos Egg was Zhou Wen's terror grade power. However, from the changes in Zhou Wen's body, it was a sign that he had just advanced to the terror form. This left him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a human who had fought him for so long wasn't even at the terror grade. However, Perfect Sword Immortal couldn't care less. He drove 10,000 sword beams downwards. Regardless of whether he was at the terror or mythical stage prior to this, that could be discussed after he was dead. The sun-like sword beams devoured Zhou Wen, and in the blinding sword beam, a very discordant light suddenly appeared. Crack! 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 The 10,000 sword beams shattered like glass and scattered in all directions. The thousands of sword beams rose up and deflected light, making the surroundings appear dreamy. A sword beam tore through everything, splitting the shattered sword beams that filled the sky into two. It was as though the sea had been parted as a sword beam charged straight at Perfect Sword Immortal. Perfect Sword Immortal condensed a sword with his fingers, converging the sword beams around him into one as he faced the sword beam.
All the swords in this world obey my orders. You have a death wish to fight me with a sword.
As Perfect Sword Immortal spoke, his sword beam had already collided with his adversary's sword beam. Boom! The sword beams collided, producing a terrifying shockwave. Perfect Sword Immortal's heart palpitated as he dodged to the side, but he was still a little slow. A bloody mark immediately appeared on his cheek when the sword beam swept past him. A drop of blood slowly dripped down his cheek. What's wrong with that sword? Why is its power able to restrain my sword beam? Impossible. How can there be a sword in the world that I can't control? The eyes of Perfect Sword Immortal widened into a contortion as he stared opposite him. He saw Zhou Wen walking over with the immortal culling sword in hand. The heavenly robe on his body fluttered in the wind. He had not been injured.
Why wait for the next life? I think I can choose again now.
Zhou Wen felt the power in his body, and the sword intent that roared like an evil spirit from immortal culling sword. This was the first time he had been able to freely control the immortal culling sword and not just draw it and slash it once. Chapter 1390 Terror Grade Combat Strength.
All the swords in the world might be under your jurisdiction, but this sword of mine isn't,
Zhou Wen said, as he slashed out with the immortal culling sword again. It was an onslaught of sword aura. Zhou Wen felt Slaughterer constantly spew out essence energy. After the immortal culling sword, which had extremely high essence energy requirements, accepted the endless essence energy, it trembled and hummed. It was like a parched land's desire for rain, the satisfaction of a hungry wolf when it ate meat. The immortal culling sword had been thirsty and hungry for too long. Zhou Wen's essence energy in the past wasn't enough to power it. Every time Zhou Wen had used the immortal culling sword, it was like giving a person dying of thirst a drop of water. Not only did this drop of water not quench his thirst, but it only made him yearn for more. Hum! Hum! Under Zhou Wen's brandishing, the immortal culling sword produced a humming sword hum as it slashed out sword beams. Perfect Sword Immortal condensed sword beams to fight Zhou Wen, but he was alarmed to discover that his sword beams were restrained by Zhou Wen's sword beams. It was like a mortal weapon encountering a divine weapon that could slice through steel as though it was mud. Anything would be sliced apart the moment it came into contact with it. Retreat. Another retreat. Perfect Sword Immortal was alarmed to discover that he could only retreat again and again under Zhou Wen's sword. He wanted to counterattack with his sword, but for some reason, Zhou Wen's sword technique made him uncomfortable. It was like a sword beam restraining his sword radiance. It made him feel uncomfortable. He was unable to unleash his full combat strength. Perfect Sword Immortal suddenly had a feeling, a subconscious feeling, as though he was afraid of Zhou Wen. This fear was in his bones, like it was a part of his nature. What? What's going on? A terror grade. Just a terror grade human. How can this be? How can this be? The eyes of Perfect Sword Immortal flickered as cracks appeared in his defenses. Terror constantly spread in his heart. Blood Shaman and Yusuji now, who were watching from afar, stared blankly. Zhou Wen is human sovereign. Yusuji now watched as Zhou Wen's sword forced Perfect Sword Immortal into a retreat. The powerful Perfect Sword Immortal that left one in despair was completely suppressed, as though he didn't even have the chance to counterattack.
He is at the terror grade, right?
Blood Shaman said with a strange expression. No one could answer him. Only the earth-shattering sword aura and sword hum echoed in the world. Zhou Wen felt as though he was in an invincible state. It wasn't just because the immortal culling sword had erupted with powerful combat strength, but more because of the power Slaughterer and the advancement to the terror grade had given him. In the past, Zhou Wen needed to make all kinds of observations and plans to deduce the enemy's weakness, but now, it seemed very natural. Without needing much observation, he could attack his opponent's weakness as though it had become an instinct. This instinct wasn't without reason, but a judgment based on some rules. It was like learning a math formula. No matter how varied the questions were, as long as one grasped the formulas, they could obtain answers without looking at all possible questions. Now, Zhou Wen was such an example. He didn't need to see the weaknesses of all creatures to determine his opponent's weaknesses. This feeling was simply intoxicating. It was as though he could see through everything at a glance. It felt like God. Together with the power unleashed by the immortal culling sword, as well as its ability to restrain immortals, along with Zhou Wen's hard-defying sword art, he forcefully suppressed Perfect Sword Immortal to the point of him being unable to counterattack. If it wasn't for the fact that the body belonged to Jiang Yan, the immortal culling sword would have killed Perfect Sword Immortal. Perfect Sword Immortal seemed to notice this as well. He stopped defending and transformed into a sword beam, hoping to escape. Although Zhou Wen's speed wasn't as fast as Perfect Sword Immortal, he had the help of spatial teleportation. After Slaughterer advanced to the Terror grade, Zhou Wen experienced a tremendous change. This change didn't only improve his physique a little. In fact, it had a greater effect on his other Terror transformation abilities. For example, in his true Terror form, he could use the God Fiend Era's instant transmission almost instantly. It wasn't like before where there was an obvious pause. For example, using Singularity Universe's teleportation ability greatly increased accuracy. The other Terror transformation abilities seemed to be augmented by a halo under Zhou Wen's Terror transformation. They were greatly enhanced. Zhou Wen could virtually instant transmit an infinite number of times, so he managed to catch up to the Calamity Grade Perfect Sword Immortal. He constantly slashed out with the Immortal Culling Sword, forcing Perfect Sword Immortal to dodge in a sorry state. Perfect Sword Immortal had also attempted to let the Immortal Culling Sword slash at Jiang Yan's body, but he was alarmed to discover that after the Immortal Culling Sword injured Jiang Yan's body, it carried a strange power. The power directly injured his immortal body, but it didn't injure Jiang Yan's body. It was as though it was a power born to deal with immortals. Perfect Sword Immortal was alarmed, unhinged with anger. He never expected to end up in such a sorry state on his descent to Earth.
Zhou Wen, Jiang Yan, I'll remember you.
Perfect Sword Immortal wanted to escape Jiang Yan's body and return to the dimension. However, he was even more alarmed to discover that he couldn't leave Jiang Yan's body. The floral armor like Fairy Burial seemed to have some mysterious power that imprisoned the soul that had descended into Jiang Yan's body. How can this be? Perfect Sword Immortal felt extreme regret. He never expected that his casual decision would result in his death. It was already impossible to destroy Fairy Burial. This was because the Fairy Burial armor had already fused with the Sky Mortal armor. As for the Sky Mortal armor, it was a Calamity Grade armor that the Perfect Sword Immortal had helped advance. Furthermore, in the battle with Zhou Wen, he had set a large amount of Immortal Essence Sword Aura into the Sky Mortal armor. Now, the Sky Mortal armor was truly at the Calamity Grade. Coupled with the fusion with Fairy Burial, it had the power to restrain Perfect Sword Immortal's essence energy, preventing him from suicidally destroying Jiang Yan's body.
Don't you think it's too late to leave now?
Jiang Yan said, finally regaining partial control. Perfect Sword Immortal immediately felt that things were going south, but it was too late. Jiang Yan unleashed the power of Fairy Burial again and temporarily regained control of his body. This time, Zhou Wen didn't miss the opportunity. The Immortal Culling Sword left his hand and transformed into a sword beam that instantly pierced through Perfect Sword Immortal's body, pinning him to the mountain wall. The power of Immortal Culling Sword instantly spread across Perfect Sword Immortal's body. The power was extremely harmful to him, but it didn't deal much damage to Jiang Yan's body. Zhou Wen had already discovered this in the battle just now. Although the Immortal Culling Sword could kill other creatures with similarly powerful destructive power, it had a special lethality against Perfect Sword Immortal. When it injured ordinary creatures, the wound wouldn't continue extending, but it was different for Perfect Sword Immortal. After injuring him, the wound would continue to damage his immortal body. Chapter 1391 The Disqualified. Perfect Sword Immortal was severely injured by the Immortal Culling Sword. Although Jiang Yan's body was also injured, it wasn't as serious as Perfect Sword Immortal, nor did he suffer from constant damage. Under such circumstances, he finally regained control of most of his body. At the same time, Fairy Burial, who had fused with the Sky Mortal armor, crazily plundered and absorbed Perfect Sword Immortal's energy. Facing the pincer attack of the Immortal Culling Sword and Fairy Burial, Perfect Sword Immortal lost his voice bit by bit amidst the painful roars. Finally, he was completely absorbed by Fairy Burial. The floral armor on Jiang Yan's body was red to the point of turning purple. It was extremely beautiful, like red spider lilies that had fallen into hell. Jiang Yan reached out to grab the hilt of Fairy Burial, and pulled it out of his body, before throwing it back to Zhou Wen.
You came too early. If you had given me more time for preparations, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state.
Jiang Yan looked at the wound on his body. The blood armor seemed to have a life of its own as it rooted itself in the wound, and quickly healed his injured body.
You didn't inform me. How would I know what you were up to?
Zhou Wen rolled his eyes.
If I had told you in advance, even if you could fool everyone, I wouldn't be able to fool Perfect Sword Immortal who possessed me. Only when everything is real can Perfect Sword Immortal sink deeper, and not have the chance to escape again,
Jiang Yan said with a smile.
Thankfully you didn't disappoint me. Although there were some tiny mishaps, The goal was finally achieved. My heart isn't too good. Please get someone else if you are doing this again,
Zhou said angrily.
I wasn't the one looking for you, all right? You came knocking by yourself,
Jiang Yan said with a smile. Zhou was taken aback, but he knew that what Jiang Yan said made sense. Jiang Yan was only taking advantage of the situation. Even without Jiang Yan, the League of Guardians would still deal with him. A figure like Perfect Sword Immortal would still descend. It was only a matter of time.
What plans do you have for the future?
Zhou released Cave Era and asked Jiang Yan.
I'm the owner of the League of Guardians. I was in the past, and will be in the future.
Jiang Yan looked at Yasuji now, Blood Shaman, and the other Guardians. Yasuji now, Blood Shaman, and the other Guardians flew over and said in unison.
We are willing to continue following you, Your Excellency. Aren't you afraid that the Dimensional Fellows will deal with you?
Zhou asked.
I was afraid in the past, but now that my Sky Mortal and Fairy Burial have advanced to the Calamity grade, there's no need to be afraid. It's not that easy for dimensional creatures to come to Earth. Even if they do, they will be greatly suppressed. Up to now, only humans can allow Calamity grade creatures to exist on Earth. They can't even send Calamity grade creatures over. Even if they descend with the help of a body, they will at most be at the Calamity grade. Do you think I need to be afraid?
Jiang Yan said.
Alright, take care. Goodbye. No. There's nothing good about it. It's best we don't meet again.
Zhou waved his hand and prepared to leave.
Do you want me to help you finish that?
Jiang Yan pointed at Zhou.
What?
Zhou was slightly taken aback. He looked down and realized that the Heavenly Tribulation sword he had been hit with was still embedded in his chest. It was still emitting lightning.
Well, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This thing can't really injure people. I wonder how Perfect Sword Immortal managed to master such a useless skill.
Zhou felt that although the Heavenly Tribulation was still ongoing, it didn't affect him much. He had already forgotten about it, as he was focused on the battle. It was obvious how useless the Heavenly Tribulation sword was to Zhou. Jiang Yan glanced at Zhou with a complicated expression. He had absorbed Perfect Sword Immortal, so he knew some of his abilities. The Heavenly Tribulation sword's attack wasn't targeted at the body, but the mind. Under the 9 instances of Heavenly Tribulation, even a Calamity-grade creature would most likely become an idiot or lunatic. They might even be erased or turned into a vegetative state. There were many who couldn't withstand it and committed suicide. However, Zhou didn't react to the 9 tribulations of the Heavenly Tribulation sword. Others didn't know how terrifying it was, but Jiang Yan knew very well that this wasn't a reaction a human should have. It's no wonder teacher said that about him, Jiang Yan thought.
I'm leaving.
Zhou waved his hand and turned to leave. He didn't get Jiang Yan to help him pull out the Heavenly Tribulation sword. After advancing to the Terror grade, his understanding of various powers had improved significantly. He knew that the Heavenly Tribulation sword would quickly dissipate. After using teleportation to leave, with the augmentation of his terror state, Singularity Universe's location locking was much more accurate. Zhou teleported to the vicinity of Luoyang, and the deviation was only about 5 kilometers. It was much better than before. When he arrived at an empty spot, Zhou eagerly took out his phone and checked his stats. Zhou, Terror. Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Life Soul, Slaughterer. Wheel of Destiny, No Engravings, 1 spin. Terror Form, The Disqualified, Beyond S. Strength, 82. Zhou looked at his information and fell into a daze. He originally imagined that his Terror grade was the upgraded version of Slaughterer, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Slaughterer had indeed undergone Terror transformation, and its name was Slaughterer. Like the other 8 Terror transformation abilities, it had an S-grade Terror transformation ability. However, Zhou's true Terror transformation ability wasn't Slaughterer, but the Disqualified. Although it had a certain relationship with Slaughterer, it was somewhat different. After Zhou entered the Disqualified state, he gained an extremely powerful augmentation for the other 9 Terror states. He also had the ability to spy on weaknesses like before. However, this ability wasn't constant. It varied according to the different target creatures. This ability was relatively powerful for common lifeforms. The effects on rare creatures would be weaker, but it wasn't completely ineffective. Apart from that, the Disqualified had a very strong augmentation on various parts of his physique, including his senses. Otherwise, even if Zhou's strength could keep up with Perfect Sword Immortal in battle, his eyesight and reaction would be far inferior. It would still be difficult for him to match him. In fact, Zhou's various abilities were very close to the Calamity grade in the Disqualified state. Zhou still needed to continue studying the other abilities of the Disqualified. After all, he had just condensed it, so he didn't understand it fully. Zhou pulled out Tyrant Behemoth's information, hoping to see how far it had advanced. Tyrant Behemoth, Terror, Evolvable. Life Providence, Extreme Strength. Life Soul, Violent Crown. Wheel of Destiny, Absolute Strength. Terror Form, Tyrant. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Constitution, 82. Essence Energy, 82. Talent Skill, Mountain Consuming. Companion Form, Boxing Glove. He switched on his phone and randomly chose a dungeon. Zhou wanted to see what changes Tyrant Behemoth would undergo when it entered its terror form. Chapter 1392 Blood Spirits. The Yang City dungeon had happened to finish refreshing, so Zhou entered it with Tyrant Behemoth. Due to his previous experience, Zhou didn't dare touch the blood bone temples. All he did was make Tyrant Behemoth enter its terror form, the Tyrant State. The terror form Tyrant Behemoth instantly became as huge as a mountain. A crown appeared on its head, as its black iron-like body suffused a red glow. Its eyes suffused a red glow, as a red glow also shimmered in its mouth. It looked like a devil that shimmered with a sanguine glow in the dark night. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth landed. As it was so huge, it stepped onto a blood bone temple. Terror-grade creatures immediately rushed out of the blood bone temple, transforming into terrifying blood shadows that charged at Tyrant Behemoth. Although Zhou felt that Tyrant Behemoth couldn't defeat the dozen or so terror-grade creatures, he had no intention of helping. He wanted to see how powerful Tyrant Behemoth was. More than 10 terror-grade blood shadows rushed over from different directions. Tyrant Behemoth roared at the sky as the sanguine light over its body transformed into blood flames that burned around its body. Tyrant Behemoth suddenly exerted strength at a terrifying speed. As its massive body moved, it produced afterimages. Bang! A terror-grade blood shadow suspected to be a whirl turtle was pierced through by Tyrant Behemoth's claw. Its sharp claws sank into its body as it roared and ripped its body apart. Then, it picked up the corpse and threw it into its mouth. It chewed a few times before swallowing. It was as violent as a devil. Kill! 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 Zhou watched Tyrant Behemoth fight the group alone with no inkling of what retreat was. It ignored the enemy's attacks and seemed to only have eyes for its opponents. Absolute strength at the terror grade was too powerful. In a head-on clash, no terror grade creature was Tyrant Behemoth's match. They were either torn apart by Tyrant Behemoth or smashed into meat paste. However, Tyrant Behemoth kept attacking without delivering any defensive maneuvers. It was also hit by many forces. Although its body was very powerful, it didn't have absolute defense. It still suffered quite a number of injuries, and some of them were rather serious. A blood shadow that resembled an ox or a goat slammed into Tyrant Behemoth's waist. The horns that were more than 10 meters long stabbed right in. Tyrant Behemoth let out a tragic cry before grabbing the blood shadow and pulling it in front of it. It grabbed its head with one hand and its tail with the other before pulling. Zhou watched as the blood shadow's body gradually extended. Amidst the inhuman screams, its body snapped like a rubber band as blood spewed everywhere. Tyrant Behemoth fought crazily. What surprised Zhou was that its injuries healed extremely quickly. It could even be said to be abnormally fast. Under the siege of the terror-grade creatures, Tyrant Behemoth became more and more ferocious. It didn't weaken because of its injuries. Instead, as the blood shadow's numbers decreased, their position of disadvantage became more and more obvious. After carefully observing for a while, Zhou realized that Tyrant Behemoth could quickly recover from its injuries not because its physique was strong, but because it had devoured many opponents in battle. The energy obtained from its opponent quickly healed its body. It was simply nourishing itself with food. As long as the injuries on its body weren't fatal, and as long as it had something to eat, it was almost a perpetual motion machine. This fellow's combat style is so strange. However, absolute strength is really useful. At the same level, Tyrant Behemoth is almost an invincible existence. The more Zhou watched, the more he liked it. He only felt that Tyrant Behemoth's body was a little weak. If it could have absolute defense, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, absolute defense was Prison Dragon's ability. It was unlikely it would appear on Tyrant Behemoth. After understanding Tyrant Behemoth's true strength, Zhou realized that something was amiss. Tyrant Behemoth had already killed nearly 10 terror-grade blood shadows, but no items had dropped. There wasn't even a single dimensional crystal, much less companion eggs. Zhou glanced at the game's notification box and realized that the in-game notifications were killed XXX's blood spirit.
Only then did Zhou come to a realization. The blood shadows here weren't the true legendary terror creatures. They were just undead. There was no problem with being undead, but the problem was that nothing dropped. This left Zhou depressed. He attempted to activate some blood bone temples and killed the blood shadows, but the outcome was the same. Nothing dropped. What crappy dungeon is this? It doesn't drop anything. Zhou was greatly disappointed. He originally imagined that he had found a treasure ground that could spawn some terror-grade companion eggs, but nothing dropped. However, Zhou knew that there was definitely something impressive in such a strange place. More importantly, he didn't know if he could kill the calamity creature guarding it. Without the immortal culling sword in game, Zhou could only rely on himself and his companion beasts in battle. Since I'm already here, let me see what secrets are hidden in Yang City. Zhou summoned Banana Fairy, Demonic Neonate, and other companion beasts and stormed in. There were many terror-grade blood shadows here, and Zhou had quite a number of terror-grade companion beasts. Furthermore, they were all excellent. Every one of them could fight a group alone. Zhou watched for a while before he suddenly thought of something. The blood spirits here were likely transformed from the race of the Classic of Mountains, and seas beasts killed during the reign of Yu the Great. The strength of the blood spirits is naturally far inferior to the true Classic of Mountains and seas beasts. Zhou even saw a phoenix-like blood spirit, but its strength was only considered top-notch at the terror grade. It was probably much weaker than a real phoenix. Such a blood spirit didn't drop anything, so it could be said to be useless to others. However, Zhou had the disqualified, which had the ability to sense his opponent's weakness. This ability actually required a certain level of support. If it was a creature that Zhou had never seen before, the effects of the ability would be much weaker. Although the blood spirits here were much weaker than their original versions, their abilities weren't fake. All Zhou needed to do was familiarize himself with their abilities and attributes. When he encountered a true Classic of Mountains and seas beast, he could directly sense their weaknesses. It was equivalent to knowing their weaknesses in advance. This ain't too bad. Zhou originally found it pointless, but after this discovery, he became interested and carefully observed the abilities of every blood spirit. As he was observing, a strange temple appeared in front of him. In Yang City, the buildings Zhou had seen were made of blood bones, but the temple in front of him wasn't made of bones or clay bricks. It was a stone temple. Tyrant Behemoth was still burning with its killing fervor as it charged forward. Just as it was about to approach the stone temple, its door suddenly opened. A bull was lying inside. Chapter 1393 Kuei. Zhou's heart palpitated when he saw the bull. He immediately knew that something was amiss, and wanted to unsummon his companion beasts. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The bull opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The roar was like a bull's or dragon's, but it also sounded like a clap of thunder. Zhou even saw light that resembled the sun and moon spew out from its mouth. As the roar sounded, it instantly illuminated half of Yang City. Why was it half of Yang City? It was because the stone temple was in the middle of Yang City. Only the front of the stone temple was illuminated. Zhou's heart stirred as he made a decision without any hesitation. He immediately instant transmitted to the area behind the stone temple. When he phased into existence again, his body was immediately thrown to the ground by the terrifying sound wave. His innards churned, as though his blood vessels were about to explode. However, this was already considered good. Tyrant Behemoth and the other companion beasts suffered the power of the terrifying sound wave in the area in front of the stone temple. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Even a terror-grade creature with a powerful body like Tyrant Behemoth couldn't withstand it. Only Banana Fairy acted fast. Like Zhou, she fled to the area behind the stone temple to avoid being killed by the sound waves. Her situation was similar to Zhou's. She was also injured from the shock, and her injuries were worse than Zhou's. As for Demonic Neonate, she kept hugging the demonic sword while sitting on Zhou's shoulder. Although she had also been attacked by the sound waves, she looked fine. I was probably killed by this fellow's roar the last time. I have to investigate what it is. As Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar, he took out his other phone and opened the browser to search online. This thing. Don't tell me it's a Kuei. The more Zhou looked at it, the more it looked like it. Although he had only taken a glance, he knew that the bull in the stone temple didn't have horns, and was still lying there. According to the information he had found on the internet, Kuei didn't have horns on its head, and only had one leg. Zhou couldn't see how many legs it had, but it was lying there and not standing. It was very likely that it didn't want to keep standing because it only had one leg. This discovery excited Zhou because the bull was clearly not a blood spirit. It was a creature with flesh and blood. According to the information on the internet, every time the Kuei appeared, it would be accompanied by a storm. Furthermore, it had the light of the sun and moon on its body as it roared like thunder. Legend has it that when Yellow Emperor discovered the Kuei, the mysterious maiden used its hide to make a drum, and its bones as drumsticks. One strike of the drum quaked 250 kilometers out. No one could stop it. This thing was definitely an excellent grade music-type companion beast. Now, Zhou didn't have any music-type companion beasts. If he could obtain Kuei, it would make up for the weakness. Zhou was still fantasizing when he heard another clap of thunder.
It gave him a fright, making him believe that the Kuei had roared again. However, when he looked up, he realized that it was true thunder, not the sound of the Kuei. Dark clouds gathered above Yang City as thunder rumbled. Then, without any warning, it began to pour heavily. Zhou Wen turned his head to look in the direction of the stone temple, and indeed, he saw the bull exit. Its upper body was raised as it hopped forward. On careful look, it really only had one leg. It walked with one leg as the light on its body resembled the sun and moon. It was very similar to the information Zhou Wen had obtained. Kuei stood in the rain and looked at Zhou Wen before roaring again. Zhou Wen already knew that Kuei's sound wave attack was directional. Although sound could spread in all directions, being right in front of the wave front would deal the greatest damage. As long as he dodged the wave front, the damage he suffered would be minimized. After unsummoning Banana Fairy, he instant transmitted again. This time, he appeared in a sport furthest behind Kuei. The sound waves he suffered were indeed greatly reduced. With Zhou Wen's terror transformation ability, he was basically unaffected by the sound waves. Kuei jumped up and turned its body to face Zhou Wen as it roared again. Zhou Wen continued instant transmitting in another direction. Kuei kept blasting out sound waves, but Zhou Wen dodged them all. He couldn't help but be furious. Kuei stopped looking for Zhou Wen. It looked up and let out an unhinged roar into the sky. The dark clouds and storm were dispersed by its roar. The roar was accompanied by light as it radiated in all directions, like a sound wave, forming an indiscriminate attack. This time, Zhou Wen had nowhere to dodge. All he could do was forcefully resist the sound waves. He summoned the reformed Chaos Egg, and the sound waves struck the Chaos Egg, immediately producing many solid crystals. Unfortunately, Tyrant Behemoth was already dead. Otherwise, he could have used them to feed it. Kuei roared a few times consecutively, causing the Chaos Egg to tumble out. It slammed into the city wall and bounced back. It slammed into the various temples like a ball. In the blood-bone temples that Zhou Wen had slammed into, blood spirits quickly rushed out, but they had nothing on the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen took the opportunity, when Kuei was exhausted from the roar, to instantly appear behind it. Using his hand as a blade, he delivered Immortal Slaying. Even without the augmentation of the Immortal Culling Sword, Zhou Wen's Immortal Slaying was still very powerful. The power that erupted was almost comparable to a Calamity grade. However, when he struck Kuei's neck, it only produced a shallow wound. Furthermore, the wound quickly healed itself. It was useless. Zhou Wen and Kuei constantly fought. Neither side could do a thing to the other. The Chaos Egg could withstand Kuei's sound blast, and Kuei couldn't catch up to Zhou Wen. There were no other means to injure Zhou Wen or kill him. Although Zhou Wen could injure Kuei, due to its powerful physique and how Zhou Wen's offensive strength was only able to touch the threshold of the Calamity grade, he couldn't severely injure it. Likewise, he couldn't kill it. Finally, Zhou Wen gave up by quitting the game. There was no point in continuing. The injuries he dealt Kuei weren't as fast as its self-healing speed. This won't do. I have to think of a way to get a good weapon. Zhou Wen was thinking about where to get a Calamity grade weapon. If he couldn't obtain a Calamity grade weapon, he had to obtain a Terror grade weapon with extremely powerful destructive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill Kuei. The bamboo blade has shattered, and the Son of Heaven's sword can't be pulled out. Although the Immortal Culling Sword is useful, it can't be brought into the game. Where can I get a weapon? After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that only the boxing glove transformed by Tyrant Behemoth could be counted on. After all, with the augmentation of absolute strength, Tyrant Behemoth's boxing glove's offensive strength was undoubtedly top-notch among terror-grade weapons. The only flaw was that it wasn't augmented by skills, so it couldn't produce effects similar to Ever Victorious and Unstoppable. If I don't have one, I'll fuse one and let Tyrant Behemoth's boxing glove have those skills. Zhou Wen made up his mind to add all sorts of augmentation skills to Tyrant Behemoth's boxing glove. Chapter 1394 Sword Immortal.
Who dares to barge into the Octokind's land?
The Yiksha and Garuda, who were guarding the Octokind Holy Mountain, immediately berated when they saw an outsider walking towards the Holy Mountain. The person looked like a man in his 30s, but his hair was white. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He walked over step by step. He clearly walked on the ground, but he gave off the feeling that he was walking on clouds. It was as if the ground beneath his feet was no longer dirty, but pure white clouds. The man didn't answer and continued walking over. The Yiksha and Garuda were immediately enraged. Those who were sent to guard the Holy Mountain were the cream of the crop among the Octokind. They could be said to be elites, so when had they ever been belittled? They erupted with terror-grade power, and attacked the white-robed man from both sides. The white-robed man continued walking forward, as though he hadn't seen them. As for the Yiksha and Garuda, they flew up with tragic cries. It was as though invisible sword intents flashed, slicing their strength and bodies to pieces, turning them into a rain of blood. The white-haired man stepped onto the stone steps of the holy mountain as though nothing had happened. The spot where he stood was clean and flawless, but behind him was blood-stained yellow sand. The Yaksha and Garuda's tragic cries before they died had already alarmed the Octokind on the mountain. Many rushed down the mountain and were enraged when they saw the blood on the ground and the white-haired man who was climbing the mountain. Many irascible Asuras and Yakshas had already charged at the white-haired man. The sky was filled with a strange light, as though countless stars were crashing down at him. The white-haired man didn't even raise his eyelids as he continued walking up the stone steps. Without exception, the Octokind that charged at him were all killed by the invisible sword intent. Sabers, swords, spears, musical instruments, and all sorts of broken weapons were sent flying with bloodied flesh. Wherever the white-haired man passed, no Octokind survived. On the huge holy mountain, more than 10,000 members of the Octokind had gathered, but no one dared to approach the white-haired man. With every step the white-haired man took, the Octokind that filled the sky involuntarily retreated. No one dared to resist him.
We Octokind have always had a good relationship with the Immortals. As a member of the Immortals, why are you slaughtering the creatures of our Octokind? Could it be that the Immortals are violating the dimensional agreement?
A dancing, lute-wielding Gandharv floated in the air and stared at the white-haired man who was ascending the mountain as she asked. The immortal ignored her and continued walking up the mountain as though he was deaf.
I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I'm the queen of the Gandharv. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. If there's nothing, don't blame me for being heartless if you take another step forward,
said the Gandharv as her expression turned cold. She hugged her lute and stared at the immortal. The immortal ignored her and continued walking forward. The Gandharv was immediately enraged. She strummed the strings with her finger, and the resonating music transformed into an invisible killing intent that wrapped around the immortal. Crack! Crack! There was no sword beam or sound of sword beams, but there was an invisible force that minced the music. All the strings on the lute in the Gandharv's hand snapped at the same time. The Gandharv was alarmed. It was too late to retreat. She could already sense a terrifying sword intent approaching her. Perhaps she would be beheaded in the next second. As queen of the Gandharv, she was a calamity-grade expert after all. She never expected the other party to force her to such a disadvantageous state without even touching her. A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Dragon aura that resembled a waterfall cascaded down from the top of the holy mountain. It circled around the body of Queen of the Gandharv, as though it was colliding with some divine weapon. The dragon aura instantly shattered. Thankfully, the sword intent had already vanished. The Queen of the Gandharv hurriedly retreated and distanced herself from the immortal. Apart from the monarchs of the Celestials and dragons, the other 6 monarchs had already appeared and blocked the immortal's path, as though they wanted to take him down. Tens of thousands of Octokind had already rushed over. They surrounded him from all directions. They held weapons in their hands and pointed them at the immortal. The tens of thousands of Octokind royalty and 6 calamity-grade monarchs didn't seem to exist in the eyes of the immortal. He continued walking forward, his gaze fixed on a figure standing at the top of the stairs. When the 6 monarchs saw him in such a state, they were enraged as they prepared to kill him.
Let him pass.
A voice sounded from the top of the stone steps. The person standing there was none other than Wang Mingyuan, who had already become the Dragon King. He was also the one who had saved the Gandharv with his dragon aura. When the 6 monarchs heard Wang Mingyuan's words, they had no choice but to order their men to retreat and make way. However, the tens of thousands of Octokind were eyeing them covetously from both sides. They were everywhere. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be terrified. However, the immortal didn't notice anything as he walked towards the top of the stone steps.
Sir, why are you here?
Wang Mingyuan asked when the immortal came close. The immortal ignored him and walked past him. His fluttering white hair brushed past Wang Mingyuan's face. Wang Mingyuan stood there and watched the immortal walk into the divine temple before sitting down at the main seat. It was originally the seat of the Lord of the Octokind. Even Ditian, who had been the leader of the Octokind, wasn't qualified to sit there. Now, Wang Mingyuan was only taking the deputy's seat. Only the king of the Exalted which the Octokind relied on had the right to sit there. Seeing that the immortal was sitting in that spot, be it the royalty or ordinary members of the Octokind, all of them rushed into the hall to kill the immortal, but they were stopped by Wang Mingyuan.
Sir, what do you want?
Wang Mingyuan asked as he looked at the immortal sitting high on the platform.
From today on, the Octokind shall be sealed in the mountain for 3 years. No Octokind shall take half a step out. All who disobey shall be executed.
The immortal looked down at Wang Mingyuan and continued.
In the past, Damo faced the wall for 9 years, and finally gained enlightenment on some principles. You don't have to face the wall. Just stand there and reflect for 3 years. No matter how slow-witted you are, you should be able to understand something. What gives you the right to dictate that?
The Yiksha king questioned. Instantly, the masses were enraged. Some of the Octokind couldn't help but rush into the hall. Just as the battle was about to begin, a blob of golden light tore through the air.
Supremacy.
When the golden light landed, it was a Buddha with a golden glow. Yiksha king and company hurriedly went forward to bow. Before they could say anything, they were cut off by the Buddha. Buddha walked in front of the immortal and pressed his palms together. He bowed slightly and said,
Sword Immortal, please calm down. From today onwards, the Octokind will stay sealed for 3 years. The Dragon King will reflect on himself for 3 years, and will not be allowed to move half a step. Do you have any other requests?
A disciple of my Sword Immortal lineage can't die for nothing. The ones who killed him have to pay with their lives.
As the man spoke, he kept looking at Wang Mingyuan. He knew that Jian Yin was Wang Mingyuan's disciple. Chapter 1395. Unhappy about it. Put up with it.
Definitely.
Buddha nodded slightly and looked at Wang Mingyuan. The news of Perfect Sword Immortal's downfall on Earth had spread to the higher-ups of the dimension. Although not many people knew the exact situation, most of the higher-ups knew that Perfect Sword Immortal had been tricked by Jian Yin. Buddha didn't find it strange that someone from the Sword Immortal lineage came to settle scores with Wang Mingyuan. However, Wang Mingyuan was now considered the leader of the Octokind. It was still acceptable for him to self-reflect for 3 years. If he really killed Wang Mingyuan, not only would the reputation of the Octokind be ruined, but even the exalted whom the Octokind relied on would have their reputation marred. This matter was done by Wang Mingyuan's disciple. It was the best outcome to have Wang Mingyuan answer to the Sword Immortal lineage. Seeing Buddha look at him, Wang Mingyuan naturally knew what he meant.
How may I address you?
Wang Mingyuan's expression was as calm as ever. What the Immortal had said seemed to have nothing to do with him.
Berserker.
The Immortal finally answered casually.
When he mentioned his name, the expressions of the Octokind changed drastically. Few people in the dimension didn't know the name of Berserker. He was just too infamous, and was known as the #1 calamity under the Apocalypse grade. Furthermore, this name wasn't an empty one. Berserker had once killed an Apocalypse as a calamity, shocking the entire dimension. Everyone knew about it. Although Wang Mingyuan also had the strength of a calamity grade and had impressive combat strength, he was still much weaker than a powerful calamity like Berserker. Even most of the Octokind believed that the monarchs of the Octokind were on a completely different level from Berserker. No one treated Berserker as a calamity grade. Many people even treated him as an Apocalypse grade powerhouse. Previously, due to the Berserker's insolence, the members of the Octokind were still very indignant. However, after hearing the name of Berserker, they seemed to be doused with a bucket of ice water. It chilled their hearts, and the indignation in their hearts vanished for some reason. Wang Mingyuan didn't show any surprise after learning Berserker's name. He only nodded slightly before walking towards him.
Did I give you permission to move?
Sword intent surged around Berserker, as it slashed at Wang Mingyuan. As Wang Mingyuan walked, he said,
I believe your race is still determined to retrieve that immortal sword left behind on Earth during the mythical era, right? You know where that sword is?
The sword intent around Berserker paused, as he stared at Wang Mingyuan and asked.
No.
Wang Mingyuan shook his head frankly.
If what you say next doesn't satisfy me, the resolution won't just involve 3 years of self-reflection,
said Berserker coldly. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't seem to hear him. As he walked towards Berserker, he said,
To retrieve that immortal sword, you need the help of humans on Earth. You don't have any objections about that, right? Continue,
said Berserker with a frown. If they could directly descend to Earth to retrieve the immortal sword, the immortals wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. They wouldn't have had to secretly nurture Jian Yin and the League of Guardians. They could have gone to Earth to find it themselves. Wang Mingyuan continued.
Then I'll provide you with an analysis. Now, the factions on Earth are divided into 5 major factions. The first faction is the Holy Temple and the 6 human families. I don't think this faction will be used by the immortals. You know the reason better than me.
Wang Mingyuan had already walked into the hall, but he had no intention of stopping. He continued walking towards Berserker, who was sitting on the seat of honor. As he walked, he said,
The second faction is the League of Guardians. Currently, Jian Yin is the leader. According to what I know, his guardian has already advanced to the calamity grade. Furthermore, he is no longer under the immortals' control. Continue.
Berserker looked at Wang Mingyuan, with killing intent brewing in his eyes.
The third faction is the Holy Spirit Association. The president, Ye, is also my disciple,
Wang Mingyuan said. Berserker was slightly taken aback. He was unaware that Ye was actually Wang Mingyuan's disciple. He wasn't responsible for the matters on Earth. If his disciple, Perfect Sword Immortal, hadn't died, Berserker wouldn't have been involved in this matter.
The fourth faction is the federal government. Compared to the first 3, the current federal government is a little weaker. However, Due to the appearance of the mythical serum, this faction has the greatest potential. Given enough time, more and more powerhouses will definitely be born to this faction in the future. It will definitely become mainstream. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he arrived in front of the platform of honor. He still had no intention of stopping. Hui Haifeng is your disciple. This isn't a secret. You don't have to flaunt it, said Berserker. Wang Mingyuan smiled. The fifth faction is made up of local elites. Among them, Luoyang's family is the strongest. Their strength can already match the 6 families. It's true that you came from Luoyang, but your Wang family is nothing in Luoyang. Don't tell me you want to say that Tianzhua is also your disciple? Berserker said coldly. No, but the number 3 figure in Luoyang now is Zhou, who has some ties with the Yan family. He's also my disciple. You should know this very well, right? Wang Mingyuan was already standing within reach of Berserker. So what? Berserker said contemptuously. Wang Mingyuan's disciples might be powerful figures on Earth, but in the eyes of Berserker, they were nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that they were born on Earth and were protected by Earth, he wouldn't even need to raise his hands to kill them. It's not a big deal. It's just that beyond the 5 factions, may I ask who else can the Immortals use to find the Immortal Sword? Wang Mingyuan asked Berserker. Berserker was slightly taken aback before his expression gradually changed. These people were nothing in the dimension, so much so that Berserker couldn't even be bothered to spare them a glance. However, on Earth, the energy these people possessed was unimaginable. Now, Earth's situation was basically stable. There was no need to think about the Holy Temple. The Holy Temple was originally the enemy of the Immortals. If the Holy Temple hadn't controlled Earth in the past, the Immortals wouldn't have been in such a disadvantageous position. However, that Immortal Sword had an extraordinary meaning to the entire Immortal race. They had to retrieve it no matter what. The Immortals had gathered resources for so long and paid a huge price to teleport so many Guardians into Earth, all done to retrieve that Immortal Sword. In this era, Earth had undergone a large-scale aberration. The situation in which the 6 families ruled had been overthrown. Only then did the Immortals finally usher in an opportunity. They originally imagined that they could control the League of Guardians for their own purposes, but to their surprise, they ended up being plotted against by Jiang Yan. One could only blame Perfect Sword Immortal for being stupid. He had managed to turn the fine situation into its present state. Without the League of Guardians, the Immortals could only support another human faction. However, based on the distribution of the present factions, it was probably very difficult for new factions to emerge. Furthermore, the Sky Split Tower was still in the hands of the League of Guardians. Without the Sky Split Tower's help, there weren't many resources that the Immortals could send to Earth. It wasn't that they lacked resources, but there was no stable channel. Berserker thought carefully and realized that the Immortals had reached a point where no one could be used. The people who they could use were actually Wang Mingyuan's disciples. Even if the Immortals weren't afraid of wasting time and effort to support a new faction, it was probably impossible for them to grow with Wang Mingyuan's disciples and the Holy Temple around. Wang Mingyuan had already made his hint clear. With his disciples around, it was impossible for the Immortals to retrieve the Immortal Sword from Earth. Pa! Wang Mingyuan slapped Berserker in the face, causing his face to jerk to the side. Everyone was alarmed as their eyes widened. Berserker also widened his eyes, as he turned his head back and stared at Wang Mingyuan. He was like a beast that was about to devour him. The sword intent over his body stirred crazily, as though it wanted to tear the world apart, but he ultimately didn't attack Wang Mingyuan. Unhappy about it. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he slapped Berserker in the face again. With a slap, his face jerked to the other side. Put up with it, Wang Mingyuan said casually, as he looked at the enraged Berserker. Chapter 1396, Seeking Perfection. Berserker ultimately didn't attack Wang Mingyuan, as he tore through the air and left the octakind. Although the sword intent around him was terrifying when he returned, it no longer delivered the shock and awe from before. Instead, it made him appear to be in a sorry state. The octakind looked at Wang Mingyuan with strange emotions. Buddha seemed to acquaint himself with Wang Mingyuan for the first time, as he sized him up deeply before leaving the octakind without a word. Although Berserker didn't take action, his departure left a huge impact on the octakind and their Buddha race. Buddha didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only choose to do nothing and rush back to report the matter to the Buddha race. In an ancient temple, the Buddha reported the matter to an ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's eyebrows were connected and drooped all the way to the ground. His skin was wrinkled like tree bark, and his body was covered in dust. He looked like a clay statue as he sat there. After hearing what had happened, the ancient Buddha finally opened his eyes. The eyes weren't like an elder's eyes. They were bright and deep, as though billions of grains of sand were flowing in them. His entire body was ancient and deathly still. Only his eyes were filled with vitality, making him look like a youth. Supreme One, For Berserker to be able to tolerate this and not kill Wang Mingyuan on the spot, there should still be room for negotiation, right?
The Buddha asked with a bow. However, the ancient Buddha said indifferently.
It's not that he doesn't want to kill, but he doesn't know if he can.
The Buddha was taken aback, unsure what the ancient Buddha meant. If Berserker wanted to kill someone, there was no one beneath the Apocalypse grade that he couldn't kill. The ancient Buddha continued.
Berserker is known as the #1 calamity under the Apocalypse grade. It's definitely not a lie. Do you think an ordinary calamity can slap his face just like that? Even if he was momentarily distracted, how could he be slapped a second time?
Only then did Buddha come to a realization as he said in surprise.
Supreme One, you mean that Wang Mingyuan is stronger than Berserker? I don't know. Berserker might not know either. Furthermore, Wang Mingyuan is right. There are only so many humans on Earth who can be used, so Berserker didn't take action,
said the ancient Buddha. However, the more the Buddha thought about it, the more alarmed he became.
Apart from the Holy Temple and the 6 families, the factions that can be used are basically under the control of Wang Mingyuan's disciples. Did he do it intentionally? If he did, isn't this too terrifying? The Holy Temple has been plotting for so long, but they ultimately failed to control the situation. Wang Mingyuan only used a few disciples. If it's unintentional, is that possible? Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, this person will play a decisive role in the future competition for Earth. He can't be underestimated,
said the ancient Buddha.
Now that he is a subsidiary of our race, can we?
The Buddha said with suppressed excitement.
Fortune and disaster are 2 sides of the same coin. Why bother yourself? Go!
As the ancient Buddha spoke, he slowly closed his eyes and returned to his clay statue-like appearance. The Buddha looked at the ancient Buddha in a daze before bowing and leaving. Zhou Wen wasn't in a good mood. He had already attempted pet fusion several times. As he was afraid of failure, Zhou Wen used companion eggs as supplementary fusion materials every time. Such fusion only allowed him to fuse the skills without changing Tyrant Behemoth. Furthermore, they were all combinations of species with higher success rates. They ensured that Tyrant Behemoth wouldn't be damaged because of failure. However, no matter how he tried, Zhou Wen failed to obtain the skills he wanted. Every time one skill was added, the next skill added would erase the previous skill. Through repeated fusions, one skill or the other would vanish. It nearly drove Zhou Wen crazy. He tried the bloodline function again, which allowed Tyrant Behemoth to have a second life providence, but he failed many times as well. Thankfully, the bloodline function only expended supplementary materials, and didn't harm the main pet. After repeated failures, Zhou Wen had the urge to fuse Deva Azura and Tyrant Behemoth together. Deva Azura's offensive strength was very strong, but it was still much weaker than Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength. However, Deva Azura's lucky critical strike was very useful. It wasn't bad to be able to fuse it. However, with so many failures, Zhou Wen didn't dare take the risk. Furthermore, it wasn't of much use. He had to farm for companion eggs while fusing. If he couldn't obtain suitable companion eggs, he wouldn't even have the chance to fuse them. Now, Zhou Wen had given Tyrant Behemoth 5 skills from all his attempts: Armor Breaker, Penetration, Ripping, Unstoppable, and God of Combat Blessing. Previously, it had Ever Victorious, but it was wiped out when he was trying for Unstoppable. Up to now, he still hadn't been able to have Ever Victorious and Unstoppable together. He either lacked this or that. In fact, Zhou Wen had already spent money to buy quite a number of companion eggs for fusion. He didn't know how long it would take for him to obtain one from farming. This is the last companion egg with Ever Victorious. Zhou Wen looked at the companion egg in his hand and hesitated about fusing it. To be honest, the 5 skills were already very good. They basically boosted Tyrant Behemoth's offensive strength, but without Ever Victorious, Zhou Wen found it a little incomplete. However, Zhou Wen had bought all the companion eggs he could. He wasn't afraid of spending money, but now, he couldn't buy them even if he had the money. Life is about completion and being at ease. I'll fuse them. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and slotted in the last companion egg with Ever Victorious. Amidst the light, the companion egg fused with Tyrant Behemoth, shimmering with a successful fusion glow. Zhou Wen was uneasy as he glanced at Tyrant Behemoth that had completed its fusion. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Not only did it fail to fuse Ever Victorious, but it also wiped out Unstoppable and God of Combat's Blessing. Apart from Armor Breaker, Penetration, and Ripping, a Poison Fang skill was fused. My Tyrant Behemoth isn't a poison-type creature. What's the point of fusing Poison Fang? Return my Unstoppable. Zhou Wen wanted to cry. Now, there were no more Unstoppable or Ever Victorious companion eggs. It was over.
Ah Sheng, is there anyone else selling Overlord Snake companion eggs?
Zhou Wen had no choice but to ask Sheng.
Young master, the Overlord Snakes that can be used and bought have all been bought by me. The Overlord snakes in Dragon Gate Grotto have all been cleaned out. The price of Overlord snake companion eggs has doubled, yet there are none for sale.
And Sheng answered helplessly. Zhou asked about the few more companion beasts he needed, but the answer was the same. They couldn't be bought. What should I do? Zhou was extremely depressed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone with the fusion. At the very least, there was Unstoppable. The augmentation of the God of Combat's blessing wasn't bad either. It augmented his surroundings pretty well. Sweetie watched Zhou from the side the entire time, having been by his side all this while. However, she didn't let him see her. This was because she hadn't been able to help him when he was in danger, so she was somewhat embarrassed to appear in front of him again. Seeing Zhou depressed look, Sweetie seemed to come to a decision. Chapter 1397 A Piece of Candy. Although he's a baddie, Mother said that everyone is equal in front of God. He should have the right to be saved, Sweetie muttered to herself as though she was convincing herself. Zhou was extremely displeased that his fusion hadn't succeeded. Putting away his phone, he wanted to take a breather, so he entered the garden. Sitting on the bench, he summoned Banana Fairy, Demonic Neonate, and other companion beasts. He got Banana Fairy to fan him. Evil Spirit King massaged his legs, while the other companion beasts came out to take a breather. Demonic Neonate held the demonic sword and stood motionless by the side. Those who didn't know better would think that she was a wax statue. I can only put the matter of fusing skills for Tyrant Behemoth aside for now. I'll think about it when I obtain the companion eggs. Since I can't do anything here, I can only head to Venus to kill the Calamity-grade creature who fires the bullets. If I can kill him, I might be able to have a Calamity-grade gun drop. Then, all my problems will be resolved. Zhou infinite looping space had basically taken form. He was just short of the final test in combat. He still needed to experiment to see if he could trap the Calamity-grade bullet in the infinite looping space. The Venusian Instance dungeon hadn't refreshed. He could only wait until tomorrow to experiment. Zhou leaned against the bench and closed his eyes to relax, allowing himself to escape the depressing feelings of failure. At that moment, Sweetie stood not far from him. She was sizing up the companion beasts Zhou had summoned. She held a piece of candy in her hand. Seeing how pitiful he is, I'll give him a piece of candy. This is to return him the plum blossom cake that he treated me to. I'll still avenge Yana, Sweetie muttered as she sized up Zhou's companion beasts. The first thing Sweetie saw was Demonic Neonate. However, a sense of disgust immediately arose in her heart when she saw Demonic Neonate, as though it was innate hate. Soon, Sweetie rejected Demonic Neonate and looked at Banana Fairy. Sweetie's gaze landed on Banana Fairy's chest before she looked at her flat chest. She then gave up on Banana Fairy and looked at the other companion beasts. She didn't like Evil Spirit King either. The other companion beasts seemed to have their own problems. Zhou had quite a number of companion beasts. Although he hadn't completely summoned them, there were more than 10 outside. Sweetie swept her gaze and hesitated for a moment before walking towards the soul mirror that Zhou had placed to the side. Sweetie silently came in front of the soul mirror. Although the soul mirror was on the bench and was extremely close to Zhou didn't discover her when she came in front of the mirror. Even the soul mirror failed to reflect Sweetie's figure. It's just a mirror. It shouldn't be lethal, right? I'll just give him some life preservation abilities. They won't be used to harm others, Sweetie muttered as she peeled the wrapper from the candy in her hand and placed it on the mirror. When the milk candy touched the mirror, it immediately melted and strangely flowed into the mirror. At that moment, a faint shadow appeared in the mirror. The shadow swallowed the milk candy in one mouthful. Zhou was comfortably sunbathing when he suddenly sensed the unnatural vibrations of the soul mirror. He opened his eyes and realized that the soul mirror had undergone a tremendous change. At that moment, the soul mirror had already turned jade white. The mirror's surface also turned crystalline. It was clearly a smooth mirror, but it appeared to have many angles, as though it was the cut surfaces of a diamond. That wasn't all. The soul mirror kept changing. The jade layer on the surface gradually melted into milky white liquid that dripped. Every drop of liquid reduced the jade color of the soul mirror, making it even more crystalline and transparent. Why is this happening? Zhou watched as the soul mirror constantly evolved. He was alarmed and puzzled because in a short period of time, the mortal soul mirror had already advanced to the epic stage and was constantly evolving. However, Zhou didn't remember giving the soul mirror anything good. In fact, the soul mirror didn't eat anything. It could only absorb some essence energy dimensional crystals, but it didn't absorb much. Zhou wanted the soul mirror to evolve, but he never expected it to evolve on its own. Could it be that the soul mirror's evolution is triggered by basking in the sun? Zhou looked at the sun in the sky. Apart from this, he really couldn't figure out why the soul mirror would evolve so quickly. As Zhou was thinking, the soul mirror advanced again and reached the mythical stage. Zhou Wen realized that he could see a faintly discernible figure in the mirror. It seemed to be the shadow of a woman. He couldn't see her facial features clearly, but he could see her figure in clothes. She looked very beautiful. Why is it still evolving? Zhou Wen's expression turned odd when he saw that the soul mirror was still evolving. Now, even a fool knew that the soul mirror's evolution trigger wasn't as simple as basking in the sun. Something must have happened to evolve it. What happened? Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to pay attention to his surroundings. After advancing to the Terra grade, he had adapted to Truth Listener's ability, and could hear all sorts of sounds he wanted to hear. However, after listening for a while, he didn't discover anything. It was as though the soul mirror could evolve just by sunbathing. Looking at Zhou Wen's surprised expression, Sweetie felt a little smug. Isn't it too early to be surprised? What would you do next? As the soul mirror turned crystalline, the figure in the mirror became clearer. It looked like a woman in a white muslin dress. From her appearance, she looked a little like a fairy. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen felt that the figure seemed a little ghostly. It wasn't as elegant and ethereal as a true fairy. Zhou Wen wasn't just shocked because he felt that the soul mirror was about to break through to the Terra grade. No way. It's about to advance to the Terra grade? Zhou Wen was somewhat dumbfounded. He originally imagined that it was Ensheng's doing. Now, it couldn't be Ensheng. No matter how capable Ensheng was, it was impossible for him to obtain something so good and directly advance the mortal soul mirror to the Terra grade. If there was really such a good item, he should have given it to Entianzua first. It was impossible for Ensheng to prioritize him. Why isn't Entianzua back yet? Zhou Wen couldn't help but grumble when he thought of Entianzua. He had no intention of guarding Entianzua's home for long. There were many things waiting for him to do. Luoyang was too small for him. As expected, the soul mirror advanced to the Terra grade. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised when he saw it emit a strange light like glass. He was delighted that the soul mirror had directly advanced to the Terra grade, reducing the trouble of him feeding it. However, he was alarmed that the soul mirror continued advancing without any signs of stopping its evolution. No way. Could it really be advancing to the Calamity grade? Zhou Wen was alarmed and afraid. Chapter 1398 Evolving to the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen knew that ordinary creatures needed to trigger a calamity when advancing to the Calamity grade. He just didn't know if such a situation would happen when a companion beast advanced to the Calamity grade. Regardless, Zhou Wen wasn't willing to take the risk. He stored the soul mirror into the chaos space. Zhou Wen sank his consciousness into the chaos space and continued observing the changes in the soul mirror. If the soul mirror can really advance to the Calamity grade, what kind of ability will it have? Can the Calamity grade soul-washing divine light directly turn a Calamity grade creature into an idiot? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. The soul mirror became more and more transparent, but the woman's figure wasn't completely revealed. She remained blurry and indiscernible despite being visible. Not long after, the soul mirror's mirror was about to turn transparent. Zhou Wen was worried that he wouldn't be able to see it when it subsequently turned invisible. What if he accidentally shone it onto himself? Suddenly, rainbow beams of light spewed out from the soul mirror, instantly melting a large area of the chaos fog in the chaos space. Zhou Wen felt a pain in his consciousness, and couldn't help but be alarmed as he hurriedly retracted his consciousness. Even so, he still felt dizzy and his mind went blank for a moment. His consciousness had suffered quite a bit of damage. If he had retreated any later, his consciousness might have been completely destroyed. He would probably have become an idiot. Thankfully, I put away the soul mirror. Otherwise, based on the range of the rainbow beam, the Yin family would definitely have been wiped out, even if it didn't affect Luoyang. Zhou Wen felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Although he didn't have a good impression of Entianzua, it would be too much to destroy the Yin family. Furthermore, his father, Ouyang Lan, and Sheng, and company were all here. In the future, when companion beasts advance to the Calamity grade, I have to place them in the chaos space. Zhou Wen didn't know when the soul mirror would finish its evolution, nor did he dare spy on the situation in the chaos space. All he could do was temporarily wait. Zhou Wen carefully recalled the entire process of the soul mirror's advancement. Before he could figure out why it had suddenly advanced to the Calamity grade, he saw Ensheng walk into the garden.
Young master, someone has entered the Venusian dimensional zone again,
Ensheng said.
Who is it?
Zhou Wen looked at Ensheng's expression, and knew that the person was likely someone he knew.
Immortal of the League of Guardians,
Ensheng answered. Zhou Wen hadn't told anyone that Jiang Yin was immortal, so Ensheng didn't know that immortal was Jiang Yin. However, even if he knew, the animosity between Jiang Yin and the Yin family wouldn't change much. This was because Zhou Wen already knew that Jiang Yin was Cave Era's younger brother, and both Cave Era and Yusuji now came from overseas. Jiang Yin was likely from overseas, as well, which made him an enemy of the Federation. Jiang Yan's previous attendance at Sunset College was probably not just for studying. It was very likely that he was a spy. Zhou Wen and Sheng went to the cube to watch Jiang Yan attempt again. When Zhou Wen arrived at the cube, Jiang Yan had already entered the Venusian dimensional zone. Furthermore, he had killed all the metal guards. The first golden battle god was about to come out. The last time someone from the League of Guardians challenged the level, Jiang Yan didn't come personally. This time, only Jiang Yan came. After the golden battle god came out, he attacked Jiang Yan. Frost bullets shot at him like streams of light. Jiang Yan was still wearing the Sky Mortal armor. Fairy Burial was not seen. However, just the Sky Mortal armor was rather terrifying. When the freezing bullets struck the Sky Mortal armor, they exploded into an icy mist, but they failed to injure it at all. As expected of a Calamity Grade Guardian, Zhou Wen was secretly envious. And Sheng had obtained 5 Golden Battle God companion beasts from Zhou Wen, so he naturally knew how powerful the Golden Battle God was. Seeing that the frost bullets couldn't injure Immortal, he was immediately alarmed.
Calamity Grade? Immortal's Guardian has actually advanced to the Calamity Grade. Is there a need to be so surprised? The League of Guardians took so many dimensional resources. Isn't it normal to advance to the Calamity Grade?
Zhou Wen said guiltily. He didn't dare say that Jiang Yan had advanced to the Calamity Grade because of him. And Sheng suddenly turned to look at Zhou Wen and sized him up.
Why are you looking at me?
Zhou Wen forced himself to calm down.
Young Master, didn't you make a trip to the League of Guardians previously? I didn't hear you mention that Immortal is at the Calamity Grade.
And Sheng said, as he stared at Zhou Wen.
That isn't something honorable for me to profess. What's there to say?
Zhou Wen said.
That's not right. It doesn't seem like you, young master. When you saw that Immortal was at the Calamity Grade, your emotions didn't change at all. You should have known long ago. It's obvious that you saw him in the League of Guardians. To be able to see the Calamity Grade Immortal and return in one piece, as well as him not coming to Luoyang to cause trouble, there's a huge problem in all of this.
And Sheng said slowly, as he stared at Zhou Wen.
What problem can there be?
Zhou Wen pretended not to care. And Sheng seemed to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts as he revealed a strange smile.
Young master, with your temper, if there's danger, you will definitely give a warning. However, you didn't mention anything about Immortal being a Calamity Grade when you returned. This means that you don't think it's a threat. However, how can a Calamity Grade Immortal not be a threat? I believe there are only 2 possibilities. One is that your strength has already exceeded the Calamity Grade Immortal. Immortal isn't your match, so he naturally wouldn't dare come to Luoyang to cause trouble. There's no need to give the warning. Another possibility is that you know Immortal and are aware that Immortal won't attack you or Luoyang, so you didn't say anything.
Zhou Wen looked at Sheng with an ambivalent expression, as he thought to himself, can Sheng read minds? How did he guess it right? And Sheng continued,
Young master, you are relatively cautious. Even if you have the ability to defeat Immortal, you should have given me the warning. I think the latter is more likely.
Young master, are you really very familiar with Immortal? Can you tell me who he is?
And Sheng seemed to have turned his doubts into affirmation as he pressed on.
Since you are so good at guessing, guess it yourself.
Zhou Wen said expressionlessly.
I'm stumped. Young master, you are still the best. You have a wide social circle.
And Sheng lowered his head. When Zhou Wen heard Sheng's words, he knew that Sheng had most likely guessed it. This was because Zhou Wen didn't have a wide social circle. He only knew a few people, so it wasn't difficult to work it out. Zhou Wen pretended not to hear him, as he continued watching Jiang Yan clear the level. The Golden Battle God was blasted apart by Immortal with a wave of his hand. The Golden Battle Gods that appeared next were the same. They couldn't injure Immortal at all, as they were all destroyed with a wave of his hand. None of this was surprising. What Zhou Wen really wanted to know was how Jiang Yan planned on dealing with the sure-kill 7th bullet. Does he want to rush to the Golden Palace before the 7th bullet? As Zhou Wen was pondering, Immortal had already walked into the open tunnel. His speed didn't seem fast. Every step he took made him look like a normal person walking, but with every step he took, his figure had already traveled extreme distances. His speed was even faster than ordinary terror-grade creatures running at full speed. The first shot finally sounded. When their eyes focused, people realized that Immortal had a bullet between his fingers. He had actually used his fingers to clamp down on the Calamity Grade attack. Chapter 1399 The Person Who Gives a Friendly Nudge. Gunshots constantly sounded. 6 consecutive shots were caught by Immortal's fingers. Furthermore, they were unable to stop him from advancing. Others might think that Immortal's guardian was extremely powerful, but Zhou Wen knew that this fellow still had fairy burial hidden within. In fact, it was the power of 2 guardians. Furthermore, it was 2 Calamity Grade creatures, so it was naturally not something ordinary Calamity Grade creatures could compare with. However, Zhou Wen still wanted to know how Jiang Yan was going to deal with the sure-kill 7th bullet.
The seventh bullet wasn't something that could be blocked with strength. Unless Jiang Yan's strength had exceeded the calamity grade, it was impossible. The people from the other factions were also paying attention to Immortal. Many people were alarmed, especially the factions that had once been enemies of the League of Guardians. They yearned for Immortal to die in the Venusian dimensional zone. After all, the various factions didn't have calamity grade combat strength. A calamity grade like Immortal was like a nuclear bomb. Who wouldn't be afraid? In the Venusian dimensional zone, before the calamity could deliver the fatal seventh shot, Jiang Yan had already arrived in front of the Golden Palace. All he needed to do was take a step onto the steps to successfully clear the dungeon. However, Jiang Yan didn't do so. Instead, he stopped in front of the stairs. It was obvious that he was waiting for the sure-kill seventh shot. Bang! The seventh shot finally sounded. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared intently at Jiang Yan, wanting to see how he would deal with it. When everyone saw the seventh bullet, it had already hit Jiang Yan's palm. The Sky Mortal armor failed to completely block it. The bullet tore forward crazily like a drill. Sparks and lightning drilled through the Sky Mortal armor as it continued, almost piercing through Jiang Yan's palm. However, Jiang Yan closed his fingers the next second and grabbed the bullet. Sparks flew out between his fingers, but the bullet failed to escape. Jiang Yan held the bullet and walked up the stairs, opening the Golden Palace door as a metal ball flew out. The scene switched back to the rankings. Everyone stared at the rankings, wanting to know what rank Immortal would receive. From Immortal's performance, his ranking was definitely not low. He had grabbed the calamity grade bullet with his bare hands, and it was the sure kill seventh bullet. Previously, even the Dragon Turtle's defense couldn't withstand it, but Immortal had done it. Others might not know, but Zhou Wen knew that the Sky Mortal hadn't been able to block the fatal seventh bullet. Jiang Yan had still used Fairy Burial, so the bullet was probably resisting its power. From the final scene, Fairy Burial wasn't able to completely suppress the bullet either.
5 stars. It's 5 stars.
Someone exclaimed. Immortal's name appeared on the rankings, followed by 5 shiny golden stars. Furthermore, despite both being 5 stars, Immortal's name was higher than Tsukuyomi's, putting him first on the rankings. This ranking made many people feel uncomfortable. After all, many factions were secretly competing with the League of Guardians. From their point of view, the League of Guardians was just a lackey of the dimension. Immortal had advanced to the calamity grade and obtained first on the rankings. It was a greater blow to the average person than Tsukuyomi getting first. It was especially so for humans, who had worked hard and even risked their lives to use the mythical serum or spirit casting. At that moment, their hearts felt as though a boulder was pressing down on them. Zhou Wen wasn't concerned. After the last battle, he realized that guardians weren't necessarily all tools of the dimension. Just like the guardians of Cave Era and Jiang Yan, although they were created in the dimension, they were born on Earth. They had independent thoughts, and the dimension couldn't completely control them. Thinking back to a guardian like Drought Demon Fairy, it wasn't that easy for the dimension to control her either. Of course, although Zhou Wen's view of guardians had changed, that didn't mean that he wanted to contract them. He had been used to being alone since he was young. Companion beasts like Demonic Neonate and Banana Fairy had already been considered a part of him, so he didn't feel an aversion towards them. However, guardians were independent entities. Zhou Wen wasn't used to having such an existence inseparable from him, afraid that his secrets would be exposed. After this battle, the reputation of the League of Guardians was pushed to its peak again. Many youths from the new generation had thoughts of contracting a guardian. Compared to the other paths to the mythical stage, contracting a guardian was undoubtedly the easiest and fastest way to increase one's strength.
Young master, do you plan on obtaining the Venusian companion beast?
Ensheng suddenly asked. Zhou Wen saw that Ensheng's expression was extremely solemn when he spoke. It was rare to see him speak in such a manner, so he asked.
I did, but I don't know if it will succeed. If it's possible, let's take first place now.
Ensheng said seriously.
Why now?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
Because humans need confidence. Humans nowadays lack confidence.
Ensheng's expression was solemn as he continued.
In this era, most humans are at a fork in the road where they are at a loss. At this moment, someone needs to step forward to give them a nudge, but the person who steps forward might nudge them to a different path. Now that Immortal has stepped forward, he has nudged many. It might even affect the future choices of an entire generation. That might not be a wrong path.
Zhou Wen said after some thought. He didn't believe that contracting a guardian was definitely the wrong path. Ensheng nodded inside.
It's true that it might not be the wrong path, but at the very least, we have to let the next generation see that there are other paths to take, not just one. The path might be a good one, but with more people taking it, it will become the sole path.
Zhou Wen lowered his head and pondered over Ensheng's words. After a while, he looked up and said,
Then let me open up a new path. Young master, go break a leg.
And Shung's expression changed instantly when he received Zhou Wen's affirmative answer. He looked like a fanatic who was rooting for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at Shung and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly understood Tianzhua. And Tianzhua was clearly very satisfied with Shung's capabilities, but he still kept lecturing him. And Shung was a person who didn't let others live in peace. Sometimes, Zhou Wen had the urge to strangle him to death.
However, I can only give it a try. It's hard to say what rank I'll get. Furthermore, I still need some time to prepare.
Zhou Wen didn't know what rank he would get if he tried his best. If he wanted to maximize the chances of getting first place, it was best if he waited for the soul mirror to complete its evolution. Furthermore, Zhou Wen still had one final step to complete the skill he had created. Since he wanted to do it, he had to do it big.
If young master needs anything, the Sunset Army will definitely provide you maximum support.
And Shung said solemnly.
If you really want to support me, help me get some companion eggs. You have the list,
Zhou Wen said. And Shung's expression immediately turned bitter.
Young master, I've already tried all means. There really aren't any.
Chapter 1400 Fusing Skill. Zhou Wen entered the Venusian Instance dungeon when it finished refreshing. This time, he wanted to see if he could crack the fatal 7th bullet. Space-Time Bandit, Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping, Absolute Space, Minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, and other skills were used according to his repeated practice. A miniature Minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array formed around Zhou Wen. This Minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array had the Lunar Mansion Array as its core. With the augmentation of spatial skills, it formed a small periodic space around Zhou Wen. In theory, any attack that entered would be trapped in the looping space forever. It was like walking into the orbit of AM, bias loop. Of course, in fact, it didn't have such a powerful effect. It only used the tricks of array formation and spatial swapping to make the prey enter alternating spaces. When the bullet shot by, the metal guard was within 3 feet of Zhou Wen. It immediately changed from taking a straight line to exhibiting circular motion around Zhou Wen's body. A large number of bullets spun around Zhou Wen like a galaxy. Zhou Wen had already done the experiments. Typical mythical bullets were indeed unable to break through the restrictions of the looping space, but Zhou Wen wasn't sure if they could withstand a calamity-grade bullet. After killing all the metal guards, the Golden Battle God appeared. The Terra-grade bullets failed to break through Zhou Wen's protective array. The bullets could only revolve around his body. After killing all the Golden Battle Gods, he obtained 2 stat crystals. One had 89 strength, and the other 91 essence energy, raising Zhou Wen's 2 stats. He was still a distance away from his 99 stat limit. An ear-piercing alarm sounded. Zhou Wen felt a little uneasy, unsure if he could block the calamity-grade bullet. Bang! A bullet shot out from the tunnel. With Zhou Wen's present strength, he could already see the trajectory of the bullet when he activated the disqualified. However, he didn't block it, and allowed the bullet to reach his body. When the bullet was 3 feet from his body, it underwent a distortion. However, it continued advancing, causing Zhou Wen's heart to sink. Thankfully, after advancing less than a foot, the trajectory of the bullet finally changed. It spun into an arc that revolved around Zhou Wen like a satellite. There's a chance. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Bang! Bang! Bullets shot over one after another. No matter where they shot at Zhou Wen, they would eventually turn into satellites that orbited him. They would only fall to the ground when all their strength was expended. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered a problem. The calamity-grade bullets shot out one after another. Before the first bullet's force was completely eliminated, they were followed by subsequent shots. As the number of bullets increased, there was a problem with the looping space. The bullets entered with increasing distance, but they got closer and closer to Zhou Wen's body. Bang! When the 5th bullet shot in, the Minor Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array around Zhou Wen immediately disintegrated. Due to the impact of the force, a gap appeared in the alternating space. Unable to swap them accurately, the balance was broken, and the entire system instantly collapsed. Without waiting for the 6th shot to be fired, Zhou Wen exited the game. There was still a problem with his ability. If he didn't resolve it, there was no benefit in fighting again. Just 5 bullets caused problems in the alternating space. I didn't even see the 7th bullet. There appears to be a huge problem with this skill. Zhou Wen's goal had always been to kill the calamity creature on Venus, not just clear the level. Zhou Wen switched dungeons, and constantly used skill combinations in game to figure out where the problem was. After some extended research, Zhou Wen finally gained a rough understanding of the problem. It was because Zhou Wen's alternating space was a combo formed from the combination of several skills. Once the combo deviated, its stability would be affected, easily causing the combo to crack or even collapse. After trying a few times, he wanted the combo to be more perfect and optimized, but the outcome wasn't ideal. Once he suffered a strong impact, the combo would produce slight deviations. This was something that couldn't be completely avoided. The Sure Kill 7 bullet has the characteristic of perpetual attacking, but my combo can't withstand too much pressure. In other words, it's impossible for me to block the Sure Kill 7 bullet. Zhou Wen was somewhat vexed. Now that he knew that this combination could form an alternating space, but was unable to withstand the Calamity Grade bullet, Zhou Wen had no choice but to continue thinking of a different plan. Since there's no way to avoid the gap between skills, I'll fuse them into one skill. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that this was the only way.
What's Little One doing? Why haven't I seen him recently?
Ouyang Lan called in Sheng over and asked.
Young Master Wen has been studying something recently. He hasn't left his room in days.
And Sheng answered. Ouyang Lan looked at the empty dining table and sighed.
I clearly have a husband, 2 sons, and a daughter, but there's no one to eat with me. What's going on? Madam, did Uncle Zhou go out again?
And Sheng asked.
That's right. The Duga family discovered an ancient site in a dimensional zone. They don't understand some words, so they invited him to take a look.
Ouyang Lan said.
Didn't he discuss it with young Master Wen before going?
And Sheng whispered.
It's not like you don't know his temper. He usually does whatever I say, but once there are those strange ancient texts, he won't listen to me. I can't do anything about him.
Ouyang Lan said helplessly.
Although the Duga family has a good relationship with us now, Uncle Zhou's identity is special. If someone tries to use him, it will be very disadvantageous for young Master Wen. It's best to be careful. If we really don't want to trouble young Master Wen, I can get someone to accompany Uncle Zhou.
And Sheng said. Ouyang Lan said with a bitter smile.
It's useless. I did send someone to protect him, but if the Dugu family really wants to touch him, how can a typical person stop them? Unless he doesn't leave, such matters can't be done just by providing him with bodyguards. Thankfully, nothing serious has happened up to now. He's only a scholar after all. His cultivation is very ordinary, so ordinary people won't make things difficult for him.
And Sheng also knew that this matter was thorny. He couldn't come up with a good solution even after some thought. If they didn't let Zhou Lingfeng out, what was the difference between that and sending him to jail? However, he couldn't let Zhou Wen follow him 24/7, right? Typical bodyguards would be of little use when encountering powerful enemies.
Go and see how Little One is doing. If he has the time, get him to come over to have a meal with me and have a chat. He shouldn't stay cooped up in his room all day. He'll end up with depression.
Ouyang Lan said.
I'll go now.
And Sheng agreed and turned to leave the hall, heading for Zhou Wen's yard.